who was the infamous Charles Manson. There is an insane amount of theories. People think they have evidence. They've been to the location. They've talked to Hollywood actors. Like, there is a lot. So we're gonna only cover like a piece of it, but we're gonna try our best to get different perspectives and everything else. So stay tuned. Let's go.
Keep moving, keep my head up when I act. Head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong. Always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best. Die with no regrets. Live with every breath. See my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams. Then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems. Try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
So the Charles Manson episode is happening right now. I've been talking about this for at least a month and a half because I wanted to. It's such a weird thing to follow, and there's so many parts to it. There's people have theories, and then this person over here has another theory, and then experts over here. Like, it's wild. And you guys know that I talk about Hollywood, I talk about acting, I talk about the industry. So this is right up the alley because this has got it's got everything combined. Music and movies and television, and it's craziness. So let's get into it. So my main man Julio, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, Derek? Looking forward to the show today. I'm gonna put on my listening ears and listen to you and our special guests.
There's an insane amount of information. Mm-hmm. It's impossible. So I just kind of pick and chose probably about what, 20 videos, 25 videos, and it's like, okay, we're gonna try and make some sense of this stuff.
Yep.
And then our special guest, what's up, Jim? What's
up,
happening,
guys?
buddy?
I mean, my main question about Charles is how come he always falls for it when Lucy pulls the football away?
Exactly. Like, why?
Dude.
He knows it's happening, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna try to kick it anyway.
Yeah, Charles Brown should have been the one that went nuts and started killing people with all that.
Exactly.
Football pulled away, all the shit he takes.
Manson has way too much hair. Charlie Brown only had like the little flippy-do thing on the top of his head.
Yep. Getting the Phil Collins do.
So, yeah, me and Julio's been talking about doing this episode for at least a month.
Yeah, Charles Manson's got so many interesting ties, ties to the Beach Boys, ties to MK Ultra, ties to, Alcatraz, ties to he's just all over the place.
It's
Hollywood.
Yeah. You don't know what to believe. So we're just going to dive right into it. And we're going to have conversations based off of the videos. But who knows? Somebody might come in here and say, that's not correct. I don't know. There's so much. There's so much.
All I know is I watched that documentary Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And, that pretty much explains everything about Charles Manson.
I think it did a pretty good job. Well, it made the connection between the house and Manson, which actually happened because Charlie Manson had been to that house before. So it did make that connection.
Because Brian Wilson was renting that house, right? That the girl you lived in at one point in time, or
no? Paul Revere and the Raiders, the lead singer, was running that house, and then there's gonna be a video talking about it.
Okay, I thought he wrote a song with Brian Wilson, didn't he?
I think he might have. I know. Brian Wilson was enthralled by Manson, saying, "Look at this guy. This guy's talented." There's a video that we're gonna watch that's got Charles Manson singing. So yeah, we're gonna dig deep into this. Okay, so the first video that we're gonna do is that first one that's on the list, number 1. Julio,
right. Got it.
And this is basically just kind of where Charles Manson came from, sort of his background.
Derek, can you put me in?
No, you're fine.
Wrong video.
This is number 1.
This is number 1.
Is this the one you want?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Charles Manson was born on November 12, 1934 in Cincinnati, Ohio, to a 16-year-old Kathleen Maddox, a troubled and alcoholic teenager. Manson's early years were marked by neglect, instability, and abuse. His mother served time in prison, and Manson spent part of his childhood in foster homes and reform schools. By the age of 13, Manson had already committed various petty crimes. Over the next 2 decades, he was in and out of prison for offenses including auto theft, forgery, and pimping. Despite being uneducated and marginalized, Manson was
he was a pimp, Mac Daddy, looking for $1.
Charismatic, traits that would later help him form his own cult-like following. The 1960s were a time of major social upheaval in America. The counterculture movement rejected mainstream values, embracing free love, psychedelic drugs.
Man, we missed out. We should have been alive during this time. Holy shit.
I think so. The music was awesome during the 60s.
Created fertile ground for charismatic leaders like Charles Manson, who could prey on vulnerable, idealistic youth. In 1967, the quote, Summer of Love brought thousands of young people to California. Manson, who was recently released from prison, moved to San Francisco and then to Los Angeles, preaching a blend of fringe philosophies, quasi-spiritual teachings, and apocalyptic predictions. He combined elements of Scientology, the Beatles' music, Eastern philosophy, and his own delusions into a disturbing personal ideology. Charles Manson gradually attracted a group of followers, mostly young women, who became known as the Manson Family. Key members included Susan Adkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten, and Tex Watson, among others. These followers viewed Manson as a messiah figure and called him Charlie. The family settled at Span Ranch, a former movie set in the California
Span Ranch?
The Spawn, right?
Yeah, it's Spawn.
Manson exercised control over the group through psychological manipulation, drugs, especially LSD, sleep deprivation, and quote programming sessions that reinforced his worldview. He preached a coming race war, which he called Helter Skelter, a term he took from the Beatles song on the White Album. Manson interpreted the lyrics as prophetic and believed that the Beatles were sending him coded messages. He convinced his followers that a race war would erupt between black and white Americans, and that the family would emerge afterward to rule over the survivors.
Do you know what Helter Skelter is actually about, the song?
No, go ahead and tell us.
It's about
I mean, I've heard of it. I know it's the Beatles, but I didn't know what it's about.
Yeah, it's about a merry-go-round or a slide on a playground.
Interesting.
If you listen to the lyrics, it makes it kind of dumb, but there you go.
Summer of 1969,
Not about a race.
Manson became increasingly frustrated by his failed attempts to secure a music career. He had connections with music industry figures, most notably Terry Melcher, a producer and son of actress Doris Day, but his hopes were dashed when Melcher refused to record him. Manson believed that violence would ignite the race war that he had predicted and elevate him to a godlike status, so he instructed his followers to commit murders that would appear racially motivated, to frame Black Americans, and to accelerate the chaos. On August 8th, 1969, Manson ordered Tex Watson, Susan Adkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Linda Kasabian to go to a house in Benedict Canyon that had once been rented by Terry Melcher. Manson did not have a grudge against the current residents, but symbolically targeted the location. Inside the house that night were actress Sharon Tate, 8 months pregnant and married to director Roman Polanski, her friends Jay Sebring, Abigail Folgers, and Wojciech Frykowski, and Stephen Parent, a visitor who was leaving as the killers arrived. The murderers brutally killed all 5 victims, using knives and guns. Tate was stabbed 16 times. The word pig was written in her blood on the front door. The savagery of the killings shocked the nation. The next night, Manson led another group, including Van Houten, Krenwinkel, and Watson, to the home of Leno and Rosemary LaBianca in Los Feliz. This time, Manson participated briefly but left before the killings began. The couple were tied up and murdered in gruesome fashion. The words "rise," "death to pigs," and "helter skelter," which was misspelled, were scrawled on the walls and a refrigerator in blood.
How does this make it racially motivated, or make it look like it's racially motivated?
We're going to get into that. I think there's a lot of truths and a lot of lies or demonization of certain things. But yeah, we're going to definitely get into that.
All right.
The Los Angeles Police Department initially failed to connect the murders. It wasn't until October 1969, after a raid on Span Ranch, originally for car theft, and a tip from Susan Adkins, who had talked about the killings while in jail, that detectives pieced the events together. Manson and several family members were arrested and charged with the Tate-LaBianca murders. The case against them was built largely on Adkins' grand jury testimony, and later Linda Kasabian's cooperation as a key witness.
Rat.
The Manson family trial began in June 1970 and lasted more than 9 months. It became a media circus. Manson carved an X onto his forehead, later reshaped into a swastika, and his followers protested outside the courthouse, mimicking his gestures and chanting.
Wow.
Prosecutor argued that Manson was the mastermind behind the crimes, controlling his followers with cult-like influence. Though he did not personally kill the victims, he was convicted of first-degree murder for orchestrating the crimes. In January of 1971, Manson, Adkins, Krenwinkel, and Van Houten were found guilty and all sentenced to death. Then the death sentences were commuted to life in prison in 1972, when California briefly abolished the death penalty. Tex Watson was tried separately and also sentenced to life in prison. Charles Manson spent the rest of his life in various California prisons, including San Quentin, Folsom, and Corcoran. He became a pop culture figure, the embodiment of evil in the American imagination. He gave interviews where he often spoke in riddles or incoherent philosophical ramblings. Manson died on November 19th of 2017 at the age of 83 from natural causes. Most of his followers remain in prison. Susan Adkins died of brain cancer in 2009. Leslie Van Houten was granted parole multiple times but only released in 2023. after decades of denial. Patricia Krenwinkel and Tex Watson remain incarcerated. Manson's ideology was an incoherent mix of pseudo-religion, white supremacy, race war prophecy, and pop culture references. Central to his worldview was Helter Skelter, which he claimed would be a global revolution triggered by racial violence. He also considered himself a Christ-like figure, comparing his planned sacrifice to Jesus. However, Manson's beliefs were fluid and opportunistic, often tailored to manipulate followers or to justify his actions. He used LSD and sex rituals to break down followers' identities and replace them with his own dogma. His control extended so deeply that members were willing to kill for him without hesitation or any remorse. The Manson family murders were a defining moment in American history. They symbolized the dark side of the 1960s counterculture, shattering the idealism of the hippie movement. The media portrayed the family as a cautionary tale about cults, drugs, and youth gone astray. The story inspired countless books, films, documentaries, and academic studies. A book entitled Helter Skelter became the best-selling true crime book of all time. Pop culture depictions range from Roman Polanski's grief he lost.
Oh, that didn't mean to do that. Okay.
Ooh, Jolly West. Yeah. That's
Okay. So I was just trying to get it ready and oops, sorry. Okay. So this is an hour and a half. We're not going to watch a whole hour and a half of it. But I think about 20 minutes in is when he talks about the relationship between Charles Manson and Jolly West and where they met. So
they met in Alcatraz, right?
They actually met in San Francisco. Jolly West was doing some sort of practice and he met
Jolly West was doing midnight climax, right?
Well,
at the hotels where they were doping up people, hookers and Johns with LSD, and then watching them through two-way mirrors to see what would happen. If I'm not mistaken,
I think so. Yeah, we can watch it. And from what just a part of the video that I've watched, he's talking about where he met Charles Manson at because he used to bring the girls in to get STD treatment, and that's how he met Charles Manson.
Okay,
so I have a whole lot of questions when it comes to it, but yeah, we can definitely get into it. Shout out to John.
Eric and Mark Gruber are great. You know where it is you want to go to?
Roughly.
The force.
All right, this feels almost...
YouTube does this to me every time. 2 minutes in, it's getting in.
Oh, that's interesting. But again, I think he goes back to Cornell later after he gets his medical degree and at the University of Minnesota. So he does go back east later on.
Yeah. But anyway, any doctor's going to come in, I believe, at like a captain or a major level,
right?
Depending, and so it makes sense. And he was put in charge very, very young. I mean, I think what was he, 29 years old, and he was in charge of like a hospital.
Right. It is kind of weird, but I mean, you got to go back to 1952 to really start this story, because in 1952, I don't know what this is. Was a little type on there. Look at it, dude. He looks like some sort of an actor.
This is about that time.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. So in 1952, it starts with the Korean War, this story, really, because when these soldiers come back from Korea, these POWs, they begin to tell this story.
And just to let the crowd know is, okay, so Charles Manson was kind of getting in all kinds of trouble. He's bouncing around. He went to San Francisco. He started meeting women. He was pimping out women. So the theory is, and they'll get into it, that this is where Charles Manson met with this doctor in San Francisco. So that's why we're kind of going over this.
And that's probably where he got exposed to LSD for the first time. And
supposedly. So yeah, supposedly.
The whole theory is that the whole free love and the drug movement that started out of Haight and Ashbury was started by the CIA and MK Ultra to basically subvert the the anti-war movement. That's the conspiracy theory.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know.
That the
Yeah.
that the government was behind it.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What's it called when you're put in jail as a soldier?
The brig.
Treason or
Yes. Now you threw
right
me off.
yeah. Now I got a mental block of the word, but they're threatened with all kinds of legal problems because when they were in Korea, I think like 53 out of the 80 or something gave testimony or did some propaganda stuff where when they came back, the military said they were brainwashed and brainwashed like conspiracy theorist comes out of 1950 by a CIA journalist who came up with it. We invented this term, not the Chinese and the Manchurian Candidate movie. This is a term that goes back to 1950, which is also done by, like I said, a spook journalist. But in 1952, when these guys come back, they were telling stories in North Korea as prisoners. They were shown evidence, not unlike prisoners of war in Vietnam, Eric, when the prisoners of war were shown evidence of U.S. war crimes, and it was drilled into their head. The war crimes were real, right? And they wanted to really bury this into their heads and try to get them to do propaganda videos or propaganda films, which a lot of the Vietnamese, American POWs among the Vietnamese did do that. You know what I mean? So,
and supposedly, and there's a very famous actor that owns the property now, that there was a place in LA that was doing propaganda films, pro-war, anti-war, all kinds of stuff that was literally in the Benedict Canyon area, I believe. So that's also the theory, is there was a lot of influence because there was a lot of propaganda and they were using actors for that propaganda.
There
On
was
both
a
sides?
logic to what they were doing. And
Yeah, it was a propaganda that they basically took over a house in like the LA area and started doing pro and anti-war propaganda videos. Yeah.
They were claiming germ warfare was used on.
that's where I was going with this story, because the germ warfare story that they came back with could not be allowed to come out. So they said they were brainwashed. And this is where the story really starts. And this has only come out recently. There's only been some recent books in the early 2000s and one or two of the pilots in this story. U.S. pilots have come out finally on the record to talk about, which is, I'm going to tell you right now, is an insanely bizarre story. We dropped bomblets filled with flies and insects that had the plague and cholera in the bomblets that were dropped from U.S. Bombers along the 38th parallel. And these insects spread out. They were flies and insects that spread into North Korea, causing incredible amounts of illness, and took them decades and decades to deal with this, the North Koreans and the Chinese. So recently, and I mean recently, the past 15 years, a pilot has come out saying he was involved in it. And this is what the POWs were talking about in North Korea. They were being shown the evidence of this. This could not be allowed by the United States, who never signed the Geneva Convention, as you're well aware, Eric. The only two countries not to sign it were the Japanese and us, about the use of bacteriological warfare, even to this day. So if this story came out, it would really look bad for the United States, having used bacteriological weapons in the war in North Korea at the 38th parallel. So because of that, they said that these POWs were brainwashed by the Chinese and the North Koreans in a really complex mind control brainwashing technique, which didn't exist.
Well, the POVs also said that too. When they came back, they said, we were forced to say it through torture.
Do your sheets have these?
So are they saying this doctor guy was part, the Jolly West was part of this brainwashing? Is that
basically hit? And I don't know if there's nefarious stuff. There very quite possibly could be, but he was trying to come up with something to help with PTSD that the soldiers were having during these wars.
Mhm.
And they called it brainwashing because he was trying to help them with their PTSD. But like I said, I don't know if there's nefarious shit, because we all know that most times there is.
Right, but the reality of
And this is basically the beginning of what people start calling MK Ultra.
it is, they were not brainwashed, is what I'm saying, because the brainwashing happens when a guy named Dr. Jolly West begins to de-brainwash them. And the de-brainwashing is actually the brainwashing that we're talking about. The brainwashing that Jolly West made his bones on. In other words, Jolly West comes into the CIA's purview because he was able to deprogram, quote unquote, the POWs who had been brainwashed by the North Koreans. What I am alleging is that they were brainwashed by Jolly West, and that's how he got
forget or to agree. Yeah.
Whatever it was, right, to recant, Eric, that they had been brainwashed into saying what they said over there. Now, Jolly West himself later says that he couldn't give up the fact that they had brainwashing techniques and he didn't. So he said their entire brainwashing program was simply sensory deprivation and isolation, which has gone on for centuries. I mean, that's an old technique in terms of implanting ideas and messages. I mean, the Moonies did the same thing, and they came out of Korea. The Moonies did sensory deprivation and food deprivation. And
everything came out of Korea, because Lifton studied Korea for the cult program. I mean, everything came out of Korea.
Right. But what I'm saying is the brainwashing, which was them saying we never said that, we were brainwashed to say what we said. That's what Jolly West gets them to say to the U.S. Air Force. That's what clears these men from being incarcerated, because the front page of the newspapers said these men are going to be incarcerated for the rest of their lives for treason, for doing what they did in North Korea. That goes away because of Jolly West. Jolly West makes his bones. This is his mentor, obviously, Sidney Gottlieb, who is known as the Black Sorcerer, who notices that Jolly West has done this and begins to.
And I'm not a fan of any of it, because they're playing God, basically. They're like, well, there's stuff that you've seen that we don't want you to remember, so we're just going to play with your brain a little bit. That's
like it's like the light in Men in Black, but it's more nefarious.
You basically,
reach out to Jolly West, who is at the University of Oklahoma in Oklahoma City, where he gets a teaching job as the head of their psychiatrics department. And that becomes his base of operation. And the University of Oklahoma becomes one of the first institutions of many to be funded under MK Ultra by Sidney Gottlieb, the Black Sorcerer.
And that relationship is very important later on for an incident that happens to cover costs.
Well, the reality of it is Sidney Gottlieb becomes his mentor and CIA father figure for Jolly West. Now, in 1954, just to go in some sort of an order here, so we don't jump all over the world. Near the University of Oklahoma, there was a guy named Jimmy Shaver, and Jimmy Shaver was an Air Force soldier, an Air Force private, or whatever the bottom was on that group.
Airman.
And he's charged with rape and murder of a 3-year-old, Eric. He came out of a bar, and they said that I don't know, is that the girl on the right? Or
Yep,
okay.
Right.
Yeah, that girl on the right who you see there was ripped to shreds by this guy, Jimmy Shaver, on July 4th, 1954. She had been left in a car outside a bar so her parents could go in there and drink, which is a whole separate story. But the reality of it is, she is ripped apart by this airman.
And that almost seems like a common theme with a lot of this stuff, is there was a lot of parents that basically signed off on a lot of this garbage, and then basically just took their kid and said, oh, Charlie Manson, it's okay, you can just go with this guy. So it does seem like it's a theme early on where it's like there's a lot of people being taken advantage of because of drugs, or they're just terrible parents, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
He's charged in the brutal sex slaying. When they come over, they find him covered with blood, and they also find him completely disoriented. He's not drunk. They give him a breathalyzer, and he's not apparently under anything other than he's in a trance. It doesn't know what happened to the girl. Says he's not involved in it. He's arrested by the local police. He's then picked up by military police, taken and debriefed, and he claims he have no memory of the incident. He's not drunk, right? But it's interesting. It's the first thing that they thought. That's quickly dispelled, by the way. That's quickly dispelled. Now, the guy who immediately comes to see him is Dr. Jolly West. And apparently this guy, this airman, had been somehow tangentially connected to the MK Ultra early version of it that was running at the University of Oklahoma. And this,
yes, he had that's right. He had migraine headaches.
Yes.
That were so bad that he would have to dip his head in a bucket with ice water whenever he felt like it was coming on. And supposedly he had signed up and had been approved for an experimental program in the Air Force, because this guy, by the way, was he was never violent, never had any issues.
He had a wife and
his
two new kids.
He had kids.
Yeah. Two new ones.
Flight instructor.
Yep.
I mean, squared.
And that's a question that I have with this, but I'm also have it with Charlie Manson. Is you've got this guy. This guy has 2 kids and just newly like. Why would you just openly be like, I'm okay having an experiment done on me. I'm fine with it. That's weird. And same thing with Charlie Manson, where Charlie Manson is out of control. Do you think that him having some sort of mind control is going to make him less out of control? I don't think so. I think they're basically just opening up a can of worms and then throwing it out and saying, we messed up.
I think they didn't really care. They were just trying to get people to do it. They wanted to see what they could do. It was like they were too busy worried about if they could do it to think if they should.
Yeah, it's so weird that people are just like, I'm okay, just taking whatever you got. No
way, dude.
We're running a quick.
None of this between all these girls following somebody like Charles Manson or this airman doing what he did to a 3-year-old. None of it makes sense at all. So even me, who's usually not a conspiracy minded guy, is going, there's something up here. These people were mind controlled or programmed or.
And I've got videos where there's interviews with the girls who haven't taken LSD for years, and just the way that they talk, you can tell that they ain't right.
Yeah.
So even if they took LSD that was laced with this MK Ultra stuff, is it a long-term thing or is it a short-term thing? Because when you listen to some of these girls, that's like talking to a kid that's like 8 years old. It's wild.
I don't know. I always heard that at any time someone takes LSD could be the time it snaps their brain. I don't know if that's true. Like every time you do, it's a roll of the dice where you could just never come back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, I don't know if that's just what they tell people to scare them, or I wouldn't want to find out.
I wouldn't either.
Then mysteriously, they're not sure if he ever really started the program. That just sort of
those documents kind of disappeared. They said when they went into the files, the letters between SA and SP in the files alphabetically disappeared.
Yes, a whole range.
Yeah, in the S section. Section, they were disappeared. But
not the whole S.
Only. No. There were segments of S names in there. It was kind of interesting. There was also a program called Operation Mass Conversion that was overseen by West, where they put informants into street gangs in Oklahoma, teenage street gangs, to try to convert them mentally to a different view of the world. Like one of the main things that West is involved in is changing your way of thinking, changing your thoughts to have completely different belief system. Now, why is that? Because of their battle with communism. They believe, right. So this is where he begins to make his bones. The CIA is looking for a way to change people's belief systems. Not us, but if anybody's captured behind enemy lines, They want to be able to change them back. They want to be able to use drugs to interrogate people. And the drug that they're obsessed with, obviously, is LSD. And, you know, this goes all the way back. Like LSD and Jolly West go hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly, Eric.
Sure. Didn't they also want not only the ability to change them back, but also to plant in a subversive message inside to where you go to the location, boom, you get turned on, debrief, you know, Manchurian style.
Jolly West believed that this is what he believed, and there's some evidence that he succeeded. The files were never found. They were doctored when they were turned over to the Senate when Gottlieb was forced to testify under oath at the United States Senate, went off into a side room in the 70s before he came out of retirement just to testify, but they had destroyed the MK Ultra papers. But Jolly West claimed that he could remove thoughts and beliefs and replace them with other beliefs through sensory deprivation, the use of drugs, dissociative states, and this was the mind control. This was, keep in mind, this was Operation Bluebird, which became Operation Artichoke, which became Operation MK Ultra. So there's stages in the development of this from 1949, from the beginning of the CIA, which parallels West's career. Now, West denies ever, to the day he died, ever being a member of this, working for the CIA as a contract employee. It's absolutely a ridiculous argument now because so many documents have been recovered involving Jolly West. But to the day he died, he said he had no connection to the CIA, which is laughable in regards to where we are now. Letters with Sidney Gottlieb. He had a different name. Even in the documents, Gottlieb had a different name. But getting back to this Shaver guy, Shaver, because of the crime, goes to what's known as the electric chair. So Shaver and Jolly West is in the courtroom when he's sentenced to death, and Jolly West immediately becomes one of the most violent activists against the death penalty socially. Jolly West is a leftist. He's a liberal. He obviously went to Cornell. He becomes a death penalty, no death penalty advocate. And people believe it's because of what he did to Jimmy Shaver himself. This is some guilt that Jolly West had, that not only did this guy kill a little girl for no reason, he went to the electric chair himself, and Jolly West was in that courtroom when he was sentenced to the electric chair and had a huge effect on him.
I guess so. I mean, it's a sad case. I mean, every way.
We got to go back to 1938 with the discovery of LSD, you know, by Albert Hoffman in Switzerland, and the Sandoz company is right there.
So this guy West eventually comes in contact with Manson, I'm assuming, correct?
That's correct. He's going to get into it here shortly. I think it's like the 25-minute mark, but I wanted to at least have this so that he could kind of set the scene, because there's another video that later that you have. Julio talked about MK Ultra a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we've got a bunch of videos regarding the girls, but I wanted to at least set the scene and how the connection was made, because I never knew that. I never knew that Jolly West had met Manson in San Francisco. I didn't know that. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, he was, if I'm not mistaken, Jolly West ran a free clinic or something for hookers, like to give them, and then that's how they got it, to get the girls. Yeah,
Manson was a pimp, basically.
Right,
yeah.
And it's how they got the girls
Albert
to
Hoffman.
use in the hotel they were running to do Midnight Climax, I think.
Which he takes the trip in 1943. He was looking at ergot, which is, you know, bread molds, to improve circulation, blood circulation. And he stumbles onto LSD and then takes it himself and realizes this is a very special drug. I mean, he took 200 micrograms of LSD, or 250 micrograms actually, and that becomes, by coincidence, the standard dosage of LSD. Not because he promoted that or anything, it just seems to be a number that people found comfortable with taking a dosage of 250 micrograms of LSD, which was the original trip, oddly enough, that Hoffman took. He's riding a bicycle, he falls over, he realizes, he thinks he's drunk, he doesn't know what's going on, but soon realizes that he is under the influence of LSD.
Oh, gross.
Oh, wow.
Lucky break.
Commercials are
like, more.
Remember the name Sherman R. Gifford? Sherman R. Grifford.
We've watched 20 minutes and had like 4 different commercial breaks in 20 minutes. That's a lot.
And not even a real name. That's Sidney Gottlieb's code name within the documents and the letters to Jolly West. When we do the episode on Sidney Gottlieb, we have to remember that name because it's kind of interesting how researchers were able to figure that out years later, that this was a pseudonym used in top secret documents. And Jolly West came up with a system of mailing him letters where a letter was inside of an envelope addressed to another address, inside of another envelope, an entirely convoluted way where, because Jolly West did not want to get caught, he was afraid of his own peers catching him doing this stuff, Eric.
Gee, I wonder why.
Right. Well, he didn't want to lose his actual career, as a doctor and as a university head of a department. He ends up going to UCLA after he gets out of Oklahoma. But first, in 1962, before he leaves, he says, and this is a cover story, the story that we're going to tell about Tusko the elephant, which we're going to get into right now.
What?
Tusko the elephant is a cover story designed by Jolly West to say years later, I never experimented on humans. I only experimented on animals. That's why Tusko the elephant is important. He did this. He had couldn't care less what happened to this elephant. All he cared about from day one was experimenting on humans. He did this and says it 25 years later, I only experimented on animals. And he cites Tusko the elephant, Eric.
Interesting.
Yep. And this is Tusko.
Yes, it is.
That's wild. This dude is bad news all around.
Sadly, things didn't work out.
Tusko. Okay, so Tusko's
his mentor was named a black sorcerer. What did you think was going to happen?
It's messed up that he has a practice. He's a practicing doctor, and he's just playing God on the side with freaking drugs and mind control and all this other shit. It's crazy.
Crazy.
7,000-pound pachyderm, right? So
specifically a bull and
right.
And a teenage pachyderm.
He's 14. I don't know how old is 14 in elephant years?
Well, it's significant because of the musk aspect of it.
Yeah, the musk,
the hormone.
The musk apparently comes out of their next to their ears from their temple. This dark brown sticky elephant goo.
I did not have elephant musk on my Manson bingo card today, Derek.
No. I know, right? I just wanted to play this video to give context of what we're talking about. Because as soon as you start talking about MK Ultra, it's like, oh, it's a conspiracy. No, they're actually talking about the guy that is creating this shit. You know what I mean?
And for 2 weeks, they go violent, right, Eric?
Yes.
Okay, they go on a rampage. So what he wants to find out, West, is if he can duplicate this based on some substance that's in the musk. Hop house that he rents where hippies are going to be able to flop there,
about Manson right
so
here.
he could dose the hippies and study them under the influence of, once again, LSD, because he doesn't care about Tusko the elephant. He wants to find out how these students, how these hippies are going to react to LSD in a flop house. So the graduate students are really suspicious. They're going like, what is this? He kind of disappears, but he shows up periodically dressed as a hippie, Jolly West. And he shows up as a not very good disguised hippie. And the graduate students are going like, what the hell is this? Here's this guy in the photos, like Eric showed, was how he normally looked to them. Now he's showing up with other guys, quote unquote, dressed as hippies who are in their 30s, who are squares, and they're laughing and they're high themselves on something, whether they're drunk or not.
Yeah, wouldn't you be like the old creepy dude during that time?
You would think so. I'm picturing him. Do you have like a fright wig on and like, I don't know.
Because you're talking about all these people are 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. Then all of a sudden you got a 40-year-old guy like, what's up, peeps? Get away from me.
I'm not really sure what's going on. Because before this happened, there was a project having nothing to do with Jolly West, from what we know, called Operation Midnight. And Operation Midnight was run by a former, I think, San Francisco detective hired by the CIA to create and film a bordello in an apartment building in San Francisco with see-through mirrors, right, Eric? And they could film them having sex after being dosed with acid by the prostitutes in Operation Midnight. So this
Midnight Climax,
this other project, the one that Jolly West is running, has echoes of that project. But they've got graduate students, and the Haight-Ashbury project starts in 1966 and runs into the Summer of Love into 1967. But even the hippies smell a rat, and they stop showing up. They don't know what's going on, but they just go, look, I don't know what's going on, but this is kind of weird here with these people looking at us, with clipboards and stuff.
True, but then, they needed some girls for it. And apparently, again, this guy helped provide some.
Right. Now, the thing with Manson and the girls is that Jolly West believes that Manson, of all people, learned how to hypnotize people from a guy who ran a nightclub on Sunset Boulevard. And Manson learns how to hypnotize them and goes up there, and through sensory deprivation, through the use of LSD, through the use of his own hypnotic techniques, which is what Jolly West is trying to master. Apparently Manson's already mastered it. And what Jolly West was told by another.
That's some of the stuff that I don't necessarily agree with about Charles Manson just being able to put a spell on you and you do whatever the fuck he says. Yeah, but we're gonna get into that. But that's kind of foolish. Like, I understand it's LSD and he had them under control because of drugs. Like, he wouldn't take the drugs, but everybody else around him would take the drugs, so he would take advantage of the situation. You know what I mean? But for him to give like little voodoo on him, I don't necessarily.
That stood out to me too when they said, "Well, Charles Manson hypnotized him." Like, wait, what? He could do that?
Well, he hypnotized them because he told them what they wanted to hear because he wasn't on drugs, but everybody else was. You know what I mean?
Oh no, it was told by David Smith of Haight-Ashbury. He was told that Manson was able to hypnotize and do his thing because it worked on young girls who were susceptible to this, who hadn't fully formed their brains yet and weren't mature enough. In other words, the techniques that West were trying were on the wrong types of people. He was trying to do it on military people who were older, and Manson was successful because he did it on 18 and 17-year-old girls, according to David Smith, which is very interesting because the technique involved, there is some sensory deprivation, there is some isolation, there is LSD, there is hypnosis by Manson. So it's all four of these things together allows Manson to control these girls. And in fact, Smith says
there's another factor too.
Watch what Gen X do to stop heartburn.
These ads are crazy.
Yeah.
The cult factor.
Out of hand.
Right. Well, the fact that every one of them, and this is cult studies, is at a transition point in their life.
Right.
For whatever reason it is. So that susceptibility is much stronger.
Right.
There.
Right. Well, the point is they haven't really started their lives yet. They're teenagers and they're kids.
Right. And they're in this.
They're not 35-year-old women.
Yes, but you ever had to try to have a conversation with somebody that young? They don't give a shit about what you have to say. Why would they listen to this guy?
I think things might have been different back then. Well, I mean, back then people were taught to respect their elders, and so if he was a little bit older, maybe they would, oh, well, he's older, maybe we should listen to him. And I don't know, it's just different. Kids are different nowadays. Like nowadays, 17-year-old girl would be like,
the fuck
shut up, boomer.
Shut up, boomer.
You can get a better conversation out of a wall.
17-year-old girls.
Right.
Okay, well, that's a different animal. So, and
the 35 too. I mean, because that's also used for older women who, like, let's say they had a sudden loss or a change in life makes them very susceptible too. 17 is a great year though, because they're getting away from their family. They need a father figure, etc. Men and women.
Right. Well, which is what the Summer of Love gives them. the middle class movement, which West talks to David Smith and he says, what is going on here? Why are these people coming here? And he said, it's a crazy phenomenon. These middle class kids are coming from every city in the country to San Francisco to experiment with drugs. And this is what triggers Jolly West. And he just goes nuts thinking, I've got tens of thousands of human subjects I could get my hands on and do nefarious things to. And Smith is trying to run a medical clinic for people who have, chlamydia, and STDs. I mean, that's what's really going on there. But he's got other desires, West, and sets up an office within the Haight-Ashbury Clinic. And according to both Smith and West and others, one of the guys who showed up there was Manson with his girls who would occasionally get STDs. And that's the intersection between the Haight-Ashbury Clinic and Manson, West, and David Smith. So it's kind of an interesting confluence of events there in 67.
So, yeah. So we'll get down to some other videos and stuff, but that kind of gives everybody context of Manson before he goes into LA, because most of the videos that I've given you, Julio, is all he's already in LA. So it's like this kind of before LA, before the movie studio, all that stuff.
Be right back. I got to run to the bathroom.
Okay.
Sorry. Not used to being up this early.
So let me minimize this right here. Okay, so the second video, and we can wait for a second when Jim comes back, is this one's talking about the government hiding Charles Manson's prison records, so that anybody that's trying to question what happened, like what happened to Charles Manson before L.A. Like, is this guy just a ghost that just appeared out of nowhere? And why does he keep getting let out of jail?
That was kind of one of my original questions from the first video. Is this guy was a problem since the word go? It seems
ever.
like.
Yes. So that's the questions that I have. Is yes, I understand MK Ultra, and yes, I understand that Charles Manson intersected with this quack freaking doctor that was mind controlling people. I completely understand it. And using LSD, which is the main thing that Charles Manson used on the girls, as he was giving them LSD.
He didn't use it himself, you said.
From what I understand, and just going based off of research and watching and everything, is he used a very small amount versus what he was giving the girls. And that's how he was able to get the girls to do whatever he wanted, because they weren't thinking right. Have you ever went to a bar where you didn't drink and everybody around you is fucking going nuts?
Yep.
Same thing.
That's true, but I wasn't able to talk the people around me into going and killing people in their homes. I mean, that's
correct. Like, how do you get somebody to go from point A to point B? Like, a couple of the girls that showed up at the Spawn Ranch were, in bad relationships. One girl had her kid with her, like because she was leaving a bad relationship. How do you get her to all of a sudden start killing people? It's kind of odd.
That's the leap that I can't get my head around yet, but I'm sure as we go on, maybe I'll understand more. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's like, it's one thing to prey upon 17-year-old vulnerable girls and get them to follow you around. It's a whole different ball of wax to get them to follow you around and then go kill people.
Yeah. So if you want to start playing that, the next one, the government hiding Charles Manson, and then right after that, we'll look at what Danny Trejo talks about Manson, him meeting Manson in jail. And again, this is all before LA. So I'm just sort of trying to paint a picture of what Manson was before LA.
All right. So give me just a minute. Government is hiding. Here we go. This one, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, another thing about MK Ultra is they like all the studies they did on the prisoners, like Whitey Bulger.
Yeah,
apparently, like what's the story with him and MK Ultra?
Well, the government admitted after he died. That's when it came out. I can't remember who. I think it was a journalist or something, or maybe it was during his trial.
I thought he was like openly talking about it.
Yeah, he was talking about it, but nobody would believe it. During his trial, I think it was his lawyers were able to get his prison records. And somebody sent them to me recently, where they have the dates that he's given LSD. And this was all in the 50s, before Manson was in prison. But In the 50s, he was still a kid. He got out of prison in 67 at 32, so 57 he would have been 22. He was in the same prisons that were treating people like Bolger experimentally with LSD. One of the jurors who convicted Whitey Bulger reached out to me when my book came out, and she's gotten a lot of national attention. She didn't know that there was a little bit of mention in the trial, but the judge wouldn't let too much of it in. After he was convicted, he started writing her and telling her all about the experiments. And she is a very good reporter. She's not a journalist, but she lives in Boston. And she started looking into it, working with researchers, and found out that it was much more extensive than anybody ever knew, and could have been the reason he became such a violent sociopath. In the years,
it was when he was very young. When
Yeah.
that happened, and then when he became a notorious killer after.
And that entire time being protected by the government, he was a federal informant, and with two agents who the FBI denies that anybody but the agents knew that he was in that they were rogue agents that were paying him to get information and provoking him and stuff. So she wanted me to write a book with her. And I just said, I can't do something just on Whitey, but keep coming to me with your information. And so we've been sharing information since then. I haven't talked to her for a few months, so I don't know if she found another author. But yeah, Whitey Bulger had what happened to, I believe, Manson in prison on paper. I don't have a record yet like she got, but I'm working with some people now trying to get records from when he was in prison, and they won't release them because they say they're medical records. But he's a convicted, dead, notorious criminal. So I actually have a lot of work to do. I have to find out how they got the medical records of Whitey. I think it was because Whitey was alive and Whitey shared them, and he had access to his own records. But I don't think I'm ever going to get the rest of the records from. If you read in the book, it took me like 2 years to get the records I did get from the Bureau of Prisons about Manson, and the trial when he was convicted, his defense attorney was trying to get his prison record, and they wouldn't to him. And this was during the death penalty phase of the trial. And when I talked to experts about that, they said anything should be allowed to be introduced when somebody's life is at stake. So the state was arguing for Manson and the others to be, executed. Irving Kinerick, the defense attorney, wanted to show that Manson had always been a docile prisoner, had never been badly behaved in prison, never been violent. And he couldn't believe that the government, the U.S. government, wouldn't release the record. And he screamed and hollered. And since the trial was such a circus, and Irving Kinerick was pretty crazy too, nobody took him seriously. And it wasn't, I talk about it in my book, the Attorney General in 1971, John Mitchell, who ended up going to his prison himself for being part of Nixon's cabinet and part of the plumbers and stuff, in the mid to late 70s. He sent a representative of the Department of Justice who worked beneath him to argue to the judge against releasing Manson's file. I can't find evidence of that happening in any other case in the history, but I believe that's just like the Watson tapes. There's secrets in there about what was going on with Manson's head and what they were doing to it that they're never going to share. Wow. So the record I got was, I think, 70 pages out of probably 300 or 400. They described it. Kinerick got somebody to describe what the parole record looked like. And I think they said it was like 2 phone books thick. And I got like that much.
So who was his parole officer before he went in for the 7 years?
That was interesting. The parole officer who violated him in so he got convicted for stealing the letter in the
mailbox.
The mailbox, yeah. And that was a 10-year sentence. And he was released, I think, after 2 years on parole. And then within a month or two, he didn't show up for a parole hearing, not a parole hearing, an appointment with his parole officer. They immediately violated him, sent federal marshals to Texas, who went into Mexico where they had information that he was in Mexico. The Mexicans turned him over to the marshals at the border of Laredo, Texas. They don't do that for these small-time criminals. And then they brought him back to LA.
That's what I was going to say. This seems like a lot of kerfluffle for what was kind of a
stole a letter out of the mail and got 10 years.
That was, yeah. I also was wondering about that.
What the fuck? Jesus. I mean, I know I saw in that movie, Dazed and Confused, you know, messing with the mail's a federal offense, but
I've never heard anybody actually get convicted for it.
Oh, no, 10 years.
do you think all this panic is because they're worried that he's going to say something?
Maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, something don't make sense. Really weird.
Yeah, and they're making a lot of effort to catch this, quote, mail thief on the Mexico border. And apparently they're hiding his prison record. So, yeah, I would be led to believe that something ain't right.
As the kids say, it's very sus.
It's
yes.
Yeah, it is sus.
And then he was sent to do the next 8 years of his prison sentence, which would have taken him, I think, to 69 or 70. But then they decided to release him 2 years early in 67 so he could go and do what he did. But what's so ironic, and I mentioned this in the book, he got sent back to prison for missing one appointment, one meeting. You know, you're supposed to go either once a week or once a month. Roger Smith, when he was his parole officer, he wouldn't show up for meetings. And then when he was down in LA for months at a time, and he was never violated. He was getting arrested for rape, for drug possession, for pimping during 67 to 69. Charges dropped every time. In my book, I have a scene where I take this record that I had gotten, what few pages they released to me, you know, the prisons, to this retired district attorney named Louis Watnick in Van Nuys. And
is he the judge?
He was a judge, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So he had been a DA, and then he became a judge in I think it was Van Nuys, and then he retired, and he was sick and dying, and he's like on a oxygen machine, so he's raspy. But I had a tape recorder, and he's going through my documents, and Manson had come before him when he was a judge on some petty charge, and he said, I dismissed him on that case. I remember because there was no evidence, but it was something like breaking into a car or something. But he remembered very well. But then he's looking, he said, I had no idea. And he said, there's something, this is chicken shit. This is all chicken shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's chicken shit? He goes, well, you know, obviously people make mistakes. We're a bureaucratic system, but this is like almost on every other week, he's getting picked up, taken in, booked, and then released without charges. All of these are violations of his parole. He should have been sent back 10 different times on the stuff you're showing me, but he also should have been prosecuted on half of these things. And they just dropped the charge. He goes, somebody wanted him out. He was more valuable to people outside than inside. Somebody worked to keep him out on the street.
Like he was an informant?
That's what I said. You mean like an informant? He goes, well, people confuse what an informant is. An informant doesn't just provide information. Sometimes, and there's a history of it, they can provoke other criminals to commit crimes. They can conspire with them and then walk away. And then the police know what's going to happen right before it happens. They can be much more proactive. So he said, he goes, you got to find out who he was working for. I go, how am I going to find out? He goes, I don't know, you're the journalist. And I go, well, who do you think it was? He goes, well, I'd start with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, then go to the LAPD. He goes, they're not going to tell you, but that's who you should look at. And I go, is that it? He goes, no, DEA, FBI. He didn't say the CIA. But he said it could have been any number of agencies who he was either sharing.
If you hit stop real quick. But that was happening before he came to LA. So it wasn't just an LA thing. It had to have been something on the federal side.
Definitely.
So it's like, yeah, you can talk to LAPD all they want, but it sounds like it's on the Fed side. It doesn't sound like it's on the... So somebody high up wanted him to still be out there.
That's what it sounds like. They kept letting him go.
But he was getting picked up for stupid stuff. So it's kind of like, were they using him as... And Scorpio said they were using him as a scapegoat. I think in some instances they did use him as a scapegoat. Like, or they were using him for like, well, this guy got caught and he's doing 10 years for stealing mail. If you do the same thing, then you're going to get caught. It's almost like they were using him as like a political win. Like, this guy's a bad guy and we got him off the streets. And then all of a sudden they just kind of quietly put him back on the streets. You know what I mean?
And then pick him up again and then release him again and pick him up again and release him again. That's
if you flee the FBI, then we're going to come and get you. It almost like that they were using him as to announce to the world that if you're this guy, then we're coming after you.
Yeah.
And they wanted it to keep going, but there's no way this is an anomaly, like just a couple mistakes. He goes, this is a pattern. There's no way we would have missed this.
Whoa.
And what was important about him was he was in law enforcement, from the prosecution side, and then as a judge during that same period. So, a lot of times if I show it to somebody now, they'd say, well, of course he should have been picked up. We have computers, but he didn't. So he was important because he knew exactly.
They didn't have computers back then, did they?
I
don't think so. Maybe punch cards or
even
something.
Roger Smith's relationship with Manson, his parole officer for the first year, while he became Charlie Manson. He came out of prison. He was panhandling, playing guitar in the Bay Area, gets hooked up with Roger, and within a couple months has this following of women. The first 6 months, I think he had anywhere from 4 or 5 to 10 women that were following him all over the Bay Area, going to the clinic. He would leave the women with the doctors to get tested, for VD, and some of them were pregnant, get pregnancy attention. And he'd go in and meet with Roger for his parole hearings. And everybody, they described it to me. I'm not the
When did he
reporter. They said the women would fight.
What's that, Jim?
I think he froze.
Who, me or Jim? Oh.
No, Jim.
Follow Manson. They never stood beside him. They always had to be behind him. They wouldn't spoke unless he spoke to them first. They would pick things up for him. They were like slaves. How did he become this guru in a few months? How did he develop the skill to all of a sudden have these people do whatever he said? And then within 2 years, do whatever he said, including go kill some strangers in a house that you've never been to before, except for text.
Right.
And do it, with as much, brutality as
His mom, go ahead and stop it real quick. His mom was a hooker, because he talks about that he didn't know his dad. His dad was gone like early, and his mom would basically, hook herself out for money. So he learned at a very young age that life because his mom was doing it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I get how that would screw him up and make him kind of a problem child, petty criminal, always at odds with the law. But once again, to take that leap to what he wound up doing is, as Jim said, sus.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds to me if they picked him up all the time, brought him into the precinct or whatever, and then released him, I'm wondering what they were doing to him when they had him.
Yeah. Or you could be a petty crime, an idiot, a moron, a druggie, and then all of a sudden you play 3D chess at the same time. What? No. He wasn't that smart. Sorry. He might have been connected with the right people that got him out of sticky situations, but how is he have 3D chess and he's an idiot, a pimp, a druggie at the same time?
Yeah, you can't have it both ways. I got you.
You can't have it both ways. Sorry. Either people are with it or they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Be remorseful about it. So that's the kind of thing that, the book shows what was basically withheld from the public. And that's what Bugliosi did. He wrote the best-selling true crime book of all time. And
Helter
Skelter. Yeah. That to this day, you can probably go into any bookstore.
Yeah. Even if you Google Charles Manson documentary or book, there's also a documentary called Helter Skelter.
Well, no, there's 2 scripted movies.
Oh, okay. So movie.
The first one that was made in 70, the book came out in 74, I think. And then the first TV movie, it was a 2-night movie, which they didn't do back then. It was like a big event, I think was 76. And at that point, it was the highest rated TV movie in the history of television. It took 1 and 2 spot. I think number one was the second part and number 2 was the first. Then he remade it in the early 2000s he updated. I mean, it was the exact same story, but it was new actors. You know,
Bugliosi's narrative.
Bugliosi's narrative again, yeah. And then
Bugliosi, if you want to pause it real quick,
with our
Bugliosi becomes he's the prosecutor that prosecuted the entire Manson family.
Oh.
Then he turned around and wrote Helter Skelter and made millions of dollars telling the story. And you know the old saying that the winners write the story.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this stuff is in Bugliosi's purview. So it was beneficial for him to have a boogeyman. So that's why a lot of this stuff, where I understand that the times and what's going on, Elemental, the times and drugs and all that stuff is all lining up, and I completely understand. But Bugliosi had a lot to gain, and he made millions and millions of dollars because of that.
Wow.
So yeah, go ahead and hit. Only got a little bit left.
My confrontation with Vince in his kitchen, where he's threatening me and trying to stop the book, and
Bugliosi is threatening him because he's trying to cash in on his cash cow.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Beneficial to him that his version of history is the accepted version of history.
Exactly.
Else's.
I think there's a lot of scientists that do that too, right? Where it's important to them.
I would agree.
So things are starting to kind of develop, and we're putting Manson from San Francisco meeting the doctor. You know, the doctor's treating his girls for VD, but that same doctor is the one that's also pushing LSD that's laced with stuff, which potentially could be MK Ultra. Nobody actually knows, because you can only go based off of what their actions are, how crazy these people were acting.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep. From a high level, looking at this and being sort of a Manson noob, it sounds extremely fishy, and I'm willing to believe there was some sort of government involvement in all this.
Now, do you think, and as of right now, Manson's not a good dude.
No.
He's a petty thief. He's a pimp. He does anything he can to get money because that's all he knows. His mom was a prostitute. He had no dad. He's basically fighting for every little scrap that he got, and he chose not to do it the legal way. He chose to do it the illegal way. So he's in and out of jail. Somehow he gets stealing mail, and then all of a sudden, a couple years later, he's out. And then he flees and breaks parole, and then he's out a year later. So he's in and out of jail. And then we have a video now that you're going to pull up that has Danny Trejo, the actor, who did some time as a young man, cleaned himself up, became a pretty successful actor in his own right, and does a lot for the Valley in LA. You know, is a business owner. He employs people from the Valley, so he turned his life around. But Danny Trejo is basically telling a story of how he met Charles Manson in prison. You're not sharing it.
Okay, give me a minute.
Okay. Here we go. Yeah. There it is.
So you met Charles Manson in prison, didn't you? What was that story? Can you tell us that?
County jail. In the county jail. But let me tell you, Charlie wasn't the guy that you saw on the TV specials. All right. He was he was like 5'4", 5'5", little scrawny. He was poor, kind of like a bum, really. He had a string for a belt. He tied his pants with a string because he couldn't afford a belt. You know, and everybody else, we dressed, you know, cool, ironed our pants, and so some of the prisoners were going to take advantage of him because they take advantage of anybody that's small. And we found out that he could hypnotize you, so we let him sleep in front of our cell to make sure that nobody would hurt him, and he got us loaded on weed, and 3 of the guys in the cell. Everybody else had like 6 guys in their cell. We only had 3 because we were special. I had 2 killers with me, and then he got us loaded on weed, and I said, "Well, get us loaded on heroin." So the 3 of us tried to get loaded. He got 2 of us loaded on heroin. One guy just woke up, and afterwards I asked him, how come you couldn't do him? And he asked, "Did you ever get loaded on heroin?" He goes, "No." Well, your mind doesn't know how to work. You understand? Your mind doesn't know how to react. So if I tell you to do something while you're hypnotized and you haven't done it before, or you don't know how to do it, you'll just wake up. And that's what kept happening.
Yeah, so you're saying that he got you guys loaded up on heroin or weed, but there was no heroin or weed in the room, right? He was doing this purely through hypnosis.
People know when I get loaded on heroin, my eyes, I get red under my eyes. And it's like literally
I got so many questions. Ilio. All right, so I'm taking over the street by myself. I don't know what the heck's going on right now.
Ronnie Cruz, he was like, "Well, what happened? He never got loaded." And boy, I was sorry when they transferred Charlie out.
You've basically got unlimited access to anything that you want because he can just keep on hypnotizing you back into it. What was he in for? Do you know why he was there?
Yeah, I have no idea. He was nothing of any, because he was a petty thief. He wasn't. You know what? And not to speak ill of the dead, but Charlie couldn't have done that any place, any time, but right there. And my friend George Perry knew him in Frisco, knew him in Oakland. Okay, and he was a scrawny little hippie, and the girls that he got, Linda Kasabian, all of them were broken. All of them. They were up in Oakland and San Francisco being ripped off by the pimps and raped by the pimps. And so he came around with a big bus and some acid and said, "Let me lead you." So it was kind of like they looked at him like, yeah, he's the Messiah,
They were already vulnerable. They were already primed for somebody like him to come in and save them.
They were so broken, and so needed somebody to take care of them.
In the same way that you could have done with a bit of extra heroin or weed in prison.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so hold on real quick. Let me close this. Let me make sure I got this straight. He said that Charles Manson could hypnotize you into thinking you were smacked up, or
I don't believe that at all.
That's the second time we've heard that he's hypnotizes people.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a fallacy.
If you had that power to hypnotize people, I would imagine you probably wouldn't be a bum playing guitar.
And you wouldn't be in and out of jail for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'd be hypnotizing people to give me money or something.
Exactly.
Go to the bank. Ooh, give me money.
Yeah. I think I think this is the beginning of them creating a boogeyman. You know what I mean?
I wonder why Danny Trejo would do that. I don't know. Maybe he just thought it's a good story.
Yeah, I mean, people like to jump on narratives and stories, and I met that guy one time. Remember? You know what I mean? Like
hypnotized me to be high.
That dude was a weirdo. Yeah, because he was like, "Well, I get red underneath my eyes," and it's like, "How did you get heroin in prison, huh?" And then he was like, "You hypnotized me," and I'm like, "What?"
And he said if you hadn't done heroin previously, he wouldn't be able to hypnotize you into thinking you were on heroin.
It's odd. A lot of odd stuff's happening right now.
I'll say, Tesco the Elephant, the Black Sorcerer, hypnotize girls,
rogue doctors giving people shit.
Crazy. We haven't even gotten to the murders yet, and it's bizarre.
Now, adding a little modern spin to it, do you think that all of this craziness has not necessarily led up to what LA is now, or over the years has led up to what for people that are in government in LA is to use this fear that's been building since the 60s, since the 50s, to control people.
I don't
Or
think
do you think it's just a product of people?
I think it's a product of people. They had mentioned earlier that there was a mass migration to California to get in on the whole hippie, free love kind of thing. What you wound up there is free love sometimes results in pregnancies and then children who have drugged up hippie parents who don't have morals, and it just kind of cascades down.
And a lot of these people in California that did the whole rally a couple weeks ago are all children of all these psychopaths that were during the 60s.
Mm-hmm. That's what we were talking about a couple weeks ago, not to go off on a tangent, but that it's like nowadays there's lots of kids that are LARPing as hippies.
And I think it's because of their parents. I think their parents filled them full of bullshit.
Yeah. Or grandparents at this point.
And nobody ever talks about, and the next couple clips that we're watching, and I try to keep them short, but a lot of it's so much information. It's hard to keep everything. These next two things are going to be some of the actual girls talking about when they met Manson, what he did to them, or how he made them feel. So if you want to start the one that says former Manson follower relieved of his death.
Got it.
Now this is Squeaky. Okay. Squeaky did murders after Charles Manson was already in fucking prison. And then they're trying to say that Manson basically told her that it's okay, go ahead and murder people.
From prison.
Yeah, from prison, that he had some sort of control over these people. Like, I think a lot of it is just lies. Like they trying to create a boogeyman.
It's a lot of people telling the same lie, though. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense that he could hypnotize people from within prison or whatever.
Yeah.
14 when I first met Charles Manson.
This isn't Squeaky. This is another one, but she kind of tells a little bit of what, how she met Charlie.
Okay.
I was just 14 when I first met Charles Manson. And I had been invited to a party, showed up at the party. They all knew me. They made me feel like royalty. And that was really the beginning. This is how predators can, grab young people. They shower them with love and affection. And then they start manipulating. He was charming. He was charming Charlie. So it was really, he made you feel like you were his favorite, and that he totally loved and adored you. Tex was really, where have you been? And he had newspapers with the Tate-LaBianca, headline, and slapped it and said, I did this. Charlie told me to. And I was just, what? I was just in shock.
Go ahead,
my
pause there
whole
real quick.
world kind of.
That's Tex creating an alibi. Absolutely.
All
Charlie told me to do it.
And Tex was one of the family members, the Manson family.
As far as I'm concerned, he's the main murderer and is still rotting in jail today.
Okay.
He's the main person that killed everybody. Or if he didn't do it himself, he's sort of the point person for all of it.
Gotcha.
But I think it's him basically creating a narrative of, well, Charlie told me to do it. Regardless if Charlie told him to do it or not, he's putting that in these girls' minds that Charlie's the one that told me to do it.
I don't see where that would, well, okay, I guess back then that would make sense.
She's 14 years old during this time.
Yeah.
Came apart. I mean, even if it was helter skelter, it wasn't my knowledge that we were going to start it or perpetrate it. This is something that we were being taught how to defend ourselves, and that it was going to happen, that we were going to run and be safe in the desert and then rise like a phoenix from the ashes. I was relieved, and I felt, a sense of closure, and hopefully, some healing can now take place with the families of the victims. They've been to so many parole hearings and have had to relive this. And, he's gotten so much media attention and, become this icon of evil, really, more in the spotlight than he deserved.
All my feelings are good.
Yeah, which is crazy because very little is ever talked about the victims. It's always about Charlie. Always.
Yeah.
Which is kind of sad.
It's sad, but that's what gets eyeballs on the screen, so to speak. Like they said, they put out that 2-part miniseries in the 70s about him, and it was the #1, TV movie of all time. People eat this shit up. Love it.
Wildly crazy stuff. Okay, so this next clip is Leslie Van Houten. And have you seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
I have not.
Oh, you haven't? Okay. Leslie Van Houten is the one that basically when she figured out that they were going to the house to murder people, I got to go and do a thing. And then she bailed. And she was actually the one that turned them all in. And she's the one that went to LAPD and basically told them about what Charlie was doing. So she was in the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. They have a scene where she's like, "Oh, I forgot my gun," or "I forgot my knife in the car." And then she walks back to the car and just fucking takes off. I don't necessarily know if that particular thing happened, but she was the one that basically backed out and said, "Oh, I got to do a thing. I can't go."
That sounds a lot like what that guy a few clips back was talking about, how informants can sometimes find out about crimes and then back out at the last minute and inform the authorities so they already know what's going to happen.
Which I think she was an informant.
That's what it sounds like.
I don't think Charlie was, but I think she was. Because they knew that he liked young girls. So why not have a young girl in there telling everything?
Yep. All right, I got it up.
Okay.
Yep. So is this okay, never mind.
Yes. The main reason for my running away was because of my amount of participation in dropping acid. And I started when I was about 16. And I could, at the beginning, I could still live going to school and more or less living within the structure of society. But the more I dropped acid, the harder it was to relate to different people other than the other people that were dropping acid. And so slowly, it was like all of the hippies were migrating to areas where they felt comfortable with one another. Could it have been other children? I think at the time it could have been a lot of other children. I've had a lot of different women I've met that have been inside that have told me that they were really glad that they didn't run into Charlie because they too would have been there. It was, I don't feel like I was any different in that way. I think a lot of parents also were concerned with the idea that it could have been their children.
Go ahead, pause.
Oh, I
don't necessarily agree with that because there's other that you know with us watching these videos and commenting on them and everything, that there's other girls that say, well, my parents are really into the hippie movement and they basically just signed off on being part of it. That's not good parenting. I'm sorry.
Well, no, of course not. Oh, sure, hon. You're 15. Go hang out with this weirdo. Yeah, with a bunch of other girls.
So, but nobody ever talks about that. They never talk about the shitty parenting that led to these girls leading on a psychopath. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's Charlie's fault. And again, this is not saying Charlie is the greatest guy ever. He's not. But these parents basically just handed their children to a psychopath, and then all of a sudden the psychopath does psychopath things.
Yep.
It's the weirdest shit.
It's like getting mad at a dog for barking.
Exactly.
It's like, of course, that's what they do. Charlie Manson, psychopath, does psychopathic things. Shocker.
Yeah.
LSD. I had been traveling around with a couple other people I had met up in San Francisco. I had had a breakup with my first boyfriend, and when you're young and very much in love, the breakup can be really difficult. So I was trying to make it on my own in San Francisco, and I wasn't able to. So a couple people came by and said, well, come with us. And it was kind of a live for today and, you know, we'll deal with tomorrow when it gets here situation. So I went ahead and went with them. And from there, I ended up going to Spawn's Ranch. And then we left for a little while, and then I went back because I was having trouble with the guy I was with then. Not every day, but at least a couple times a week.
And go ahead and pause it one more time.
And see, the thing is,
and that's the thing, is they call it a cult, and you can call it a cult on whatever label that you want to add to it, okay? But the girls were able to leave whenever they wanted to. She left and then came back.
That's a good point. I guess.
So, yes, it's a cult. Yes, it's this, that, and the other thing. But like, she was able to just be like, "Bye, Charlie. I'm gonna go and do my thing," and then she came back. She had free will to come back. That didn't have anything to do with the acid or MK Ultra. She came back because she felt more of a family than what she had in her life.
Right. Or the free drugs, maybe.
Or
That's
the free
another
drugs. It's very possible that she was hooked on drugs.
But to your point earlier, it is said that she had nobody in her life that she trusted that could sit her down and go, look, you might not want to go back there. It's not a good scene going on.
Yeah, it's not a good vibe.
But I think back then maybe this was more normalized in the late 60s, like communal housing with lots of drugs and stuff. I guess maybe in Haight-Ashbury, San Francisco area, when it was the hippie era, maybe it was seen as somewhat normal within that community.
Maybe. I don't know that, but yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
When you drop acid at first, it's a 9-hour experience. And then at first you can go and you can go back to work on Monday or whatever. But the more you take it, the more you become lost in what why you're on acid is real, and unless you're able to relate to others. So the more I became isolated from people with contrary viewpoints, the more I became totally immersed, in the acid reality. And it's a fairy tale world. When I first met him, he was kind of upset that I was there because I had been with a friend of his, and he was frightened that my being or staying at the ranch would come between him and this other fellow. But on the whole, he was a very dominant person. Sometimes he was nice and sometimes he wasn't. More than anything else, though, he was the only one that any of us ever felt knew that he knew what he was doing. And when we would take the acid, we would take it with a lot of us together, and then he would speak to us and move with his gestures, and more or less, he never told us, that was one of his things. He always made sure to never tell us anything. He would suggest things, but it was understood if you didn't go with the suggestion, you wouldn't be, in his good graces. But what?
He's like part bum, part mob boss, part pimp.
Yeah,
a mixture. But I would imagine these girls had no life experience whatsoever. Whereas at this point, it sounds like Charlie Manson had lots of life experience. So
criminal life experience. He was out there hustling.
Mm-hmm.
The dude's a hustler.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
It would make sense that maybe young, disillusioned girls would be attracted to somebody like that.
Because most of these girls didn't have any kind of father.
Mm-hmm.
So you got Charlie in there, who's ultra sexual. He's very masculine. He's tiny. He's a tiny fella,
mm-hmm.
but he's sort of like a pseudo father figure for these people.
Yep.
And then on drugs, he took advantage of the fact that he was that to them.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, this is not a nice guy. I just think that he's the boogeyman to a lot of people. And I think he was less than, I don't think he was that. I think he was just a criminal weirdo.
It almost seems like he started to understand how much power he had over these young girls, and he just took it one step further, then one step further. I wonder if I can get them to do this. I wonder if I can get them to do this. And then it just wound up escalating to the point where it wound up.
Well, a lot of I guess so. I admired him, and I really became dependent on him and his moods of the day. And some of the girls would suggest to other people that he was Jesus Christ. And then what he would do is he'd go on a big thing about how he didn't want anyone to call him Jesus Christ because, they crucified him. So in a way, I think that he would have, feed it to certain people who would give it to others and then deny it, Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got you.
Well, Charlie was always very careful that no one could put definite things on him, that he always protected himself in different ways. I think that at one point I really believed he was Jesus Christ.
A little short for Jesus, but okay.
Yes,
Manlet Christ.
No. We went to bed together
I think that's
a couple times,
talking.
but
Yeah.
I didn't consider him a lover. Oh, that's all right. I forgot what I was going to say. Well, I feel like I was a pawn in whatever his scheme was. I'm glad that I will never again have to see him. And I try not to hold a lot of hatred for him, because to me, if you hate someone, that's also having a lot of emotions. And I'm trying to put it into myself that was just a part of my life that's gone. And I'm trying to keep, to be able to live from that point on without letting him even more or less have an influence on me in my hatred for him.
Must be difficult for men to get to know her well. She'll ask the boyfriend, what are you like? What did you do when you were young? And he'll say, I played football or whatever. How about you, hon? She's like, well, I was part of the Manson family.
Got banged by Charlie multiple times.
Right.
Oh, I believe that he won't ever be out. And from what I understand, he's comfortable there. And I think that's what should happen. Yes? No. Yes, I remember it. But, I was just going to tell you that I'm not able to speak of it right now. Yes.
Shame you can't hear the question.
I think she's wearing an earpiece.
At that time, we had been isolated for so long from other people. The people at the Spahns Ranch didn't leave unless certain people were chosen to go downtown for the day to get food or whatever. It became a condensed amount of group programming and thinking. And
go ahead and stop it for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if she was MK'd Ultra, he had put something in the LSD, she wouldn't be able to remember any of this shit at all. So I understand that the MK Ultra's out there. I get it. but she wouldn't be able to bring up any of this stuff and remember this stuff if that shit was in the LSD.
So are you not buying into the narrative that the prison files were hidden, and those medical files that the first clip we watched, they're saying they took out all the S's to make sure that other guy, Shaver's files were missing? You don't?
No, I believe that there's MK Ultra.
Okay.
I mean, it's no, every time that there is a mass shooting in the United States, the Democratic Party already have a legislation on the thing the next day. Every time. Not sometimes, every time. And I think that there is a portion of these psychotic people that are out in the world that are being experimented on, and they're not all there.
Yep. And also another point to that is there are some mass shootings that they kind of fall off the face of the earth in terms of being in the public eye, like the guy who shot up all these people in Vegas.
Yeah.
After a few months, you didn't really. I still don't know.
Because they don't release the stuff. Because there's probably a connection to the government. That's why. So I think there is that out there, but as far as Manson, MK Ultra, the murders, I don't necessarily believe all of that when it comes to this, even though I do think it's out there. You know what I mean? Because how can somebody, even Charlie, how can he be handsome and debonair and he says all the right things, and you know he's playing 4D chess when he's all fucked up? How is that? You can't have both at the same time. You're either fucked up or you're manipulating people.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I mean? Like,
I would agree. Yeah, he doesn't strike me as being, well, I don't know. I guess he must have had a lot of charisma. It doesn't strike me as such from what I've heard about him so far. He's just a little scrawny criminal.
At the time, it was supposed to help people. And the crimes, it was supposed to start a revolution that would clean the souls of everyone. And see, what Charlie would do is he would speak about people's souls and not their persons. And because we weren't tuned in enough, we couldn't see what he was talking about, so we would just have to take his word for it. And that's what he said, that next summer there would be this big revolution and that the chosen people would live in a hole in the middle of the desert. And then after the crimes, we went out and looked for the hole. Well, I had been taught then that there was no such thing as death. And it's hard for me to speak of it now because I'm back to my normal way of thinking. And now I can't conceive of it, but back then, it wasn't supposed to mean anything. Death wasn't to mean anything. Yes, I have a lot of remorse. It's something that I know I'll be living with the rest of my life.
So did she wind up in jail, Derek?
I believe so. I'd have to look and find out. I'm pretty sure that she's in jail right now doing an interview.
Okay.
But I don't think that.
And I'm very sorry.
I don't think it was a long-term stay.
Gotcha.
Well, right now, I hope that if or when I do get out, that I can become more involved in some kind of a career, because I really, I feel like right now I wouldn't want to have a child because I wouldn't want to subject them to my past. I don't think it would be fair, and I don't think there would be any way for the child not to be bruised by it. Well, when I first got there, I was on death row. And the only people we could write at that point in time was our immediate families, each of us. And for about 2 years, we could only write immediate family and people that, like, I had known prior. So those were my old high school friends. And they all started talking with me and trying to help me start seeing things the way they properly are. And after the death penalty was abolished, I was I stayed in that unit for another, well, I ended up doing about 4.5 years in isolation with my co-defendants. And I had a good psychiatrist that came back and spoke to me just about every day. And like I say, my family and my friends were really good about helping me to reorganize myself. And then the institution let some classes start coming in, and I remember my first class was a women's lib class, and that helped me to start thinking, because prior to that it had always been this male, king kind of thing. And after we talked for a while, I really started to be able to understand that I could be my own person.
Go ahead and pause it real quick. So she's trying to get away from the indoctrination of Charlie Manson, but yes, she's going into women's lib so that they're going to indoctrinate her into liberalism.
Yeah.
That makes a whole lot of fucking sense.
I guess so. And to answer my earlier question, she was convicted of murder and found guilty. She was sentenced to death. The California Supreme Court overturned the death penalty, so they commuted her sentence to life in prison, where she wound up serving 53 years in jail, and she just got pardoned 2 years ago.
Ooh, a lot of years.
53, Jesus.
That was the biggest struggle, that I could think independently, because living at the ranch, we were taught never to think independently. It always had to be what others would think, or not to question something. And when I realized that I could, it was like a whole new world was opened up. And so then I began to get into college, and I have done some writing. And after that, I moved on to the main population, and I was editor of the paper there. But no, I don't write poetry. My poetry is terrible. I write short stories, and I wrote a novella about the county jail. Yes, it was. We had romance, and we still write, but the idea of being married right now, I don't know. I think that the proper thing to do would be to see, do we enjoy each other as much in person as we did in letters? Oh, we met, but meeting someone and being around them all the time are two different things, I think. He works in his own publishing company now. He publishes prisoners' works.
See, for every girl, there's a simp for him. Doesn't matter if they're in prison, on the internet. Doesn't matter. She does have nice teeth. That's the one thing I noticed about her. Long-ass question.
I think that that's the image I was trying to portray to him. After the trial started, Charlie suggested that we meaning the three women, try to carry the load of the case so that he could be released, so that he could further carry on his works to save the world. And which I would like to tell you right now, I see it completely different right now. But to me, at that point, to act strong or something meant to act like a real toughie. And I think that I went out of my way to try to show Dr. Hawk.
No, Scorpio. I think she was wearing an earpiece or something, so she was being fed the questions, and you couldn't hear it. There's a second part of that. We're not going to listen to the second part. I just kind of wanted to get her take of how she met Charlie, what she felt like when he was in his presence of Charlie.
Her early life, I just did a little digging. It was ran away with a boyfriend, wound up pregnant, and her mother told her to abort it and bury it in the yard.
Again, great parenting.
Yeah.
Again, it's never brought at the forefront. It's always Charlie. How about the shitty parenting? And then when she's trying to get away from Charlie's hold on her, let's bring a feminist in there and let's talk about feminism.
Well, I mean, she did her experiences with males were very negative, so I can get why maybe she was a little turned off on men. Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one is what now we're going to start getting into it. We've heard from some of the girls. Go ahead and go into the private chat, Julio, and there's a link in there. And this is basically Charlie's introduction or how he started getting into the music business in LA. Because he brought the girls from San Francisco. They started going to the Spawn Ranch by giving the head of the Spawn Ranch or the manager of Spawn Ranch. He was providing hookers for her. The girls were sleeping with Spawn, and that's how they were able to manipulate their way to stay there. They would care for the animals that were at Spawn Ranch. They started doing horseback riding at Spawn Ranch to make money, to earn money, and they just kept feeding the caretaker of Spawn Ranch, George, just kept feeding them hookers, girls. You want Squeaky today? Okay, here you go. You want the red girl? Okay, go over here. And that's and he would basically just shut up and take it.
Mm-hmm.
And Charlie and the girls basically took over, and Tex took over, and they in this whole thing again. Did they use voodoo tricks to this guy? No, he basically provided hookers to this guy. It's all about money. It's all about the booty, apparently.
It's all about the booty. That's right. I mean, the dude shows up to work every day and gets a different girl, and that sounds all right.
Yeah. And then Spawn Ranch was already had a name for itself before the Manson family showed up. The show Bonanza was shot at Spawn Ranch.
Really?
Yeah. And there was a bunch of other westerns and shows that were shot at Spawn Ranch. Spawn Ranch was a known movie studio before Charlie Manson and the girls showed up. And I think it might have been one of those things where like the business started to falter and people weren't using Spawn Ranch as much anymore. And I think, again, it's the manipulation of Charlie Manson. The guy was a hustler. The guy was a manipulator. I can't say that he was a master manipulator. And if he promised girls, he delivered girls. If he promised money, he delivered money. So like he was a hustler and he was a pimp and he was all those things. But again, MK Ultra, if he was having mind control shit, I don't think he would have been able to think properly to be able to hustle people. I think he'd been too blown out. He wouldn't be able to fucking know what his name was. You know what I mean?
It's a good point. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that he didn't do acid. I'm saying that how can you be blown out because of MK Ultra and the drugs and also be the master manipulator at the same time? I don't see it. I've been with people that done drugs. They're not going to be on drugs and then be like, the square root of this is this and that. No, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. So, okay. So yeah. So this is, that link is Manson in the music scene. This is how his mind started going because he met, Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. He started hanging out with musicians and actors. He was part of the scene. People knew who he was. They didn't want to say that they knew who he was because when you ask about actors that were around and musicians from back then, they don't want to talk about him.
No.
Or they'll be like, oh, I don't remember him. Bullshit.
Yep.
He was in that world, regardless if they want to say that he was in there or not. And I think it's because he was providing drugs to them.
And girls probably too.
And girls, yeah.
All right, I got it pulled up.
Okay.
On the morning of August 9th, 1969, Winifred Chapman would discover a shocking crime scene. The details of the case would become one of the most infamous stories of murder in the annals of American crime. In the Los Angeles home of actress Sharon Tate and film director Roman Polanski, 5 people had been murdered. The murders were said to have been carried out by followers of Charles Manson and on his orders. Prosecutors say Manson, an ex-convict who'd spent the majority of his life in various institutions and correctional facilities, planned and directed these crimes in an attempt to start helter-skelter, an apocalyptic race war that Manson believed was described in the Book of Revelation and preached by the Beatles in their music. It's claimed that the Polanski house was chosen as retribution, at least in part, due to Manson's rejection as an artist by the West Coast music industry. Lead prosecutor Vincent Wojciech described Manson as a would-be pop singer of small talent living in the desert. Much has been written about the Manson murders. There are countless books, documentaries, and articles that present the details of these crimes.
This dude needs to up his energy a little bit.
Given motive,
Yeah, he's got the
offer
smoky voice.
alternative motives, and evaluate the subsequent prosecution in much detail. Tonight, we'll take a look at the music industry aspect of the Manson family milieu. So join me as we talk Beach Boys, record deals, music moguls, and murder on this episode of The Summer of Sam. Our story begins in the federal prison system. In August of 1936, Alvin Karpis, the Depression-era gangster called the brains of the mob Barker Gang, began serving a lifetime federal prison sentence at Alcatraz for kidnapping and murder. In April of 1962, with Alcatraz being closed, Karpis is transferred to McNeil Island Penitentiary in Washington State. Here, Karpis would meet a young inmate named Charles Manson. It's from Alvin Karpis that Manson learns to play guitar. In his autobiography, Karpis writes this of Charles Manson. The kid approaches me to request music lessons. He wants to learn guitar and become a music star. Little Charlie is so lazy and shiftless, I doubt he'll put in the time required to learn.
Lazy and shiftless.
The youngster's been in institutions all his life. First orphanages, then reformatories, and finally federal prison. His mother, a prostitute, was never around to look after him. I decide it's time someone did something for him, and to my surprise, he learns quickly. He has a pleasant voice and a pleasing personality, although he's unusually meek and mild for a convict. He never has a harsh word to say and is never involved in even an argument. Charlie would make another acquaintance in McNeil Island that would offer to help him pursue his musical ambitions. Phil Kaufman was serving time for marijuana smuggling. Kaufman would go on to become a major record producer, working with the likes of the Rolling Stones, Graham Parsons, Frank Zappa, Etta James, Joe Cocker, and more. Kaufman thought Charlie had enough talent to get a recording contract. At Manson's release from prison, Kaufman gave him the name of a friend in the film industry, Gary Stromberg of Universal Studios. He advised Manson to take a little time to get acclimated to the outside world and contact Stromberg when he was ready to pursue music. Stromberg was impressed enough with Charlie that he arranged a 3-hour studio session at UNI for him. He also used Manson as a consultant on a potential film project. The film would depict the return of Jesus as a black man in the South. The movie was never made. Stromberg said Universal hated it. In the short time Manson was out of prison, he made several contacts within the music industry. Chief among these was drummer Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys. Soon after meeting Dennis, Charlie and several of the girls lived with Dennis in his Pacific Palisades house for several months. Their endless summer began like this. In 1968, Dennis Wilson picked up 2 hitchhikers on the Pacific Coast Highway in California and gave them a ride home. A couple weeks later, he again picked up these same 2 hitchhikers and brought them to his house. The hitchhikers were 2 young women, Patricia Krenwinkel and Ella Jo Bailey. Not long after this, many of the family members moved into the Wilson house. Dennis and Charlie seemed to have a
Wow.
develop a pretty close relationship. And you can see this in some interviews that Dennis Wilson had done in 68 and 69. And the first one that I want to talk about is with the Record Mirror for the week ending December 21st, 1968. That's when the tabloid was released. But the interviewer is talking to him about music, their new albums, kind of where he's at. The Beach Boys had, like, other bands at the time, had been looking for gurus and these sort of things. But Dennis tells the interviewer that he lives with 17 girls. So I just want to focus in on the part of the article where he talks about that. And so Dennis says, I still believe in meditation, and I'm not experimenting with tribal living. I live in the woods in California near Death Valley with 17 girls. They're space ladies, and they'd make a great group. I'm thinking of launching them as the family gyms. So living in the woods in California near Death Valley sounds an awful lot like Spawn's movie ranch, and that'll come up in the next interview that we talk about. But back to the interview. The interviewer asked Dennis, how did you come to meet up with no less than 17 girls? Dennis replies, it happened strangely. I went up into the mountains with my houseboy to take an LSD trip. We met two girls hitchhiking. One of them was pregnant. We gave them a lift, and a purse was left in the car. About a month later near Malibu, I saw the pregnant girl again. Only this time she'd had her baby. I was overjoyed for her, and it was through her that I met the other girls. I told them about our involvement with the Maharishi, and they told me they too had a guru, a guy named Charlie who'd recently come out of jail after 12 years. Dennis goes on to describe Charlie this way. He says his mother, Charlie's mother, was a hooker. His father was a gangster. He drifted into crime, but when I met him, I found he had great musical ideas. We're writing together now. He's dumb in some ways, but I accept his approach and have learned from him.
He's dumb.
And he goes on to describe the dance.
He's retarded. And
the reporter asks, are you supporting all these people? And Dennis replies, no. If anything, they're supporting me. I had all the rich status symbols, Rolls Royce, Ferrari, home after home. Then I woke up, gave away 50% to 60% of my money. Now I live in one small room with one candle, and I'm happy finding myself. So the next couple of quotes come from an article in Rave magazine from May of 1969. So now we're only a couple of months.
That's a good headline for a story, that one right there. I'd read that.
Yeah, I live with 17 girls.
Like, okay.
Ask him this question. He says, you live your life in an apparently fearless manner. But is there anything?
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
Fear is nothing but awareness. I was only frightened as a child because I did not understand fear.
Okay, so he thinks that Charlie Manson is slightly retarded, but he has talent. He's got some talent. I guarantee you that he was getting ass from Charlie Manson. He's providing girls to him.
Well, my question here, though, is he said the way he met them is he picked two girls up hitchhiking. So it seems like Charlie came later.
Yeah,
I guess. That
was two of the girls he picked up hitchhiking were Manson girls.
See, it seems to me the girls might have gone back to Charlie and go, hey, we got picked up by Dennis Wilson from the Beach Boys. And Charlie was like, well, get your ass back out there and hitchhike on the same road again.
Yeah.
Get picked up by him again so we can get in.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, he's an opportunist. He's going to take every advantage that's given to him. Charlie Manson didn't seek Dennis Wilson. He seeked providing something for him so that he could get what he wanted.
Yep.
Like, if this, I'm sorry.
Excuse me. What a life this guy lived, Charles Manson. Yeah. It's insane. They said he was a consultant for a movie, hanging out with the Beach Boys. It's just crazy.
Again, I don't think he can be stunning and charming, all fucked up.
Maybe he wasn't all that fucked. I mean, he was kind of a nutter, but maybe he wasn't all drugged out like you said. Maybe he didn't.
So when everybody says MK Ultra with Charles Manson, I think it doesn't necessarily apply.
Yeah.
I think it does apply in some other cases. I'm talking about strictly Manson. I don't think it was MK Ultra. I think Charles Manson just snapped because he thought he was lied to by the music people, because he thought he had talent and he thought he was putting himself in a good position to be able to make music and be popular as a musician, so that he didn't have to pimp out girls, because that's how he's making his money, is pimping girls out. So it was a way out for him, and then all of a sudden it was like, nah, we take it back.
It could be a situation where he got into a "I'll show them" kind of mindset.
Yeah.
Like, I helped on a movie and it got turned down, and I was going to be a musician and then I got dropped. So screw it. They'll know my name. I'll show them,
I don't think that's MK Ultra talking. I think that's a psychopath that's a criminal his whole life.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show them.
Yep.
Some people show them by their actions as far as their talent. Some people get mad and lash out. And I think Charles Manson lashed out.
Mm-hmm.
Dark being lost, what was under the bed. It came from within. Sometimes the wizard frightens me. Charlie Manson, who is another friend of mine, who says he is God and the devil. He sings, plays, and writes poetry, and may be another artist for Brother Records. Lastly, let's look at a couple excerpts from a Lon Goddard article in the Record Mirror on the 5th of July of 1969. And I'll go ahead and read just a couple of paragraphs of this to you. The article in the second paragraph of the article begins. It was reported in Rave magazine that Dennis lived in a house with 17 women somewhere.
Go ahead
in
and pause
Angeles.
that. Well, I've actually been there. I have a picture I can pull up about it.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Let me share it real quick.
Okay.
We'll go back to it. Okay, so there was Spawn Ranch. There was a fire in the 70s that basically killed it. And the people that owned the property pushed all the stuff on the backside of the property and just said, fuck it.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually a church took over that property, and that's who manages it and owns it now. Mm. So this is remnants of the Spawn Ranch. This is the bridge that there's a couple that was allegedly flew off the side of this bridge and landed like in here in the gully. I think I have a video that's regarding it. Yeah, they landed in here in between the bridge. Ooh. Barbed wire. Okay, this is Spawn. This is where Spawn Ranch basically was. I'm across the street. The bushes to the right here, there's three big boulders that are to the right that you don't see in this picture. That's where the caretaker's house was over here on this edge right here.
And it just got, they just demolished it?
Basically they said, fuck it. And they pushed all that stuff like to the back. Hmm. And now it's just, you can see some rubble and some remnants of what Spawn Ranch used to be. Of course, there's graffiti. Okay, this right here is the only remnants of Spawn Ranch that's still up. This is how they got This is how they got power to the Spawn Ranch. Like, and you could see where it's charred still, like from where the fire was.
Yeah. And you said a church now owns that land?
Here's another piece where you'd pull in here basically, and then this was like the gate at the beginning, at the front of the Spawn Ranch. Okay, so in one of the videos that's coming up, they're going to talk about Shorty Shea. Shorty Shea was a person that was a part of the Manson family, and he went into business for himself. And Charlie basically said, "I don't like that." And the girls took him out for an evening, and they're driving, and they basically killed him, or they thought they killed him, and they stuffed him inside this hole right here.
Ooh.
Right here, they stuffed him, and he was making so much noise. They grabbed his body and brought him back out, killed him, and then so like right here is where they pulled over. and they dumped his body, killed him, and then he's making so much noise he wasn't technically dead.
Yeah.
And then they pulled him out, killed him again, and then later they had found his body like off to the side over here.
Wow.
Like down because everything is all just like a hill that goes down.
Mhm.
And the girls and Charlie, like not here, but like a little bit further down, would steal cars before the murders happened. They would steal cars, they would gut them, and then they would push the cars over the side. So when you're looking at from the street level and you're looking down, you can see some of the old cars that they basically torched and pulled all the shit out and then just dumped it all along the side.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, and this is some of the girls that were basically making symbols on the trees. There's me underneath that same thing. And this is all in Simi Valley. I lived about 20 minutes from there in Ventura County. And I was like, well, I'm going to go there and check the shit out. And I'm a history guy. I'm a movie guy. I'm a history guy. So this stuff is just like cool.
Yeah.
And this right here was on the cover of Time magazine because they did a cover story about the hippies in the 60s. And this is before they were murdering people and stealing cars.
Oh,
they did it about the hippie scene. And the girls and Tex Watson that were standing right here, or they were leaned over or whatever, and that shot that we saw, that was on the cover of Time magazine. And then that's basically where I just kind of put a picture over top of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is another thing where they were sitting by a tree that the tree to the right here is where they were carving names and stuff. And this is the girls and Tex Watson. And then I just put like a picture of where it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's me acting goofy. But yeah. I thought I had.
There's a nice rainbow.
Yeah. Thought I had another picture to show, but maybe I don't. I'll have to find it. But it's a rock that Charles Manson scribed his name into, and it says Manson. And when the church bought the property, they basically smashed up the rock so that you can't see it. But I took a picture of it before they smashed it up, and it's scribed Manson on the rock and stuff. I thought I had it, but maybe I don't. But anyway, we can go back to the video.
All right, I got it pulled up.
I wanted to give you context that I went there and checked it out for myself. You know,
trip down memory lane.
Yeah.
What was the basis of this commune and what exactly happened in it?
Should Photoshop you in where you were.
For a
yeah,
chat
really.
In the
middle there.
Dennis says the house was in Pacific Palisades.
Gosh, these girls look so young.
With binoculars.
Oh, yeah.
They got the idea that it was an orgy.
12, 13, 14, 15.
We were on to that to start with, but we soon got wise. Too many people, mostly girls, got onto it, and we had to move. Now we have
Tex
an old
Watson.
lot
Go ahead and
owned
post it
by a
real
blind
quick.
man.
Tex Watson was a college football player, and that could have went pro. And I have an interview pulled up about it. Maybe he talks about how he got involved with Charles Manson, but he was a football player at a university. So, like, how do you go from having a bright and sunny future to being a psychopath and you fucking murdered people?
Drugs.
Like, how do you go there? How does that happen? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So anyway.
And who lets us run the place. We try to make it productive by helping anyone we can who looks like they need it. In the beginning, there were just a few girls living there besides myself and the other guys. We'd make love and discuss things while contributing to one purpose, to help others. The girls would go out on the streets and beg money from those who looked like they could afford it, then bring it home. I'd say go out and don't come back until you have $5. So clearly in that excerpt, Dennis is describing Spawn Ranch and George Spahn, the blind man that ran it. So, and that was May of 1969 that came out. So clearly there's a very close relationship with Dennis and Charlie and the girls, and Dennis describing them as a band that they want to sign with Brother Records. In just a minute, we'll look at a clip where Paul Watkins member of the Manson family, describes the musicians in the family going into, as he puts it, some of the finest studios in Los Angeles. Studios, he says, that musicians would give their left arm to record in.
And Charlie seemed quite magical. Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys, for example, became charmed by Charlie and gave him money. There were ladies in Malibu gave him money. Money just came. We'd walk around with several $1,000s in our pockets at any given time. It was hard to tell that we were doing something wrong. We certainly weren't living in poverty and walking around, sleeping in gutters and walking around with rags hanging off of us. We were in and out of the best music studios, regardless of if the producers and people would like to cop to it now. We were in some of the studios that musicians would give their left arm to be in. And Manson was perceived to be, and the group was perceived to be quite talented by a number of industry people here in Los Angeles. There was nothing to indicate that things were really seriously deteriorating right up until the murders happened.
Doing some research on the internet, I found this list of studios with some approximate times that Manson may have recorded. In 1967, he recorded at UNI Records. I believe that was set up by Stromberg. 1968, it recorded at Gold Star Studios. 1969, they did some recording at Sound City Studios. They also recorded at Wilder Brothers Studio. Of course, they recorded in Brian Wilson's home studio. It appears there was also some recordings of them done by Steve Desper out at the ranch. Guitarist Jerry Cole of the Wrecking Crew describes doing session work at the behest of Terry Melcher to chart up 4 Manson songs.
I think one of the most interesting points of time was when we recorded Charlie Manson. Charlie Manson was, at best, very interesting. Terry called me and said, I want you to do I'm going to send you this tape. I want you to chart it up. Give me an introduction, give me an ending on 4 songs. I said, okay, who is it? He said, I don't know. So Charlie Manson had apparently schemed and drugged and whatever he had done to get enough money to cut this session at RCA. I believe Larry Nectar was on it, Hal. I don't know who played piano. Mike Dacey played guitar, and me. So I put the session together, and we went in, and we did slave tape. Now, the deal was that if the arrangements were fine, the music was great, if the vocals were up to the level of the playing, they might have a chance for a record deal. So Manson, he'd look holes through you, man. How's this sound? How's this? Everything was cool. He was just spooky. It was really just spooky. Not sneaky, but spooky. So we finished our stuff. I said, what, anything? I want to overdub here. So I did all the overdubs, got it done. So it was done. Terry finished the vocals as the lyrics were out there. The vocals were under there. He got it done, and Terry said he took it back, and Terry told him, he said, I can't get a deal on this record. Nobody thinks the vocals, the lyrics, nothing is a hit. Well, you told me. He said, no, I told you. You're going to put up the money for the record, and that's the way it was going to be. That was not acceptable to Charlie Manson. Now, which a lot of people do not know, because I got paid union scale to go up and teach Paul Revere and the Raiders all the notes that I played on the records. The Sharon Tate house used to belong to Terry Melcher and Mark Lindsay. And it was a rental home. They had 2 oscillators. Both Terry and Mark had a oscillate. And one of them was up in the lemon tree and fell down because they were declawed. they said, we got to move out of here, someplace else. So they had moved out of there. But I had gone up to that home and taught the Raiders how to play to go out on the road to play. And that hit at Sharon Tate was not for Sharon Tate. That was for Mark Lindsay and Terry Melcher.
Oh.
Immediately after it happened, they got on a private jet and flew to the middle of England. And I got maybe 5-6 phone calls from Terry Melcher saying, what's going on in town, man? What's going on in town?
So it seems many industry insiders had an appreciation of Manson and his talent for music. And here we can listen to Neil Young describe Charlie and the way that Neil perceived him and his talent.
I knew Charlie Manson, so it spooked the hell out of me. He wasn't what you'd call a songwriter. He was like a song spewer. Like he got turned down. He got turned down by record companies. He got turned down by Reprise. And I remember I told Mo Austin, I said, this guy, he's good. It's just a little out of control.
Charlie was much more involved with the Los Angeles music scene and some big names in the music
Go ahead
industry.
and stop it real quick.
Far more than...
You have Neil Young saying that he's got talent. It's all over the place, but he has talent. Neil Young was in that scene. We a couple weeks ago, we watched the video of the guy showing where everybody was living and everything else, and when some of the songs were made, he was in that scene.
Yeah.
So for a lot of these celebrities and musical people saying, "Oh, I don't know, Charlie was a weirdo," this and it's them basically just distancing themselves away from it.
Yeah, I mean, Neil Young pretty much came out and said, well, songs were good, but he was a bit of a wackadoo.
Yeah, he was creepy. He was all over the place. And then, but on Charlie Manson's side, why he didn't take the time to learn from the best musicians that were in that area? Why he automatically make it personal? Well, they don't like my music. It's personal.
Yeah,
you literally have the Doors, the Joni Mitchell,
Crosby, Stills and Nash, the Hollies,
and Young,
Beach Boys,
the Beach Boys. Like you have like titans of the industry in that circle. Why Charlie Manson didn't say, okay, they don't like the way I'm doing things. Maybe I need to get a mentor. Maybe I need to have somebody give me some proper training. You never hear any of that stuff. You just hear Charlie Manson was pissed. He went to a couple studios and that was it.
I think his mindset, his upbringing in his life to this point, it didn't seem like he wanted to put any effort into anything, really. He was just a hustler, which I guess you have to put some effort into that.
But he had the me against everyone else attitude, right?
Sounds like it, which to what you said a few minutes ago that he had
said earlier about, well, I'll show him.
Yeah.
Why didn't he show him with his music and getting better at his craft? You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense.
Yep.
What is presented to us in the official narrative. The last point that I'd like to discuss is the Beach Boys song Never Learn Not to Love, which appeared on their 2020 album and is credited to Dennis Wilson as the writer of the song. This song started out as a Charles Manson composition called Cease to Exist. And so the Beach Boys took it and gave it an arrangement, changed some of the lyrics, and titled the song Never Learn Not to Love You. And here we can see Brian Wilson describing that song and crediting it to his brother Dennis in this clip.
Because 2020 was interesting at the time too. It seemed to go on again, didn't it, from that point? I was thinking particularly of Never Learn Not to Love. And
I love that song. My brother Dennis did that, yeah.
Yes, I love that song.
So I've always thought that the music industry connections played a bigger part.
Charlie Manson was a co-writer on that song, right?
Uh-huh.
And he's basically like, my brother did it.
Previously told.
Waka, waka, waka.
I think in part Manson may have felt that the song Cease to Exist was stolen from him. And in interviews, although he doesn't name any songs, he seems to indicate that other music was stolen from him. So I think he may have felt that he had something owed to him. I'm sure the Beach Boys and Dennis Wilson felt that with all the money and property they'd given Charlie and the members of the family, that they'd been more than duly compensated. But it's always seemed to me that the music industry connections and the things that happened with the recording, the lack of follow-up, in getting Charlie a contract that he might have thought he had earned or deserved. I think these things played a fairly significant part in the murders. Although over 50 years on, and lots of controversy and lots of questions about why indeed these murders actually happened. But if you've enjoyed this episode, I hope you'll like and share the video and subscribe to the channel. There'll be more content to come. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you will come back for the next episode of The Summer of Sam.
Now, the question I have for you as the musician, if say you wrote a song or you're a co-writer of a song, and it blows up, but you're basically pushed out of it, what level of pissed off would you be?
A very, very high level of pissed off. If somebody stole something I wrote and just altered it a little bit and then it became huge, yeah, I'd be annoyed.
Physical violence annoyed, or like suing somebody annoyed?
No physical violence. Maybe sue, or maybe just get over it. I don't know.
You would get over a hit song that made millions of dollars?
I'm a pretty laid back guy, Derek. But no, I'd sue somebody. I wouldn't consider physical violence against anybody.
I think you'd be relatively principled. Like you put the sweat equity into the song and you're getting shit on.
Well, if I'm not getting what I'm owed, physical violence isn't going to help that.
Well, I mean, we've already determined that Charlie Manson is a psychopath, so he's going to think of physical violence. Yeah.
The answer to any question surrounding Charles Manson that begins with the word "why" can be answered with because he was batshit crazy. That's what
But
I don't blame him for
you'd be pissed, right?
Sure. I'm with him on this one. I mean, it's pretty much common knowledge that song's a co-write. That they took Charles Manson's song, maybe they changed a couple chords, changed tempo, added some instruments to it, and then released it without crediting him. Which is,
I don't know why you didn't just credit him to shut him up.
I don't know. Do you want Charles Manson as a co-writer on your album?
I mean, if he put the work in, then he put the work in. So give him the credit.
I agree.
If he didn't do shit and just kind of was like standing there, then no.
I'd have just left it off the album.
or yeah, that too.
Not do this.
So aside from the physical craziness of Charles Manson, you would be pissed if there was a song came out, it was a hit, and you got pushed out of the way.
Yes, of course I would be.
So there's one reason why he snapped.
Right. And again, the difference between him and I clearly is I'm not a psychopath.
Yes.
So I would not take it to the level he took it to. Whereas one of the interesting things, that was a good video. The guy's delivery was kind of
smoky,
but
and
the info was good.
Yeah.
The guitar player, I think they were interviewing the guy that was a session player in the black suit and the pinky ring, fancy looking dude. He was saying he thinks the hit was for the Paul Revere and the Raiders guys and not for Sharon Tate.
He said that because they were living in the same spot. And somebody, I don't know if it was Charles Manson. No, I don't think it was Manson, but it was somebody that was saying that they can't believe he did these things at the Cielo Drive address. He had never been there before. He had been there before many times. And it was a party house. So all I see is just a lot of discrediting Charles Manson. Like I said, and this is not taking away from him being batshit crazy. It's a lot of people, it seemed like they distanced themselves maybe after they heard about the murders. Oh, I don't know anything about him. Oh, it's crazy. I don't know.
Yep.
Like, don't put me in the same room as him. And I think a lot of that stuff became lore of people just distancing themselves away from Charlie Manson once that news came out that him and his family did these horrible things. And over the years, the zeitgeist just kind of kept a hold on it and saying, you're trying to basically discredit Charlie Manson. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
I don't think that's just due. If the guy put the work in, then give him at least the fucking credit. To sit there and be like, oh, it's crazy. Even though you're accepting drugs from the guy. Guaranteed he was selling them either girls or drugs.
Over the course of the show today, I went in, we started off with all that conspiracy stuff about the doctor in the Korean War or whatever, and this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, okay, maybe I can buy into this conspiracy, which I normally don't do.
Yeah, me neither.
The more we've watched about it, the more I'm starting to come on the other side, say he's just fucking a psychopath.
Yes. I don't think MK Ultra had anything to do with it.
He's been turned down by the movie industry, turned down by the music industry, and he just had a psychotic break.
Yeah.
He had a lot of young girls under his control. Now that's kind of the bridge I need to go across, is that these girls went and killed somebody. Bit much. Plus the other evidence before, when the guy's saying they kept picking him up on probation and releasing him nonstop, that seems a little odd too.
That seems, yeah.
But it's not surprising that people are fascinated. Like, I'm a noob when it comes to Charlie Manson stuff, but
yeah,
it's not surprising why so many people are still interested.
Do you think it's possible that both things could have been true? That somebody had an ulterior motive with Charlie Manson, but Charlie Manson didn't listen to him?
Yeah.
Do you think both things can be true? I think both things can be true. I think that somebody was trying to use Charlie Manson, but Charlie Manson is a fucking weirdo who's going to do what he's going to do. I don't think he was controllable. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I agree. I know
I think both things can be true. I think that they did have nefarious reasons to maybe MK Ultra Charlie Manson, but with his actions and what he was doing, I don't think either it worked, or if it worked, or he didn't have the MK Ultra shit that was in the drugs. Because if it was, then there'd been other people in that scene killing people and going crazy too.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that could be true, and I think that there's bits and pieces of a little bit of everything that is true, but I don't think he's the boogeyman thus far that people portray him to be. I just think he's a nut.
We discussed his background today, some of his connections that he had, some reactions to some of the girls that were in his harem, so to speak.
Yeah.
But we haven't gotten to the Sharon Tate, like the specific
murders. That's pretty much the next video is Sharon Tate. And how I wanted to do it was the MK Ultra stuff, Charlie Manson as a young man.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was in San Francisco and what happened in San Francisco. Then he went to LA and he got part of the music scene in LA. Like, I wanted to try to at least have some sort of pathway of where he was going and what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I think so far we have, and we haven't even touched it, because a lot of people just go into the Sharon Tate murders because it's clickbait. They could talk about Sharon Tate and the lure of her and Roman Polanski and the lure with him. Like, all that stuff is Hollywood lure, Hollywood history that people talk about all the time. Sure. I wanted to do that stuff, but I wanted to come into it with the perspective of what Charlie Manson was doing, how did he grew up, like when did he become involved, or at least his name was in the music industry. And I think so far we've done that. Mm-hmm. And we have a lot of videos still left, but a lot of them are relatively short.
Okay, so you want to keep
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this next one is going to be Hollywood Golden Girl, Sharon Tate shocking story. Now this is going to get into the weeds of the murder.
All right.
Sharon Tate's death shocked the world and remains one of the most notorious crimes in American history. She was a beautiful and talented young woman who had her whole life ahead of her. Her murder was a senseless act of violence that robbed the world of a promising star. Sharon Tate was an American actress and model whose promising career was tragically cut short at the age of just 26. She was born in Dallas, Texas in 1943 and began her career as a model, appearing in advertisements and fashion shows. During the 1960s, she appeared in advertisements and small television roles before appearing in films as well as working as a model. After receiving positive reviews for her comedic and dramatic acting,
stop it real quick.
Tate was hailed as one.
She was absolutely gorgeous.
Pretty face. Yep.
Wow. And from what just the research and listening to people talk about her, she was from the Midwest. I think she came from a military family. And everybody liked her. From what I understand, she didn't really have anybody that like hated her guts, that had some sort of motive to want to do something to her, because everybody seemed like they liked her. She was a likable person.
Yep. I mean, I don't know much about why they targeted her, if they did, but
yeah,
it could just be wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway,
one of Hollywood's most promising newcomers. She made her film debut in 1961 as an extra in Barabbas with Anthony Quinn. She next appeared in the British mystery horror film Eye of the Devil in 1966. Her first major role was as Jennifer North in the 1967 American drama film Valley of the Dolls, which earned her a Golden Globe Award nomination. That year, she also performed in the comedy horror film The Fearless Vampire Killers, directed by Roman Polanski, whom she married the following year. Tate's last completed film, 12+1, was released posthumously in 1969. On August the 9th, 1969, she was 8.5 months pregnant. In the early hours of the 9th of August, 1969, Tate and 4 others.
She was also in The Wrecking Crew, the movie The Wrecking Crew.
Mm-hmm.
She played the goofy assistant that just kind of showed up at random places. I don't know if you've ever seen The Wrecking Crew.
I haven't.
She was also in that movie. For some reason, he didn't list it.
Others were murdered by members of the Manson family, a cult, in the home she shared with Polanski. Tate was at her rented house in Los Angeles with celebrity hairstylist Jay Sebring, writer Wojciech Frykowski, and his girlfriend Abigail Folger, heiress to the Folgers coffee fortune and daughter of Peter Folger. Roman Polanski, the Rosemary's Baby director, was abroad at the time of the murders, leaving his wife in the care of Frykowski and Folger. Charles Manson was familiar with the house on CeeLo Drive, as its former tenant, music producer Terry Melcher, had previously considered and then decided against giving the cult leader a recording contract. Manson had formed his Manson Family cult earlier in the 1960s. Consisting of around 100 followers, the group lived an unconventional lifestyle using psychoactive drugs like benzodrine and hallucinogens, including LSD. Most of his followers were young women from comfortable backgrounds, attracted by the hippie culture and communal living on offer at the infamous Spahn Ranch in California, and were soon radicalized by Manson. Many of the cult members were convinced he was a manifestation of Jesus Christ on earth and fully believed his preaching that an apocalyptic race war was imminent. In spectacularly un-Christ-like behavior, Manson and the family committed countless crimes, including murders, assaults, theft, and street vandalism. On the 9th of August, Manson ordered his follower, Charles Tex Watson, to go to Tate's property with several other cult members, ordering them to kill everyone present as gruesomely as you can. Watson, Susan Adkins, and Patricia Krenwinkel made the journey to the house along with fellow family member Linda Kasabian. While she was present, she didn't actively take part in the murders. Hey, if you're enjoying this video, make sure you give it a like and subscribe to remember this if you haven't already. Click the bell icon to stay updated on all of our latest content. When the cult members arrived at the house, they shot dead 18-year-old Stephen Parent, who had been visiting his friend William Garrettson, the estate's caretaker. Following the shooting, Watson, Adkins, and Krenwinkel broke into the property, leaving Kasabian to stay outside as a lookout. Inside, they forced their victims to gather in the living room, tying ropes around Tate and Sebring's necks, slinging them over the ceiling beams. Sebring was shot and stabbed multiple times, resulting in his death. Frykowski and Folger managed to flee the house, but were soon chased down and killed by Krenwinkel and Watson.
Go ahead and stop it real quick. The cop standing in front of that house, that's not the Tate house. That's the LaBianca house. So this dude sucks at editing. Anyway.
Inside the house, Tate begged the family members to be allowed to live long enough to give birth to her unborn child, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Adkins and Watson stabbed her 16 times, ending her life. As the murderers left the property, Adkins used Tate's blood to write the word pig on the front door, apparently in response to Manson's request to leave a sign, something witchy. The next night, Manson took Watson, Adkins, Krenwinkel, and Kasabian, as well as other family members, Leslie Van Houten and Stephen Clem Grogan, in search of more people to murder. The murders horrified Hollywood, and the Manson family eluded the police for a little while until they eventually connected their deaths to another horrific murder, the LaBianca murders. The night following Tate and her friend's murders, they targeted supermarket executive Leno LaBianca and his wife, Rosemary LaBianca. After Manson and Watson tied the couple up and robbed them, Manson left the scene with Adkins, Kasabian, and Grogan. Watson, Van Houten, and Krenwinkel stayed put, acting on orders from Manson, stabbing the couple to death. The couple were brutally murdered in a similar way to the Tate murders, and the words "Helter Skelter" were written on the fridge of the house. The two gruesome crimes created a panic in Los Angeles, but investigators initially failed to make the connection between the two murder scenes. Eventually, the Manson family were arrested in October 1969 on an auto theft charge, and eventually the full extent of their murders was uncovered. The violent killings effectively put an end to the carefree nature of the swinging 60s, and their ritualistic nature has been credited as the foundation for the rise of satanic panic. Despite slightly lacking police work, by year's end, all of the killers had been arrested following detainment on unrelated charges. Many of them explained that the motive for the murders was not the identity of the victims, but rather the house at that address, previously occupied by Terry Melcher, believed to have slighted Manson. The trial, which combined the Tate and LaBianca murders, began in June 1970. Linda Kasabian, who
looks
had been
totally
granted
normal there.
immunity, acted as the main prosecution witness. Manson, Adkins, Van Houten, and Krenwinkel were eventually found guilty in January 1971, with Watson tried and convicted later that year. All of the guilty received the death penalty, but the sentence...
It took them 2 years to convict them. Because the murders happened in 69. They didn't get convicted until 71. So one of the girls basically said what happened.
Yeah, well, they mentioned they were just arrested for auto theft, and then it took them a while, I guess, to connect them to the murders. And
like they didn't have like forensic pathology back then,
right?
So it had to have been just on somebody's word,
probably.
So somebody made a deal.
Makes sense to me.
Sentences were commuted to life in prison after California abolished capital punishment in 1972. Up until 2023, all of the jailed cult members' petitions for parole were denied. That was until the 11th of July 2023, when 73-year-old Leslie Van Houten was released after spending 53 years in prison, following 20 failed attempts at parole. Sharon Tate was buried on the 13th of August in the Holy Cross Cemetery, Culver City, California. She held her unborn son in her arms, posthumously named Paul Richard Polanski. Now it's time to hear from you. Do you have any memories of the Manson murders or the life of Sharon Tate, or perhaps a moment in her career that you remember the most? Let us know in the comments below, and if you haven't already done so, click the bell icon to stay updated on all of our latest content.
she was a relatively newcomer. And her movies, like, she was an okay actress.
Mm-hmm.
She was okay.
It's just a pretty face, though.
It's gorgeous. The Wrecking Crew was a fun movie because it had one of the Rat Pack was in it. So she got exposure being in a movie with one of the Rat Pack.
Mm-hmm.
But like, it's like, well, she was only in 3 or 4 movies, so you can't say that like all these stories. It's like, no, she was beginning her career, and one of the movies is Roman Polanski's movie that she married a year after.
Yeah, I mean, the lead I'm sniffing the most is that Paul Revere and the Raiders, the guy Terry Melcher that turned down his audition. Maybe he went, I don't know, like just not knowing that he had already moved out of the house. Maybe Manson went to kill everybody in the house because he was so angry about getting rejected. I don't know.
Because you never hear anything about Terry Melcher saying, you know what, fuck that guy, fuck him. Like you never hear him say like anything bad about like, this guy's a fucking creep. Get him out of here. Fuck him.
After he found out
never
about
hear any of that stuff. You never hear Terry Melcher bashing him in the press where he's just like, this guy's a fucking weirdo. Don't work with him.
Yeah,
you didn't hear any of that stuff.
Well, he did have the sense after he heard about the murders to get the hell out of town and go into seclusion.
Yeah. So yeah, he rejected him in his music, but you didn't hear him bash him. He just said he ain't good enough.
Mm-hmm.
I can't sell this record. And Paul Revere and the Raiders were fucking huge.
Yeah. They were a big deal back in the 60s.
They were a big deal. Yeah. Okay, so the next video is I don't know how much you want to watch this because it's gonna be mostly bullshit. This is Tex Watson, and like I said, he did majority of the killing. And this is 700 Club, so he's professing that he's a Christian now, or back then when he did this.
Yep.
I'm not buying it because the dude's a psychopath. Because for the most part, he did majority of the killing, and Manson just did do that thing. Go over here and do this thing.
I can't believe they had him on the 700 Club. This actually, I'm looking forward to this interview. Like, the guy's a flat out murderer. Why would you have him on your Jesus channel? It doesn't make any sense.
I have no idea. And don't get me wrong, I love me some Jesus, and I do believe that there is redemption. But this dude does
for murder
7 murders.
Yeah,
redemption's gonna be difficult.
Yes, believing in Jesus is not a get out of jail free card for.
Correct.
For life.
So that's why I pulled this because it's like, interesting.
All
700 Club.
I'm ready to roll. I've got it shared.
Murder cult ordered the brutal slayings of actress Sharon Tate and the others in her Los Angeles home. One of Manson's executioners at the time included Charles Tex Watson.
After about 2 weeks of taking these drugs and becoming just void of conscience, Manson said, hey, I want you to go out and kill these people, to go up to this place and kill everyone that is there. And he gave us the orders, the directions, even though we knew where we were going. He gave us all the directions of what to do after we got there and what not to do, and told the girls to write something witchy on the walls. And here I was, a naive Texas boy, without a conscience of really right and wrong, thinking that the world was going to come to the end tomorrow. And going on this journey over to this house to kill whoever was in the house, not knowing how many people were there, who they were, what they looked like, whether they were men, women, didn't know anything about this. Going to this house very reluctantly. My conscience hadn't completely dwindled down to nothing at that time.
Go ahead, stop it.
But
bullshit.
Yeah,
a simple no, I'm not doing it out of Tex Watson's mouth would have fucking kept him out of jail.
Probably. Or got him killed.
No, I'm not murdering somebody.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. And it's like, well, no conscience. I understand that, but a simple fucking no.
Well,
If somebody tells you to jump off a bridge, you can be like, sure, I'll do it.
No.
Exactly.
It was very close to it because I didn't have enough to say, hey, I'm not going to do this. Individuals, they meant nothing to me. I didn't know the people. I was so high on speed that I understood what I was doing, but...
Charles Tex Watson, the 20-year-old henchman of mass murderer Charles Manson. In 2 nights, Tex single-handedly snuffed out the lives of 7 people in what was the most heinous crime of the 20th century. And now, for the first time on national television, Tex Watson shares what happened the nights of the Tate-LaBianca murders. The murders committed in August of 1969 by Charles Manson and his sick band of followers. What you may not realize about the murders...
Go ahead and stop it. He didn't commit the crimes. See where the boogeyman is?
Mm-hmm. True.
You can think that Charles Manson is a sick fucking weirdo. Go ahead. I think he's a sick fucking weirdo. But he did not commit the crimes, and the media is telling you he did.
Yeah, they should say he ordered the crimes.
Yes.
That would make more sense, like a mafia boss or...
This is the problem that I have, is the narrative has been spun on this fucking guy, and that's why I constantly do research and watch shit about this, is the narrative is always being spun. He was a boogeyman. They wanted to make him a boogeyman.
Well, I'm going to disagree to this, but these murders would not have happened were it not for him.
But if, like I said, if I tell you to jump off of a bridge and you do it and die, I can't be held responsible because you did it.
No, but if you tell me to go shoot somebody and I go and shoot them, you are...
Yeah, how is that
liable?
That's not
in addition to me, clearly, because I did the shooting.
How are you held responsible if that person listened to you, fucking drugged up or not?
I don't know. I don't know what the actual crime is. Conspiracy to commit murder. I don't know.
I mean, if they literally put him in jail for fucking stealing mail. So I mean, I'm just saying, as a shit on his First Amendment right, clearly. And like I said, it's not saying that he's a good guy and he didn't tell him to do it. But if I tell you to do something and you say, fuck you, I'm not doing it. Or if I tell you to do something and you do it, how am I still held responsible either way?
Well, I think you broke the law in that. I mean,
if I'm handing the fucking weapon to you and then that's a different story. But
that's what I'm saying. Right. Which is kind of what he did. Like, go to their house, slaughter everybody, and make it as messy as possible. That's conspiracy to commit murder, which is what he got convicted for.
But is that a life sentence though?
Well, he also got convicted for murder because I think he did have a physical part in one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
All I'm saying is the waters are muddied. And saying that he killed him when he didn't kill him.
I would agree with that. She should have said he ordered the killings or whatever. Or he could have just said, this we're talking to Tex Watson, the murderer of Sharon Tate, et cetera, et cetera.
Is that the victims actually died at the hands of one man, not Charles Manson.
Oh, there you go.
But the man since called the executioner, 20-year-old Charles Tex Watson. And now, 21 years after the crimes, Charles Watson shares what really happened.
August 1969, America.
Ooh, you might get struck for this.
Skelter, a young 21-year-old man, along with female accomplices, committed all 7 of the Tate-LaBianca murders. Charles Watson.
The people at the time of the crimes were just blobs. They weren't individuals. They meant nothing to me. I didn't know the people. I was so high on speed that I understood what I was doing, but it just didn't make any difference anymore.
How does a boy from a good family in Texas end up killing 7 innocent people in Hollywood? Charles made 2 fatal mistakes. He got in with Charles Manson and his family and began taking large amounts of speed and hallucinogens. Did you believe Manson was Jesus Christ?
Yes, we did. We didn't know if he was Jesus Christ or the devil. We were very confused. We were very mixed up. We were living just for today. For tomorrow we died. We didn't know if there was even going to be a tomorrow.
I mean, here's my take, Derek. This guy stabbed to death an 8.5-month pregnant woman. I'm a little upset that he's even walking. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he was, California made the death penalty unconstitutional. I'm just annoyed that he's given a platform anywhere. 700 Club to tell a story. He shouldn't be alive to tell a story, in my opinion.
He did all the physical murdering.
Right. Well, he found Jesus, though, so he gets to be on the 700 Club saying, well, I was young and disillusioned and confused and blah, blah, blah.
Watson and the other family members saw no future for themselves because Manson told them not to. In fact, he invented an entire theology that combined elements from the Beatles' White Album and the Book of Revelation. He told his followers that the world was about to erupt in chaotic race wars, which he thought was prophesied in the Beatles song Helter Skelter. The Hollywood murders were supposed to trigger the end, and then Manson and his followers would escape on dune buggies to a bottomless pit in the desert, a pit which incidentally in the Book of Revelation stands for hell.
It didn't start out, hey, I want you to go out and murder these people. It didn't start out that way. It started out, I want you to do this. I want you to build this. I want you to do this, until we became under his control. And he did a lot of role playing and putting a chair in a circle and
like
saying,
D&D?
Picture a person in that chair and how you would put fear into them if you were in their living room talking to them. So he prepared us for what was to come.
So by the time he issued his orders and his impatience to bring down the chaos, you realized he was serious.
I realized he was serious, yes. And even up to the moment, even up to a week before he asked us to go out and do the murders, there was another family member that had committed murder, and I could not believe it. I just could not believe what this guy had done. And I thought to myself, I said, hey, wow, how could he have done such a thing, And here 2 weeks later, I was doing the same thing, only 7 times worse than he had done.
One of the reasons Watson could do what had previously disgusted him was the influence of methamphetamine or speed. It's commonly called the drug of violence and is known to dull the conscience. He had been taking it steadily for 2 weeks.
Manson said, hey, I want you to go out and kill these people, to go up to this place and kill everyone that is there. And he gave us the orders, the directions, even though we knew where we were going. He gave us all the directions of what to do after we got there and what not to do, and told the girls to write something witchy on the walls. I didn't think there was going to be any penalty for doing it if I did it. I didn't think that law meant anything anymore. I thought that the world was going to come to the end the next day and that I would never have to pay any consequences for what I did.
I didn't think that there was any consequences. Come on. This dude is just as psychopath as fucking Charlie Manson.
I would agree. I mean, he's trying to give that some context by saying he was brainwashed into thinking the world was going to end kind of anyway. So I guess that was his way of thinking, well, who cares what I do? Because we're all going to die soon anyway. Maybe. It doesn't make any sense. Unless you're crazy.
If you stood Tex Watson and Charlie Manson right next to each other, and you said, okay, which one is a psychopath? They're going to pick Charlie Manson every time.
Yeah.
This guy is just as fucking psycho as Charlie Manson.
Yep. I would agree. He just doesn't look as nutty.
He's playing as a nice guy.
Yeah.
I didn't know. It was crazy. Drugs did it. I don't know.
So there we went,
In 2 nights, Charles Watson helped to kill 7 innocent people in some of the most brutal murders America has ever witnessed. The murderers stabbed their victims dozens of times in some cases, wrote messages on the walls in their blood, and left the unborn son of actress Sharon Tate to die in utero. 21 years later, as unbelievable as it may seem, the same man who committed those murders is a Christian. The police found him, and he has lived out 21 years of his life sentence in the California men's colony. But God also found him, the God Charles knew about in his youth in Copeville, Texas. He now has a measure of peace, even though he also has the memory of what he did.
I hate what I've done. I hate having to be the person that had committed a crime that's so hideous. I hate that.
Charles's family never gave up on him and continued to write letters encouraging him to give his life to God. He did that in a chapel service in 1975, and since then has come to realize the gravity of what he did.
When I came to Christ, it was the first time that I really felt for the people that I had murdered. I had read the book Helter Skelter, and I read about some of the parents all getting in bed together and just crying themselves to sleep. And it began to hit me what I had done, but very lightly.
A whole new stage of understanding came when a young Christian woman named Susan began to correspond with him and came to visit one day.
Then she said, my mother was Rosemary LaBianca. And I just, I just really didn't know how to take that. I said, you're kidding. And she said, no, I'm not kidding.
Here's an interesting fact that I just learned, Derek. So this fella got married in 1979 and was married for 23 years, all while he was in prison, and he had 4 children with the woman through conjugal visits.
That's sick.
It's right. Well, why would you marry them? Yeah.
Why would you marry a psychopath?
I don't know.
And then have children with this guy?
Yeah, hopefully the children got the mothers. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Without getting too personal, I can't find a girl that doesn't fucking annoy the fuck out of me. But there's a girl out there that married a fucking psychopath that murdered 7 people. Like, what kind of world that do we live in?
I don't know.
Maybe I am too nice. I was told when I was younger that I'm too nice. Maybe I'm too nice.
I've been told that on occasion too, but I'm just a nice guy, so I'm just going to be nice.
Okay.
I don't have it in me to be a dick.
That's messed up. I can't find one that's halfway decent, and this dude marries a girl.
He slaughtered a pregnant woman and
7 people, including a baby.
Right, and then somebody married him and had kids with him.
Bizarre.
Takes all kinds.
The girl that he married needs her head examined.
I agree. And he's still alive and kicking too, by the way, in prison. But
yeah, he's
still around.
And as I sat there, I just thought to myself, and said, hey, I killed her mother and father, And that was really hard to take. And she, made me feel good. And I wasn't as emotional as I am now because I just, it was just all so new. And it was something like I wanted to protect it. And I didn't want anyone to, be able to hurt it or to step on it or to harm what had taken place.
Well, here, furthermore, Derek, on the marriage thing, what did he do to make her want to divorce him? I can't imagine.
Yeah, no shit. He was mean to me. Well, at least he didn't get stabbed.
He takes me for granted.
I think he was the muscle. I think he made the initial stabs, and then the girls basically tied him up. I think he was like the main guy that was doing most of the physical labor, and then the girls basically sat there and just stabbed the person like 18 times.
I would agree. Plus, he's, you say he played football, so it would make sense that he would be the heavy, so to speak.
Yes.
Susan, the experience with Susan has done is to really teach me and show me and allow me to experience the grace and the love of God. I understood before she came to forgive me that I was loved by God, and I understood the love of God, and I loved God. But after she came and forgave me, I took on a whole new love for God because I experienced in even a more personal way God's love working through another.
Exceptional life of this woman who conquered the unimaginable. She forgave and even befriended the man who murdered her mother her stepfather.
I couldn't
Please
do
welcome
that.
to the 700 Club from Carpinteria,
I couldn't do it
California,
at all.
Susan LaVerge.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's, yeah.
Where were you on that night when that terrible crime took place?
When the crime took place, I was at home in my apartment in the Silver Lake area.
Now, you had spent time with your mum and your stepfather earlier on that day, hadn't you? The day before?
Yes, we had gone to a lake in the Mojave Desert and gone to pick up a speedboat that we'd left with some friends. And we came back together very late that night, and they dropped me off, and then they went on home to their house.
How did you hear of what happened? Who discovered?
Well, the next day, my brother had stayed at the lake, and he came back, and he went to the house, and he saw that the boat that is usually left somewhere else was still at the bottom of the driveway. And he went up the driveway, and he didn't think that things were normal. He just felt that something was abnormal. And so he walked about 5 blocks to call me on the telephone and to ask me to come and get him and to go to the home together. So together, he and I and a friend went and discovered my parents dead.
Is there any way to describe how you react to such a sickening scene?
Wild.
Some spooky shit.
Yeah, I couldn't, I believe in forgiveness, but somebody like that who's the fucking devil incarnate,
Yep.
hell no.
And it's crazy because they just, he was, like you said, he was the captain of the football team, editor of the school paper, an honor student, went to church.
What went wrong? And he didn't even talk about that.
Well, I mean, according to what I'm looking at, he was driving down the road one day and picked up Dennis Wilson hitchhiking and drove him to the house and met the Manson family there.
So he was smitten by a Beach Boy.
Sounds
and
like
because the Beach Boy basically signed off on Charles Manson on the coolness tip. Like, oh, Charles Manson is hanging out with frickin' a Beach Boy.
Crazy. The story keeps getting wackier and wackier, especially with the marriage thing with the gun.
Like, I understand being smitten by somebody, but I still, how do you get from point A to point B?
Don't know.
Where it's like, oh, I'm smitten because he's a Beach Boy, and then I met a guy named Charlie, and he seems cool. And then it's like 6 months or a year later, it's like, I need you to murder everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You can go fuck yourself right now. That's never going to happen.
Yeah. How about no?
How about no? Yeah, that's kind of a wild video where I have no remorse for Tex Watson. I have zero remorse for that fucking guy. Okay, so then there's a series of about 5 or 6 or 7 videos that are all with like a minute or two. They're all relatively short. And this is just random stuff that I had found where it doesn't really fit into the story, but it just kind of shows like the family singing together. This is where this happened. So it's like just a lot of random stuff. One of them is JC brings hairstyling lesson. So it gives you an idea of who JC Bring was, who was one of the victims.
All right, I'll pull that up. He's good hairstyling lesson. So this is one of the victims in the Tate house, right? He was murdered as well.
Yep, and he was murdered protecting Sharon. And he's from Metro Detroit. He's buried in Metro Detroit.
So what we're looking for here is the proper frame for the person's face. Everyone is basically looking for the same shape, even though they're not aware of it. It's up to the professional to do the kind of work that the customer is going to like. But 9 out of 10 people, I would say everyone, will like the shape that is most flattering for their face. Now, I'd like you to remember this illustration because this is one of the basic principles of the whole session. Now, this is an exaggeration, but this is the type of a look we want on the hair. Now, as you can see, the head is round, but what we want is a square look because it's more flattering. So therefore, we're going to have to cut the hair a little shorter here in the center. Then here we leave it a little longer.
All right, it's like a fade, isn't it?
First time you see your customer
Basically.
sitting in the chair with his head wet after the shampoo. That way you won't be influenced by the way his hair was styled before. Now, even though we're getting into our outline at this
Which
point,
is wild
we
because
still
that
want to
happens
bear in
now.
mind that the most progressive way to wear the hair is the way that
That's
it grows from the
Sebring
pores.
came up
We
with that.
still achieve
Wetting
the
the
same
person's hair and then
outline.
cutting it. Because
On your
before that, they didn't do
profile,
that.
That's primarily concerned with
And this
the nose
is the man
and
that
the back
created
of the
Jim
head.
Morrison's look.
At most points, the head is
With
protruding
the long
in
Visionary.
this area. So
Yeah.
therefore, we want the hair a little shorter so we get this kind of a line.
Imagine the
only
styles he
exception
would
to
have
that rule
created
would
had he
be
lived.
if the head
Eric,
were
he was
flat. Then we take a little off
cut
of
down
this
in the
area
prime of his
and
life.
make our neckline a little shorter here. If the nose is protruding, then we want to leave the hair a little fuller in the back so the man isn't all up front. Also, we want to leave enough of an overhang in the front, but not to exceed the nose. It should just come back from the nose just a little ways.
Guy's a scientist.
Now, because the head is curved in this area, that means that we're going to have to leave the hair a little longer in this area than we are at the high point of the head here and the high point of the head.
Yeah. And interesting is Jay Sebring was taking karate lessons, and Sharon Tate was also taking karate lessons with him because she was going to be in some movies where she wanted to do some physical comedy, and stunts, some of her own stunts. And who did she take lessons from? Bruce Lee.
No kidding. Wow.
Jay Sebring knew Bruce Lee because Bruce Lee was a client of his, and Bruce Lee was introduced to Hollywood through Jay Sebring. I mean, Jay Sebring was a very influential guy. He was a socialite.
I guess that would explain why Bruce Lee is a character in Once Upon a Time in Tarantino's movie, right?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, there was one that was right before that. It's Sharon Tate and the Four Victims. It's sort of like a music video that basically just highlights the victims.
All right.
It's a real short one.
All right. What's up?
Because I liked it because they don't highlight the victims enough, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all I knew about was Sharon Tate. Now, this Jay Sebring has a friend who told newspaper that he thinks the murders were the result of a failed drug transaction.
Yeah, go ahead. Pause it real quick. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I heard that that Jay Sebring was selling drugs out of his hair studio, which I don't know. Maybe it's hard to say because you have it coming from one person.
Yeah.
Like if there was a bunch of people that were saying, yeah, he was doing shit, but you have it coming from like Charles Manson. So it's like, I'm not going to take a guy that is a psychopath's word for it.
No, I would not believe a word that came out of his mouth.
And Wojciech Frykowski, he was the friend of Roman Polanski's childhood friend. Abigail Folgers is also beautiful.
Getting bummed out.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer video, but like I said, it sucks because there's not a whole lot that's talked about the victims that were very impactful in the entertainment industry. And Stephen Parent's barely ever talked about.
Well, he's the guy. He was just showing up to visit his buddy.
Yeah. That one probably gets me the most. Roman Polanski looking at his wife's picture.
Well, Roman Polanski was no angel himself.
See, there's a lot of theories that some people are trying to say that J. Sebring was selling drugs and it was a drug deal gone bad.
Mm-hmm.
Some people say that Roman Polanski, from where he's from, he had connections to the government and he was doing shady shit with the girls and he was kind of a womanizer, and that it was a revenge kill because of Roman. And then Wojciech Frykowski was sort of intertwined with Roman because he's a childhood friend. And they said that Frykowski could have had could have been a revenge against Frykowski because it was a Roman Polanski guy. That like it could be, but all I see is a vengeful guy who's pissed off that he got screwed over and he wanted to take it out on somebody.
Yep.
So
well,
I understand the house because he was familiar with the house. Sure. But when it came to the other two, the LaBiancas, Charles Manson was friends with the next door neighbor of the LaBiancas. That's where the connection is with Charles Manson and LaBiancas. But why would you go after the LaBiancas who didn't have anything to do with anything? He owned a fucking grocery stores. His wife was a hairdresser and owned a couple little salons. Like, how does that have anything to fucking do? I think that's just a psychopath on a rampage.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Like I said, all the answers to all the questions why is because he was batshit insane.
Yeah. Something set him off that he basically said, fuck everybody. Something had to have. I don't know if it's MK Ultra that did it. I don't know. But something set him off.
There's the race war aspect of it, that he believed the race war was coming and stuff like that. That's a whole kind of wacky story in itself.
Which, I mean, there was already race riots in 68, a year before that.
Yep.
So, like, the riots had already happened in 68.
Well, apparently they fell in love with the Beatles' White Album. And not only the song Helter Skelter, but the whole album, and felt it was code. Like the Beatles were trying to tell us that there was a race war coming, which is...
And what's interesting is the Beatles were hanging around that same scene that he was hanging around.
Briefly. Not too much.
Well, you still there?
Just want to bring up my copy. The White Album. Happens to be my favorite album of all time. Now I feel a little funny about it, but...
Well, the Stones were around the Laurel Canyon scene, and the Beatles at times, not the whole time, but at times were around that scene as well, because they had management companies, LA management company or managers that were in that neighborhood. And when John Lennon briefly separated from the Beatles and went on like a year hiatus or 2-year hiatus from the Beatles, he went to Laurel Canyon and was doing drugs with all of them.
Can I actually you on that, Derek? That was
Don't
when
let me bring the video up.
I don't think he ever quit the Beatles for 2 years and came back. But
well, they were on hiatus then.
Oh,
that's when he got into a fight at the at one of the bars in LA and got kicked out.
See, I was under the understanding that that's when Yoko Ono split with him, and so they took a break from their marriage for a couple.
He basically had like a summer of love,
right? He wound up hooking up with a woman named May Pang, who became his girlfriend, and he went out to LA and just boozed it up nonstop.
Yes,
and got wild.
Yes, but he had connections there. It wasn't the first time that he hung out at Laurel Canyon.
That's I know they were in San Francisco briefly. I mean, it's the Beatles. They're an international organization.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is Manson was in that he was in that scene. I'm sure that he had crossed paths with some people. Why would he automatically say that the Beatles were that one band that spoke to him? That's kind of a crazy person.
Or somebody with a patrician musical taste, in my opinion. You picked a good album to get obsessed over, I would say. But also, he was into the Maharishi stuff, it sounded like, from the article that they interviewed Dennis Wilson in, which the Beatles basically popularized.
Okay.
Because they took a trip to India and became all, I don't know what you would call it, Maharishi gurus and stuff. And when the Beatles did it, everybody started doing it.
Okay.
So that may be another reason he was a Beatles fan, maybe.
So I wonder if Charles Manson met the Beatles in LA, if he would have felt the same way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't recall in my reading of Beatles history them being in the States or LA all that much, unless they were playing a concert there.
Yeah.
I think the only place I remember them visiting on holiday was Miami because it was sunny.
Well, the British invasion happened at Hollywood Bowl in Hollywood.
Yeah, but that was just a show. Like they were there to play a show, and then they scooted.
But you know what I'm saying? Do you think that Charles Manson would have had a different purview if he actually met them? You know what I mean?
I don't know. No,
because you know how they say don't meet your heroes.
Well,
because a lot of times they're not how you think that they are. So if Charles Manson had met them, do you think he would have had the same regard for them? It's hard to say.
Hard to say. I would imagine he would go up to them and talk about how the White Album and how'd you guys predict the race war? And the Beatles would go,
what are you talking
about? Which would probably piss him off even more.
It's about screwing girls.
Yeah, I don't know. It's about whatever. It's about a slide on a playground, asshole. It's not about a race war. Jesus. That escalated. Where'd you get that from, man?
Okay, so if you want to go to the next one, it's it's the Manson Family Murders. It's basically just a news report of a reporter at the actual ranch after they got busted. It's really short too.
Put on my old man glasses real quick.
Yeah, a lot of these ones are real short. Like we got through the thick of it.
Manson Family Murders.
1969 in parentheses.
Gotcha. Yep. Ready?
2 years ago, the hippie commune led by Charles Manson moved into this old Wild West film set just outside Los Angeles. And it was here that they were living on the night the alleged murders took place.
What a dump.
Yeah.
I guess it'd been better than living on the streets, but
not much. Well, I guess except for you get a roof.
Yeah. And it's California, so
they had some bedding back there, and they seem to live pretty comfortably here. And as far as
break with them then after this.
Go ahead, pause it real quick. with that smile, some of them he was getting some from some of those girls.
Oh, there's no doubt.
No doubt. Because he was just like, well, they were getting money.
They were doing most.
Come on, dude.
Doing most of the
sharing the wealth.
Doing most of the money getting.
Because of their belief, and I have my own, you see.
What specific beliefs are you talking about?
Well, of all the free things, and I believe that the people that work for nothing have nothing, and I believe in working and creating for myself.
Writing and stuff.
Yeah, it seems like that should have been something that maybe originally there was some sort of narration over.
Yeah, and they're like, you know what? Screw it, we're not going to do it. And then
time for this shit. Trying to get out of here. These people are
if you
weird.
want to do the next one, the girls at the Spawn Ranch, same thing. It's a little video of the girls actually at the Spawn Ranch, and you can see sort of how they were living.
Here we go. Pretty catchy.
Was that all pictures of Charlie Manson, like with his shirt off? That's my friend.
Yeah. I wonder if this is from one of those recording sessions the other guy was talking about.
Maybe.
$17 women and they can't place up a little bit. It's a mess.
It's not weird.
Got it. Hey, Paul McCartney.
Hey, that is Paul McCartney. She got the Beatles
There's
on the bottom there.
Beatles on the bottom, yeah.
Go ahead and pause it real quick. One thing I don't understand is the drug so powerful that you can at least live in a place that's halfway fucking decent?
I have had friends who smoked a lot of weed and almost with no exceptions, the places are always a mess.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, Charlie, if you're going to be the guru of us, then why don't you provide something that's a little bit fucking better?
Right. Bitches start cleaning. Fuck's sake. 17, you get on it.
Up in this motherfucker.
I'm over here busting my ass trying to hustle.
Yeah.
Nice doggy.
It's just weird because you see people that are trying to have a normal life, but then behind the scenes, it's nothing but fucking drugs and squalor and fucking weirdness.
Yep.
And gangbangs. But like that right there humanizes them a little bit.
Yeah, the ladies are sewing. There's dogs and horsies and
which is
singing little songs and stuff. Yeah. Seems like a fun little camp, summer camp.
Yeah. Do you think that was the selling point? That it gave the girls some peace? Even though there's some fucked up shit happening, I'm just saying is it seemed like that might have been a selling point where we're going to provide you peace from all the shit that's out there.
Yeah, I think so.
They were, the draw was
young, impressionable. It seems like at least a couple of them that I know of came from really broken homes. So to them, this was a home.
It was better than what they came from.
Well, I mean, in their minds, yeah.
But again, how do you get from that video to fucking killing people? And I'm not saying that all the girls killed people because they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Not all the girls did that. There's a handful of them, basically, and Tex Watson.
I don't know. That's something I haven't.
It's an interest. It's interesting.
Point A to point B.
I mean?
Yeah, I can see
think
slowly.
That, drugs and they're fucking crazy and hitting the walls and shit.
I mean, the Manson cult. It's not the only cult. There was the Moonies. There was the Jonestown Massacre. There's been many examples of strong leaders and charismatic leaders getting people to do their will.
I'm never drinking the Kool-Aid.
No. Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard the audio of that? Yeah. There's an audio clip of the mass suicide. It's
awful.
Creepy as hell. Yeah.
All right. If you want to do the next one, this is the Manson family singing, and then the next one after that is Charlie Manson singing. So I wanted this. This is the section where I sort of wanted to add a little of what was actually happening on the ranch, humanize them a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, well, I'm just going to group kind of these together to kind of show a different side than just burn, baby, burn, and everything's fucked.
Makes sense.
Even though it was fucked.
Very fucked. All right. I got it pulled up.
All right.
Sit down. Sit down.
Close the bathroom door.
You can't sing.
For always is always forever. And one is one is one. Beside yourself or your father, all is none, all is none, none is one.
If you're too bright, then they can't take it. They can't take you being too bright because they want to be bright.
Iggy broad.
Yeah. And like I said, a bunch of these are short. So I've got a couple where they're humanizing. I've got one is Squeaky talking where she's out there. And then I have a couple things that are related to the courtroom. And that's kind of like at the end. Okay. So go ahead and do the Charles Manson Vaxaville Medical Facility. And he's got a guitar and he's singing.
Got it.
Devil, you dirty dog. And I tricked you once again. I went down on Hayden. I seen all these young kids. Lee told me, he says, man, you can't do anything with that. He said, they're out there playing rock and roll. Get back outside and just be anybody, someone just like you. Or if you don't want that, let me go back and play some music and walk around where I just came from. I was doing this when I got arrested. It's how I express myself. I'm tired of this caveman trip. I'm going to take over everything. I already did. We put it in motion, Charles.
Fucking creepy, huh?
Wow, yeah.
Some of that looks fake, doesn't it?
Yep. They said it was a pirated prison video.
Yeah, some of it definitely seems fake. Okay, so the next one is Squeaky. She's one of the ones that was singing. And this is this is after the fact. She's not on drugs. Listen to how this girl talks. It's kind of fucking weird.
So this is Squeaky Fromm. That's her name.
Yeah.
Isn't that didn't she take a shot at President Ford?
I believe she did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she did. She did fucked up shit after Charles Manson was already in jail. He's in prison already. This girl's not a good person at all.
He said he had cancer. I called two people. They said that they heard the same thing.
I had no way of getting in touch with anybody, and I wasn't going to just stick around. I realized after I escaped that I need him more than I've been eligible for parole. They're not going to let me go. I'm being used, but I put myself in the position, and I'm taking the consequences. I got tangled in the web. Sometimes I wish the spider would have eaten me. Had I known a little bit more, I could have probably done some things to be able to get Manson out. If I had it in me, I would have done a lot more.
This chick is bonkers, Derek.
Yes. That's why she followed Manson, because she's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And she, like I said, she did killing after he went to jail. And then I think she did try to take Gerald Ford out.
Yep.
And she was part of the family, living the life, singing and dancing. Okay, so then these next ones are says this day in history of presentation. This is where they're going to court, and the next couple are associated with the courtroom.
I think this is the right one.
After they have already been arrested.
Go ride a horse. Go ride a horse. Feelings towards everything. I feel no bad. I know no bad. Let's open them. I'm not against you. Huh? Are you bitter? Bitter? No. No.
I have a question. Are you guilty of any murders? Are you guilty of plotting any murders?
I killed a chicken once.
Any human beings?
No. No.
You're absolutely innocent of any conspiracy to commit murder or telling anyone to commit murder or planning it?
I'll plead guilty to the Indian.
Those fucking girls were not on drugs. They were fucking wacky tobacco.
Yeah.
So for them to be like, well, Charles Manson took advantage of them. They're already fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yes, he took advantage of the fact that they're fucking crazy, but they're crazy to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
That is drug-free right there. Craziness.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, they're still holding hands and singing through the courthouse sober.
Yes.
That's interesting. It's a choice.
I've never had anybody just go out of their way for me to do anything, let alone fucking singing and dancing and fucking going nutso.
Yeah, but I wasn't doing a jig in my way to divorce court, Derek.
And again, that's not MK Ultra. I think that is Charles Manson being a con man, a swindler, a smooth talker.
Mm-hmm.
And he got these people to listen to him because they're fucking crazy. Has nothing to do with MK Ultra. You know what I mean?
I think so too. At the moment.
Is this the next one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Susan, would you answer a couple of questions for us?
What did you think of this morning's proceedings, Susan?
I didn't think anything about it.
What about
Do you want to?
Susan?
I think she's awful pretty.
Do you want a press conference, Tony?
I don't fear for anybody's testimony.
You think Charles should have a news conference?
I don't know.
Would you like to have a news conference, Susan?
Sure.
What would you tell us?
Hey, Jackie, what you want to hear?
Let me see if I can.
Cuckoo
happy. Yeah. Awful happy.
Again, for everything to be blamed on Charles Manson, I think is incorrect. These people are not fucking right.
Yeah, I'd still
She
think.
talks like she's like 7 years old.
Right. That is true. She seemed awful young.
And her testimony, because she was bragging about killing people, is what took down the Manson family. Susan Adkins, because she couldn't shut her mouth.
Many such cases.
Yeah. All right. The next one is a Susan Adkins interview in 1976. So this is what, 6-7 years after the murders.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna hit play. I got to duck for like a minute and a half. I'll be back.
Susan Adkins is 28 now. She's just ended her first 7 years of a life term. She has spent 5 of them here at the County Women's Institution in San Bernardino County. She's just had her first parole hearing and been turned down. But the people who work with her here say that she's made a remarkable change in the last 2 years. They say she's become a devout Christian, and she says she wants only to serve God. Susan Adkins feels that her horrifying experience with drugs can be a lesson to those that use them or think about using them. Today, she says her bizarre behavior was born out of Manson's evil persuasiveness and fed by her constant drug use. During her Manson years, Susan Adkins dropped acid at least 300 times, and she smoked, swallowed, shot up, and snorted every other drug in sight. And although she had no drugs in her first 5 years of imprisonment, she says it took her that long to fully regain her consciousness, to even begin to realize what she had done. She hasn't spoken with a reporter since the trial in 1970. She got word to me that she wanted to talk about the dangers of drug use, that she also wanted to reveal something new about the murders. What happened that night you all went to Sharon Tate's house? What really happened?
Well, I remember getting in the car with Tex and Tex Watson and my other 2 co-defendants.
She also sounds like a little girl.
Yeah. Drug free. She hasn't did any drugs in 7 years.
And before I ever got in the car, Tex and I had our own special little stash of cocaine. I think it was cocaine or methadone, I'm not sure which. We were speed, and we both snorted some speed and got in the car. We were very, very wired. And we drove to the house with instructions to kill everyone in the house.
From Charlie?
Yeah. And not just that, but that we were instructed to go all the way down every house, hit every house on the
street?
On the street, yes.
And kill all the people in those houses?
People in all those houses. And we went into the house, and I remember that as we went in, a car came up to the driveway.
Stephen Parent.
And I remember Tex getting out, and without saying anything, there were gunfire shot. I was in the bushes. And
that's when the young boy, Stephen Parent, was killed.
He was killed.
In the car, outside.
Right. The people in the house were all brought into the living room and tied up, and I remember that Wojciech Frykowski, I believe is his name, I had tied his hands with a towel and then was instructed to kill him. And I raised the knife that I had in my hand, and I couldn't put the knife down. I couldn't bring it down. It was just as though there was a force there that held my wrist, and I couldn't move. And as he saw that I couldn't move, then he very easily undid the ties, the towel that I had tied his wrist with, and he and I began to fight. And I remember I was screaming for help, and he was screaming for help, and then Tex came and helped me, and I was left to sit and watch Sharon Tate. And about that time, all I can remember seeing is people just scattering in different places and running in different places, and I was left sitting with Sharon.
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
And she.
I am not buying that a little girl who's 5 foot is going to be able to take out Frykowski by herself.
No.
I'm not buying it.
Nope. While we're on the subject of Susan Atkins, so she died in prison in 2009. And at the time of her death, she was the longest, let me see, the longest serving female inmate in California history.
Oh,
there
wow.
You go. She set the record.
Oh, that's not a record that I would want to have.
No. Hey, everybody's got to be good at something. There you go.
Was talking to me, and I remember that I had absolutely, I felt nothing. I felt absolutely nothing for her as she begged for her life and for the life of her baby. And I remember when we first went in, one of the people said, "Who are you?" And Tex said, "I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business." And I remember that in my conscience, it's so alive in me, even just recalling it. I remember that I had gone so far and there was no turning back. That even if I had wanted to run, even if I had wanted to leave, I couldn't. It was like I was caught in something that I had no control over. I had absolutely no say-so as to what was happening there. I was just like a tool in the hands of the devil, is the only way I can put it. And I believe that it was by the grace of God that my hand did not go down with that knife on Wojciech Frykowski's chest. I believe that...
So who did kill those people?
that night?
Yeah.
Tex.
I mean, that makes sense.
You wanna...
Tex, a football player.
I ask you now,
I think he was
what did Tex really do there?
Wasn't he, he's a big boy, wasn't he?
Yep.
Of what I saw happening in Tex, the way he moved, the viciousness and cold. It was just like seeing somebody go crazy with more power than I've ever seen anybody. I don't think he was in control of himself. I think that he was, in their own human strength, could do what Tex did.
Well, Charles Manson was in control of him, right?
Yeah, as far as giving orders, but I don't think Charles Manson's mind was in control of Tex's mind that night. I think that it was a higher power than that. Charlie's human too, you know, and his mental powers are just as limited, maybe not as limited as other humans, but that there was an evil force in control of Tex that night.
Go ahead and stop it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but no. Charles Manson, his thoughts got into these other people's thoughts. Give me a break. That's the drugs talking. Completely.
Well, that's what she's saying pretty much, is that she didn't think. She basically said that she thought Tex was just in some sort of crazed rampage.
What?
But
she said, well, did Manson tell? And he's like, well, he wasn't in control as much as he usually is. What?
Well, these people were all drugged out of their minds too, so it's hard for people like us who aren't drug addicts to maybe understand how that messes with your head. Clearly, it messed with their heads for sure.
I think they were fucked up individuals before that.
I'm not saying they weren't.
It's just an excuse. That's all I'm saying. That's what encompasses this whole talk that we're having about Manson. I think a lot of this is just excuses. Like I did bad things, but somebody else did bad things also. Mind power, not me, and fucking fuck my shit up. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
sure we killed them, but we were told to.
Yeah.
So we had to, clearly.
I mean, that's why I always question the Manson murders, and that's why we're doing this whole talk, you know, where it's just like, I'm not buying because somebody told you to do it. Give me a break.
Well, like I said, it wouldn't be the first time a cult leader had told his flock to do something insane, and they did it.
But yeah, they have a gun held up against their head. There was no gun. They got into a car, had knives. I'd be like, okay, we'll go do those murders, then fucking jam. I'll be in another state. I'll be fucking.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like if you really didn't want to do these things, you literally had a car with 3 other people in the car with you. You could have just Teddy jammed out of here.
Mm-hmm. I'd gone to the police, but that's just me.
Oh, go right to the LAPD. This guy told me to do this.
Yep.
You would have had a drug charge. You're not in prison for the rest of your life. You would have had a drug charge.
They'd probably give you a light sentence if you tipped them off to mass murder.
Yeah.
You probably would have been all right with the coke.
I think the people were all right being led.
Things that you've heard stories, I'm sure, of people who have lifted up cars off of other people, how they have superhuman strength. Well, Tex had that kind of strength that night. But not for good, it was for evil. So harming and hurting people. Just, I only saw him kill those people, and then I've heard later that he has said himself that he was responsible for all the deaths.
At the Tate house.
At the Tate house, yes.
Are you trying to lay the blame off on him?
No. No.
Then what do you think is the point of this?
That the truth be told, that the truth be made known. I tried to take blame from Tex and from Charlie and from Pat and from Leslie by taking and saying that I had killed Sharon Tate and that I had killed Gary Hinman. I tried to take some of the blame and put it on myself because I thought that was my part at that point, and that was a lie. And
In this room were all the survivors of those victims, of yours and the others, their families and their friends. What would you say to them?
Oops.
well,
Here comes. I'm sorry. I was a
about me
psychopath.
now is
What else can you
that
say?
I'm not the woman that I was in 1969. I'm a new creature in Christ. I've been
Brother.
completely spiritually, mentally, and almost physically born again, though my outside is not changed all that much. The inside of me has changed. That I love them. With
Go ahead.
love
Pause
that
it real quick.
I don't.
I'm a brother of Jesus. I think God does wonderful things.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a psychopath who all of a sudden becomes a born again Christian, I have a problem with that. Because all they're doing is taking out the bad shit and replacing it with what they think that somebody wants to hear so that it makes them look like the good person.
I agree. And I'm just we won't talk about religion, but I am a heathen, probably what you would call. I am a non-believer. Quite the opposite. But I, like you, get annoyed when people are like, well, I found Jesus, so I'm good. Like, well, no, you're still an asshole. You still did terrible things.
Exactly.
Hopefully, moving forward, it would be great, but it doesn't absolve you of your past crimes, at least not in this lifetime, anyway.
Yes.
So what would you say if you're asked, what do you have to say to the survivors and families of the victims? Like, what? It's like a dumb question. I mean, what? I don't know. Sorry. But can't go back and undo it. I wouldn't know what the proper response to that would be, except for, I'm very remorseful. Don't even say I was young or whatever. Just go, and remorseful. It was a horrible act that I did. I'm terribly sorry it had such a bad impact on all of you, and I'm doing my best to try to live my life the right way moving forward. I mean,
I've seen parts of Chaos. I haven't watched the entire thing. I definitely want to check it out.
I should watch that because that's the book that my son lent me that's sitting on my coffee table.
Oh, is it really?
But yeah, called Chaos. But maybe I'll watch the documentary instead.
Nice.
Which I probably will.
And maybe I look at the world differently. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
People are put in situations where they didn't ask for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then something may happen. For example, like a kid just got his license. He's a new driver. He makes a mistake and runs a red light, or he does the no cop, no stop. And then somebody runs into him and dies.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's a mistake. It's a young driver. He made a mistake. That I think God can basically say, this young kid was put into a situation. He panicked. He made the bad decision. There's a difference between that and literally going to somebody's house, wanting to kill them, and then killing them, and then saying, sorry.
This is organized, premeditated murder.
Yes, there is a difference. My fucks to give meter is 0 when shit like this, where they physically went to somebody's house that they were not welcome at and fucking murdered people.
No, I don't have any sympathy for any of these people, nor for Charles Manson. None of it.
So even if she says that she's a different person, and I get it, but it's you were still at a house that you were not welcome at, murdering motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
So I got no fucks to give when it comes to this lady, and hopefully she's in hell burning.
I can have a little bit of, well, I don't know if sympathy is the right word, but I do feel bad that these young, sometimes 14-year-old girls were taken advantage of.
I mean,
it doesn't make them good people. I'm just saying it's an unfortunate situation.
Yes, I think they were taken advantage of, and yes, they were fucked up individuals, but you have free will. I'm sorry. You got free will. And for you to say, well, Charlie told me to do it, so that's just that's them trying to get a get out of jail free card. And he could have said, go fuck him, kill him. He could have, but he wasn't physically there.
Right.
You could have said, bye, Charlie, and then fucking gone. See ya. Peace out. They didn't.
I think any words that I could tell them could express, but only by living a life that may help somebody else, by preventing maybe somebody else from going down the same road, by preventing other survivors of such a terrible thing, is the only way that I could say what I would have to say to them. I just love them. I feel for them. I feel their pain. I feel their sorrows and their loss. And I didn't feel that years ago. I didn't feel anything for them. But today I do feel pain when I think about her and that she's not here. And I don't think that anything that I could say could ease that pain in any of the survivors' hearts. And only God can take care of that. Only God can give them an assurance that their loved ones are with Him. And I believe that with my whole heart. I believe that those people that died that night are with God and that they're at peace. And it's the only thing that I can tell them. And I believe that with my whole heart. And that by the grace of God, the survivors will also see their loved ones again one day. You'd have to understand what acid does to the mind in order to understand how a person can get confused behind drugs. And I would take a thesis, writing a book on what LSD can do to the mind. But
it was powerful enough to keep you in a fog for all those years, even after you stopped using.
I used to think that you came down off an acid trip after 12 hours. That's not true.
Go ahead, pause it real quick.
LSD, you.
So, am I dead yet? Yes, but with us watching the videos for the last almost 4 hours, I think two things can be true. One is Charles Manson took advantage of young girls. True. But I think that there was a handful of people, men and women, that were glad to be taken advantage of. And I think Susan Watson was she was a willing participant of being taken advantage of. So I think two things can be true. There are people that had nowhere else to go. He took advantage of that. And then there was other people that were willing participants. What do you think, Julio?
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's fair. I think it was almost like it seemed like a good idea at the time situation. And then these girls just started getting so addle-brained on LSD and uppers and speed or whatever, coke, weed, that they just weren't of their right mind. And they came in not in their right mind to begin with.
Yes, they were willing. I mean, Tex Watson was a college football star with a bright future. He was a willing participant of Charles Manson. Susan Adkins was a willing participant.
It's just sad. These people, I guess, didn't have anybody else in their life that were positive influences or people they could trust and go to for help. So they fell in with this crazy crew and
paid the price.
I mean, yeah, look where it got him.
Yeah.
He's dead. Never got out of prison, which he shouldn't.
She was what, 21, 22 when all this shit happened?
Let's see. She was born in 1940. Yeah, it's just like 20.
It's crazy.
The moral fiber of your character, which is put in you, or when you grow up, everybody grows up with different morals according to their culture. Okay, when you take acid, your mind expands beyond these moral characteristics and your concepts of right and wrong. So you step out beyond those bounds, and when you step out beyond those bounds, the imagination begins to take over. And the imagination can be a very deceitful thing. It's a fantasy. And when you take acid, you go out beyond that, you think you're coming back to where you started from. Originally, you don't. And every time you drop acid, you get a little bit further away from reality. And I took so much acid that I just was what I would term spaced. And it took me many years to what I term now re-enter. And that was just through not having any acid and having to deal with reality every day.
Well, you say you're operating from a sense of complete consciousness now and reality. Then looking back from this point for you, what you were and what you did must be terrifying.
Yes, to realize that by my own free will, I willingly got into something that completely took control over me, that I lost control of myself behind drugs and a process of deprogramming, losing my morals.
It wasn't just drugs, it was Charles Manson's persuasiveness, too.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of deprogramming that went
Okay, go ahead and pause that real quick.
Uh-huh.
At the beginning of this stream, we watched 2 videos that talked about deprogramming.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting words that were spoken.
Mm-hmm.
So
same thing.
My guess is right here, she's seeing some sort of therapist that uses that lingo.
I'm sure she was told that that's what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a word that was put into her head. And she's spouting.
But it's an interesting buzzword because back in the day, 4 hours ago when we started the stream,
Back
they
in
were
the
talking
day.
about deprogramming soldiers. It's interesting that she used those specific words. That's all I'm saying. Coincidence? I don't know.
Don't know.
You take away a person's conscience of right and wrong by telling them when they're under LSD or any mind-expanding drug, there's no such thing as guilt. And you've already come to a place in your mind or your imagination where you don't like the feeling of guilt. So it's easy to say, yeah, there's no such thing as guilt. I'll believe there's no such thing as guilt. Therefore, I can do anything and not feel guilty about it.
Can you understand why many people, perhaps most people outside, are going to feel that you don't deserve parole, that you should never be given parole? You're aware of that?
Yes.
Well, so what if you spend the rest of your life in this prison?
Then I spend the rest of my life in this prison.
Is that thought depressing to you, though?
No, because I know that, how can I put it?
That you were a participant of something evil.
How's it come about?
Go ahead and say it.
How does peace come about? My peace? Well, I found peace through salvation in Jesus. And just knowing that I've been forgiven by God is sufficient for me.
And the fact
Go ahead
that
and pause
you
it
know
right here.
out there.
Yeah.
She had a perfect opportunity to say, I'm sorry. And she chose not to. Just saying.
Yeah.
She had a perfect opportunity on national TV to say, I'm sorry. And she chose not to. That's a psychopath, in my opinion.
People probably can't forgive you.
Yes.
Has no effect on you.
No. Because they're not the ones that I have to face in the end when I die. I have to face God, and it's His forgiveness.
Oh, no, you're going straight to hell,
determines my
bitch.
peace.
Sorry. Right. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Nope. St. Peter's sending you straight to the down elevator.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we only got a couple more videos left.
All right.
Next one is the Manson trial film reel. This is just kind of a little bit of the same thing as there's a bunch of the families just kind of milling around, and Manson is making some comments to the judge and to the press.
All right.
Bro, give me just a couple inches.
I mean, that's a big fax.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Enjoying the old school potato quality resolution.
Yeah. Giving an old timey look.
Yep.
A little extra helps a lot. Thank you.
We just saw this, didn't we? They repeat the segment.
Might have been a different hallway.
Oh.
Yeah, they failed on casting a lot. Am I Dead Yet? And the movies are... Helter Skelter was all right, but some of the movies have been really cheesy. Some good docs out there, though. Go ahead and stop it real quick. That's a psychopath. She's literally smiling and dancing and shuffling like it's freaking pizza day.
Yep.
That's a fucking weirdo. So you have no sense of why you're there or what's happening if you just have a big old smile on your face.
Mm-hmm.
That's somebody that is a willing participant. Because if she came all drugged out, they would fucking throw her in jail.
I'm sure.
Yep. That's just psychotic to me. We call the haircut though.
Yeah.
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
Yeah, that's the farmhand, isn't it?
Farmhand that I said he had his fucking hand in the cookie jar right there. Asshole.
He didn't get, what was his name? Juan Flynn?
Something like that.
It's weird.
Yeah, look at he's caressing some of the girls. He definitely had his hand in the cookie jar.
Yep. Did he wind up going to jail? Do you know?
I'm not sure. Nobody's ever talked about him.
Well, I guess he probably technically didn't do anything, really. Okay, so the stable hand wound up being a witness for the prosecution.
Okay. Go ahead and pause it real quick. The other thing that comes to my head, my brain, is Manson and his followers are deemed basically the devil incarnate at this point, correct?
Yeah.
Obviously there's a trial, but they did some fucked up shit. It doesn't seem like one person is at all scared of what's happening right here.
They're exhibiting very cult-like behavior, I would say.
It's weird where they're the devil incarnate, but yet everybody's like smiley and nobody's afraid of their lives. It's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
If I have the devil incarnate staring at me, I'm going to be fucking creeped out. Like, this guy needs to go away. But nobody in this whole pile of people, lawyers and family and cult members and the whole thing, nobody seems like they're scared out of their mind.
Would you be? I don't think I would be. It's just a bunch of 14-year-old girls and some crazy dude in handcuffs. What's he going to do? Right? Plus, they're reporters that handle court cases, I would imagine.
At this point, he's the devil incarnate, though. Like, they've already deemed him, he's fucked. He's screwed. He murdered people. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if this was a scene that was before murders happened, and then all of a sudden they start murdering people. They've already murdered people, and nobody seems like they're scared. Everybody's just like, life's a good right now. I think it's weird, right?
It could be that this is what they do for a living, reporters, cameramen, and they're just kind of numb to it all, maybe. I'm sure it's not the first wacko they've filmed going into a courthouse, although it looks like probably not this crowded before.
Maybe. Am I looking too much into it, or do you think it's something?
I'm not surprised they don't look scared. I think it's a controlled environment that they're familiar with. They're not worried about anybody doing something. I mean, unless you think they should be scared of getting hypnotized or mind controlled by this guy.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of people saying that he got mind controlled.
Well, yeah, I don't believe that, so I wouldn't.
I don't believe that either. And do you think that any of these people believe it? I don't think it either.
Yeah.
Like I said, if somebody's staring at me that's the devil incarnate, I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. There's some heebie-jeebies that's going to happen.
Yeah, I might get some chills as he walks by. Some kind of weird, like,
like this guy's a freaking nut job. Holy crap!
Yep.
I'm
going to scoot forward a little bit till somebody's talking. Hi.
Okay, so we're talking about Bugliosi. He's the one that is the prosecutor.
Is that him?
Yep. He's the one that wrote Helter Skelter. He's the one that wrote multiple books.
cause of certain time waiver problem, probably relating to Mr. Manson. The case was ordered set for trial March the 30th. Of course, I don't think we're going to be able to go to trial March the 30th unless the trial is held in the delivery room of the county hospital.
Is your client receiving gynecological examinations regularly?
Yeah, regularly. There's a doctor at the county jail that sees her.
She has no complaints on escort?
No.
Mr. Fleischman, what are the chances of your client making it to court on March 30th?
Of course, Mr. Goldman's had 2 children in his family. I haven't had any, but I doubt very much whether she'll be in this courthouse on that date if the information she gives me is correct.
Well, then isn't this a waste of time, setting the date for March 30th?
That's the date they set. If the girl,
Got a point there.
unless she has the baby in the next week or so and is able to go to trial on that date, we'll move to continue the case.
I might point out for an analysis of evidence.
Well, there's alleged to be several items of physical evidence in the possession of the district attorney. Under our discovery motion, we will inspect all of those items of physical evidence, and we reserve the right.
So these must be
that
the defense
independent
lawyers.
experts analyze the evidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up.
Or otherwise, to determine what the characteristics of that evidence.
Yeah, because
is.
Bugliosi's going to be for the city.
Well, of course,
These guys
we're
are
under order not to
defense.
comment on the evidence that exists. So I
Yeah, one guy's name is Fleischman, and I don't know this guy who's talking.
items are, but I think that there's a general understanding.
Let me ask you gentlemen a question. Inasmuch as Mr. Manson is allowed telephone privileges from the jail and has already given 2 interviews to newspaper people.
I thought the other
one
guy's
by
name was,
phone
I
and
thought
one
the
in
other guy's name was Wiseman or
what
Fleischman.
effect really does the
All right.
judge's gag
Sounds
order
good.
have in this whole
Wiseman or Fleischman or something?
It was Fleischman, I think.
Really has had
Oh, Fleischman?
no effect
Uh-huh.
in these proceedings. I think that one can state fairly certainly that the tempo of the publicity, if anything, has increased since the entry of the order of publicity.
Well, would you favor taking that gag order off so your clients or all the clients can talk?
Well, I think the effect of the gag order is that it gives us the worst of both possible worlds. There's a considerable amount of publicity that has come out, and we have no way of exposing what we consider.
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
That exists.
Okay, so it says Ronald Hughes was among the first lawyer to meet with Charles Manson in December of 1969. Initially, he signed as an attorney for the Manson, but he was replaced by Irvin Conerick 2 weeks before the trial. Hughes eventually represented Leslie Van Houten in the Tate-LaBianca murder. And then I think that the same lawyer, this Ronald Hughes dude, died of some weird fucking... although no one was ever charged with the murder of Hughes, at least 2 family members have admitted that they of killing Hughes.
There was lots of weird stuff going around during the trial. I know that Juan Flynn, the stable hand, he was burned up in a fire when his van caught on fire suspiciously.
Oh,
lots of wacky goings on.
But Manson's already in jail, so for them to say what was Manson, he's in jail.
Yeah, but he may have had members of his quote family that weren't caught, or associates that weren't caught or in jail, maybe carrying out what they feel his orders would have been to try to protect him. Maybe
that's still whack job behavior.
Oh yeah. It's very mafia adjacent kind of.
I'm sorry. I'm never going to be a part where somebody told me to do it, so I just did it. You have free will to do whatever the hell you want to. Just because somebody told you to jump off the fucking bridge, are you gonna do it?
Right.
That they have to make up their mind whether or not we're going to permit free play and statements in the press and have a free for all and try this case in the press, or we're going to try it in a court of law. And I think at the moment we're under an extremely difficult situation because we can't really try it exclusively in the courtroom.
Let's say this much. Charles Manson is under indictment for murder in 7 counts and conspiracy. And if he gets life or whatever it is, plus 30 days for contempt of court, he's not really worried about it. Add it on to the end of his sentence. We still are under a court order. We're going to comply with it until, for some reason, we feel that it's unfair to our client. And that's something we haven't made a determination about right now. What Mr. Manson does is his business.
Well, the baby needs changing.
Oh, I see. Can you change the baby right here?
Can you get out of our way?
Tell me about this letter, Mr. Manson has written to Mr. Younger.
Wires. Squeeze out here.
Where are we going?
Away from here as soon as we can. I mean, I want to hear. Well, they're not interviewing kids over here. They're not.
Any comments? Tell me about the letter that Mr. Manson. Tell me about the letter that Mr. Manson has written to Mr. Younger.
Well, read it.
Are you familiar with it? What
Read
does
it,
it say?
everybody. Take a look at it.
Why did he write it?
Why did you come to court today? Yes, why did you?
Tell us.
Because
A snarky little thing. I was like, tell us about this letter. And she's like, motherfucker, you read it. You got it. What are you asking me for, asshole?
That's squeaky, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Oh, yeah. Well, I won't say it.
What about the letter, Squeaky? Why is he writing it?
Are you confused by all of this? Don't be. We're just trying to get information. Don't be confused. Let's get out of here.
I wish you all could see it, and I wish you'd print that.
Well, what does the letter say, and why did he write it?
I will read it.
But why did he write it?
I can't, I can't answer all your why.
Loveliest green eyes.
When you saw Mr. Manson this morning, how did he look to you?
Help!
Did he look good, healthy?
Got it.
Sure, he looks beautiful. He looks however you think he looks.
This she's 20 during this.
She's a smitten kitten.
I thought she acts and looks like she's around like 14 or 15. I'm surprised to see she was as old as that.
Like I said, there's participants that are willing participants, and she's one of them.
Come by car? Did you walk?
Would you like to read his letter for us, so we know what is in it?
I think you could.
Well, we don't have a copy of it. Could you read it for everyone, so we can hear what Charlie has to say?
I have a copy of it right here.
We don't have a copy.
What is your reaction now?
Read it for us, would you, dear?
Would you read it? I don't know what they're talking about right now.
We don't know what you're talking about unless you read it.
We don't know what you're
You don't know what you're talking about either, man.
Now that you've got this piece of the letter, would you like to read it?
You could read it. Why don't you read it?
Would you like to read it for us?
Now read that for us.
She probably can't read.
That was I was thinking that too.
They've been louder so that they can pick it up to, write it down and
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
Uh-huh.
That's a controlling technique where you're not going to give somebody the ability to be better than you or smarter than you. So if she came into the group with very, very little education, she ain't going to get any smarter.
No, I don't think there's a lot of homeschooling going on in the Manson family house.
So she probably can't read. And that's, like I said, it's a control technique. It's because Charlie's not going to allow them to better themselves.
Yeah. Yep.
So for them to sit there and be like, read it, that's kind of a dumb question. It's kind of a waste of time, right?
That's why she goes, well, you read it then.
Yeah.
She just handed them the letter. Go here.
Here's the thing.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, Squeaky.
I'm writing to you because I don't think I'm getting a fair trial. I have this belief for no. I have to talk to a lawyer before I do this.
No, this is already in the court evidence. Go ahead.
I have this belief for a number of reasons.
the lawyer said you could read it.
Let's get everybody together. And then we can do it again. Let's get everyone together.
Can I have it?
Ira, can she read this letter from Charlie that's already been introduced?
Mr. Hughes has the copy.
Let me get them all together.
Is that the dude?
Yeah, right.
Very good. Let's go get separated. You want to follow on down. I think they're going to hold
Go ahead, pause it one more time. I don't like that farmhand. That dude's a piece of shit.
You think he looks a little smarmy?
He looks a little bit like I said. He's sticking his hand in the cookie jar, and then he could be like, "I didn't do nothing wrong."
I'm jealous of his hair. He's good hair.
The hairdo, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the do.
Dear Mr. Younger, I am writing to you because I don't think I'm getting a fair trial. I have this belief for a number of reasons, some of which I will state to you. First of all, I'm an individual, one man, standing alone, defending myself. Contrast this with the facilities you have available to you. Hundreds of attorneys working for you, hundreds of investigators working for you, thousands of Los Angeles Police Department officers, many of whom are working on this case, access to FBI files and help from the FBI, access to sheriff's files and help from the sheriff and his men, help from the Attorney General's office, a large multi-million-dollar budget, offices, equipment, telephones, machines beyond description, instant access to the news media. For an attorney, I have myself. For an investigator, I have myself. I have no police officers working for me. I have no access to any files. I have no equipment. My office is a small cell. I may make 3 telephone calls a day. How many may you? I may not see any witness more than 3 times. Have you seen any witnesses more than the jail? I experience long delays waiting for an escort, and every time I am moved, I am searched. Every inch of my body, my nostrils, ears, and mouth, completely naked for at least 15 minutes. That's so, too. To place a phone call, I must stand in line up to an hour and a half. How long must you stand in line? I am promised one thing by the judge in court in front of the press, and it is later taken away when I am back in my cell. My witnesses and friends are being arrested, followed, and harassed without cause. There have been informants in the cell block I am in. I have no informants in your office. And now, to top it off, on the eve of the trial, I am being kept in solitary confinement without access to even to the Stone Age facility.
Crimea River, Charlie.
Yeah.
Wah.
I guaranteed he couldn't afford a good lawyer, so he's going to have one provided to him. What possibly, like, of course you're not going to get the best defense because you don't have any money to spend on a decent lawyer.
Well, I have a way he could have avoided all this, Derek. It may be crazy, but don't round up 14-year-old girls, get them drugged out of their mind, and direct them to go kill people.
Yeah, that could be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, sorry that you don't have, a staff to cater to you during your incarceration, but entitlement.
That's pretty funny. Okay, so we got 2 more videos that we're going to fly through. Okay, this Manson prison interview is kind of long, so we're not going to watch the whole thing. We're only going to watch a little bit. This is the first interview that he'd given after being incarcerated and charged with murder. And then the second one is a guy that was a pen pal, or he was a pen pal of Charles Manson, and he calls him his best friend because he was a pen pal with him. And it's just some ramblings that Charles Manson did, and just listening to like what Charles Manson is trying to tell this guy. So the second one is kind of short, but this first one, the interview is kind of lengthy. So we'll just kind of get a little bit of it.
I don't know that I have the pen pal one. I have
the back porch taped TV. So that's the very last one. Yeah.
I got it. All right. Well, before the long interview, I do have a 1.5-minute interview that Charles Manson gave in court, which is what I'm sharing here.
Yeah, that's cool.
I don't accept the whole situation. Like I was in the desert minding my business. This confusion belongs to you. It's your confusion. I don't have any confusion. I don't have any guilt. I know what I've done, and no man can judge me. I judge me. What have you done, Joey? I've stayed in the desert and run with the coyotes and ate off the plants and found out you can live out there without this society. And that's where I'd like to go live. But you won't let me go, will you? You don't know anything with society? Pardon? You don't owe anything to society now? Owe him anything? I've paid him 22 years of my life. You know, I'm the other end of your society. You know, so you can ride your bicycles and do your thing. I live in your reform schools and your orphanages. I'm not against you. I'm not against you. Huh?
Are you bitter?
Bitter? No.
But you feel you've paid some price so far in your life.
Price?
To society, you said it.
Yeah, okay.
Does that make you bitter?
I don't know what that means.
How do you feel right now? Do you feel good feelings towards the judge?
I feel a little nervous. A little nervous. I feel good feelings towards everything. I feel no bad. I know no bad.
Okay, gentlemen, that's about it.
So the question I have with that is, do you think that Charlie told people to do stuff because his conscience would be clear? Because when you look at him and you look into his eyes, he doesn't have the fear or the anger of killing somebody. Like I have a cousin that's a police officer, okay, and she had started in the prisons, in women's prisons, and was a guard in the prisons, and then became a officer, and then now she's a detective. Okay, so she said we didn't have too many murderers come in there. Every once in a while, we'd have one, and she said when you look at them, like their eyes are just like there's somebody that's not there. It's almost like it was almost like they had been possessed. And she said it's the weirdest thing. And we treat everybody exactly the same. But she said every once in a while when somebody comes in and they just have this look to them where they're gone. Their soul is gone. Charlie Manson, for all the murders, doesn't have that. Do you think that he told people to do it so that his conscience was clear?
There may be a little cowardice that he sent other people to do his dirty work, I guess. That maybe, but I think it's a mixture of he's naturally a psychopath to begin with, and his upbringing in life up to this point was insane from what we learned earlier. And I think all that combined, I think I've dealt with a person, and we'll get into it, who had those eyes that your cousin is describing, just like, what happened to you?
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, there's nothing there.
Yeah, gone.
He doesn't seem that way. You're right, but I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like I think we can both agree he's a psychopath.
Yes,
that's my thought. I don't think it's hard to judge how they're processing things because there's no way for us to understand what goes on in the mind of a psychopath.
True. It's just us. Yeah.
But my experience with temporary psychopathy and stuff is there's no there. There's no, they're not processing things on the same level everybody else is. There's no remorse. There's no feeling. There's no, like you said, to use the term soul. Like, there's no ethics in there or a governor to tell them when to stop. And clearly he didn't know when to stop because he kept escalating things up until he's involved in
there's
slaughtering.
two ways to look at it. You can, the person could be like mentally not fucking there and crazy town is in his eyes. Or like what you said, where I didn't do nothing wrong. The world's crazy out there. I have no idea.
And that's
it's
the
wild
problem
out there.
People who do
there's wolves out there taking people. You know what I mean? Like he's just absolving himself of any wrongdoing. Which I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't kill anybody physically.
There are clearly people who are clearly guilty of ethical, moral crimes that are, protected under law that literally think they didn't do anything. It's the didn't do nothing syndrome where they're like, because it's not, I don't think people who say those types of things are actually lashing out. I think they actually believe it. Like, I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Because they can't think outside of themselves. They're, narcissistic. And I think Charles Manson definitely would, qualify as a narcissist. Like when he said, I don't know, I'm the one that judges me. That's a very Christ-like way of thinking. Like there's nothing, there's no morality outside of you. So who cares what happens to them?
And if they say, okay, what happened on that night? I don't know. I wasn't there. I have no idea.
Well,
like it's like he's using it to absolve himself. Like I didn't know it was crazy.
I also see an artist or a musician that's been my brain's melting, declined, like not rejected.
Yeah.
Now he's given an opportunity to speak to the world. So he's starting to spin things like, hey, it's your society, man, not mine, and all the and
it's your sandbox, bro. I just playing over here.
It was funny to me when they were asking Squeaky Fromm to read that letter. And I'm like, okay, are these dirty hippies who stick it to the man? We're going to stick it to the man. And she's like, I don't know. Can I read this? Ask my lawyer. I'm like, oh, all of a sudden the man is okay to you. You got to ask permission from the man. I get it.
And I don't think if you listen to Charles Manson, you listen to Squeaky, you can tell Squeaky's done a lot more drugs than Charles Manson has.
Yeah. Manson doesn't need drugs. He's fucked up naturally.
So that's why I think that he used drugs, he used psychedelics. I don't think he used as much as the followers did. That's how he manipulated them.
Yep. Now we're talking outside the MK Ultra conspiracy theory, which is a whole other topic. And
yes,
there's any truth to that.
I still don't think that.
And that throws
I think
it all on
MK Ultra does exist. Mm-hmm. I just don't think in this context, in this case, it's MK Ultra.
Yeah,
I think it's a psychopath that got people to do what he wanted because he was feeding them drugs, and then they were buying his bullshit.
I agree. That's a perfect and succinct way to put it.
And they were like, well, Charlie was in control. Yes, because he wasn't taking as many drugs as you were. You ever seen like comedies where they're like, hey, let's do some shots, and you see one person doing shots and the other person throws it like over their shoulder?
Yeah.
The same shit. I think that's exactly what happened. Is they were all fucking flying high, and Charlie's just like cool as cucumber because I ain't doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I took a half a thing or something. You know what I mean?
Well, that he doesn't think what he did was wrong is insane to begin with.
Yes.
But, it's like I said, it's not the first instance of people doing terrible things in the name of somebody.
Society, bro.
Hitler, Manson, the Jonestown guy. A lot of cases.
Is this the Manson interview? Yeah.
This is the 60 Minutes Manson interview.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we don't have to watch the whole 17 minutes. I just kind of want to get like his first impressions, because this is the first interview he did after being convicted and being in jail for a while.
Manson's first television interview since the murders begins badly.
I know I told you I'm not going to sit in that damn chair, man. I'll stand here and talk with the dude.
Manson refuses to sit in the chair provided. He says he's not going to look up to anyone. But finally, Tom Snyder of the National Broadcasting Company asks his first question.
You were sentenced to the gas chamber and then they modified the death penalty. Were you happy when that was done?
Was I happy when what was done?
When you found out that you weren't going to the gas chamber.
Number, like a convict does his number. But there's different colors on different people's backs doing different things. It's a different world. I love the world I live in too, just like Regan loves the world he lives in.
You love the world you live in.
Most assuredly, it's me.
You love all the pain that you've caused people, all the anguish you
I don't know.
Do the murders. He might have told them to do the murders, but he is not feeling their pain because he wasn't there.
Yeah.
So that's why he doesn't have remorse. Yes, he doesn't have remorse because he's a psychopath, but he also doesn't have remorse because he didn't see people fucking dying in front of himself. And having a baby like on the ground fucking dead. You know what I mean? Like he didn't see that stuff. So that's why he doesn't have the remorse.
Yeah, it's possible you'd have a different mindset had he been there. Possible.
Yeah.
Not 100%.
He might have sounded like Susan Adkins or Squeaky or whoever the fuck it was. You know what I mean? But I think it's on purpose. That's where he's a psychopath, is because I think it's on purpose where he doesn't have remorse because he didn't want to see it. He wanted somebody else to do it.
Yep.
Written accounts indicate that you told the authorities, don't let me out. I can't cope with the outside world. Do you have a recollection of that? And do you
You
think,
make a desperate plea out of something, man. There's no desperate plea out of it. I say I can't handle the maniacs outside. Let me back in.
I didn't use the word desperate. That's your word, Charles.
Yeah, well, your inflection and your voice tones were
The reporter is sweating a lot.
I don't blame him.
You use
See, here's a position I'd be in that I'd be a little frightened.
You would be frightened.
I'd be far more nervous in this situation than I would be if I was a cameraman in the courtroom.
More people?
No, the guy's well, he was cuffed in the courtroom. Here, it doesn't look like he's cuffed at all. He fucking runs at him.
the word maniacs on the outside. How are you different from the maniacs on the outside? And why do you call them maniacs? Because you know something? They think you are one.
Yeah, it would reflect. If you hold the negative up to the light, you don't see the light, you just see the negative. So I'm a reflection of your negative. There's no doubt about that. And I can handle that also. I've been handling, ain't I?
I don't know, have you?
Well, I've been up and down these damn hallways, in and out of these nut wards for the last 10 years. You think you could follow that act? I'm playing for my life. You working for money.
When you say you're playing for your life, am I to assume that you think that someday you're going to get out of here?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Where would I go now? Let's see.
What would you do if you got out of here?
If I got out of here.
What if they said to you tomorrow morning, Charles, hey, listen, you're free. You can go wherever you want to go. Do whatever you want to do. What would you do?
I'll probably go out front on the grass and sit down.
The question is, should Manson ever go free? It's 10 years now since he and his 3 female accomplices, virtually robots under his control, were convicted of murder.
Robots.
On August the 9th, 1969, they murdered actress Sharon Tate and 4 other people in Los Angeles. The following night, there were 2 more victims, Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. In court, Manson was also charged with 2 more mutilation murders. Ranch hand Donald Shea was beheaded, and musician Gary Heineman had his ear cut off. According to some accounts, Manson and his family may have been responsible for as many as 35 killings.
If you got out of here, there are a lot of people who think you'd go start killing people again.
Again? Well, you guys are misinformed. I haven't killed anyone. I didn't break the law.
Go ahead and pause it real quick. I don't. All the other killings, there's no evidence. There's nothing.
Yeah, that 35 number was surprising to me. I hadn't heard that elsewhere.
I haven't heard that either. That's kind of weird.
But the people didn't want to hear it.
The girls and Tex were at the LaBianca's and at Sharon Tate's house. That's a fact. The other stuff, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Shorty Shea was one of their guys that was in business for himself, and that's why they killed him. That's the one that they shoved underneath the bridge, and then he was making too much noise, so they pulled him out and killed him.
Yeah. Yep.
He was one of their guys. And then in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the movie, Brad Pitt has an interaction with a guy that basically punctures his tires as he's trying to leave. And that's supposed to be Shorty Shea. Like they represented Shorty Shea like this fucking hairy looking dude that was just like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that was supposed to be Shorty Shea. He was a Manson member that he went in business for himself, and they gave me the old see ya.
Old see ya.
But 35, where is the evidence? That's never been talked about ever.
Yeah, I don't even know what they were referring to there with that number. But
I think that's just them trying to pile on to keep him in jail. You think?
I don't know that would have been necessary to keep him in jail, so I'm not sure why they would have felt the need to do that. But I don't know. I'd have to look into who those 35 people were and why they tied all that to him.
Yeah, that's an awful large number of people that nobody's ever heard of.
Yep.
Yeah, he was 150 people. What?
People didn't want to hear it.
6 million people.
He washed his hands. He said, I know it, but what can I do? People want this.
The judge never said that.
Yeah.
Judge never said
That's what Older said.
No, judge didn't say that.
He got off and shook their hands, didn't he? You're so white and pure.
Judge didn't say you were innocent.
Are you innocent?
Innocent of what?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
None of us are innocent.
Yeah, just because you're convicted in a courtroom doesn't mean you're guilty of something.
What does mean you're guilty?
You know you're guilty.
What about Shay?
What about him?
Well, what about him?
He got killed.
Well, the word is you killed him.
Word is that you're an old woman. Word is you have turkey in the sky. Word is, I don't know what word is. Somebody else tell you that. I didn't tell you that.
Did you kill Shay?
Hell no.
Did you cut Hinman's ear off?
Hell yes.
How'd that feel when you cut it?
Hell, yeah, actually.
That was probably one of the most honest answers that Charles Manson has given in the whole almost 5 hours that we've been doing this. Hell yes.
Well, it looks like he was gonna. I gotta hear that one more time just because it's funny. It looks like he was gonna do hell no, and then the question entered his mind, and he's like, "Oh wait, I did do that."
I did do that.
Oh no.
Did you cut Hinman's ear off?
Hell yes.
How'd that?
Well, I had done what he said for about 20 years.
I don't like freaking.
I've done everything he told.
It sucks.
Who?
I hate StreamYards.
Oh,
like I try to add something and it automatically puts it on the air. It's like, okay.
Oh,
that was retarded. But anyway,
told me to do. And I got to thinking, now, why don't this guy do something I tell him to do? And he said, no. I said, well, how comes I'm always doing what you tell me to do, but then you never do what I say do? And he said, well, blah, blah, blah. It's a comedy. It's a comedy tragedy.
The body of Sharon Tate is make-believe.
That's make-believe.
Make-believe.
Yeah. That's make-believe to the people that went in there and did what they did.
Mm-hmm. And who were those people? But you know who they were.
Sure, I know who they were.
They were with you at the Spawn Ranch. They were part of this thing called, if not the Manson family or the Manson cult, the Manson Ranch. Call it what you will.
So then, what? You dealt the hand down there in L.A. You and that press. You dealt the hand. You put me on Life magazine, had me convicted before I walked in the courtroom. You had what people wanted to buy. And when they wanted to buy it, they didn't give a damn if they had to convict the district attorney. They had to convict the whole building to get that dollar bill going there. They had big bucks going there. He made 27 million, 100 billion. I'm bumming $10, $15 from my friend here.
Here's another newspaper account that you can now speak to.
Yeah, go ahead and pause it real quick.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's talking about Bugliosi. Bugliosi's made millions on Helter Skelter book, on documentaries, all kinds of shit. And that's what he's talking about is the prosecutor convicted family members, put everybody in jail, and then made millions on it. I would be pissed too.
Yep, I agree with old Chuck on this one then.
I mean, Chuck's a fucking weirdo, but he does have some points in there.
He does say some things that I'm like, okay, sort of makes sense. Yeah.
He's like old school hibbity jibbity.
Yeah, he is old, right. Hibbity jibbity.
That on the night following the killings at the house on Cielo Drive in Los Angeles, you accompanied 4 people to a home occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Leo LaBianca.
Yeah.
That you went inside that house and you tied them up and assured them that they were not going to be hurt. That you went back outside and sent Kasabian and Krenwinkel and Watson and Adkins inside the house to kill him. True or false? Did you do that? Chair's getting hot, huh?
Uh-oh.
I thought he was going to do like a WWE, smash him over the head with it.
Did you do that?
Did I kill anyone?
No. Did you go in and tie up the LaBiancas that night? Very simple question.
That night.
August 10th, 1969.
That night. August the 10th.
Did you?
1969.
Why duck it? Why dodge it? Why not answer it yes or no once and for all? Put it behind you.
Did I kill anyone?
Did you tie up the LaBiancas? Adkins testified you did.
That's what Susie said?
That's what she said. Yeah. And you remember, you were in the courtroom when she said it.
She's written 3 books, and each time she said something different. Each time.
Did you tie him up?
Did I? Well, we came down from Abilene. And
let's stay in Los Angeles, August 10, 1969.
There was a hole in the wall gang there.
Why don't you want to talk about it, Charles? Why don't you want to?
Because I'm an outlaw and I go so far, and then that's all you know.
And if
Go
you
ahead.
did,
like asking Jesse James.
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
He's already going to be in jail for the rest of his life. What does it fucking matter that he doesn't say anything? He's already in jail. That's the part. That's the part of Charlie Manson I never understood. You're already in jail. What the fuck does it matter?
I don't know. It seemed like he got all choked up when he got asked that question. Not
He
choked
did.
up like crying, but like choked up like.
And I think his silence is admitting guilt.
Yeah.
Because if he didn't do it, he would have been like, no, I wasn't there. I don't know. Even though one of his friends lived next door to the LaBiancas. So there is a connection. And Charlie Manson was at that house next door. So he can't say, well, I didn't know them. It was just random. No, his friend lived next door to the LaBiancas.
Well, he's clearly trying to flip the script here and start talking about Abilene, Texas.
Yeah. It just blows my mind that at this point, he's in jail for the rest of his life. Why not say something?
Yep. Well, I don't know. Maybe he does.
You're still fucking rotting in prison.
Yeah.
And if you did,
That's like asking Jesse James.
and if, as others have written and as others have testified and as the media has reported, you did that.
Yeah.
And you sent your friends back in to do the deed. Aren't you a coward?
My friends back in to do the terrible deed.
Doesn't that
the
make
wicked deed? Did we have the castle there with the vampires?
Jails anymore.
Frankenstein.
I know.
And the bugs and lizards dying in the deserts. Do we have the water that's dying and the whales are being killed and the seals are
Here we
dying?
go again. Lay it off on somebody else. Let's
Well,
point to all the other injustices.
I'm in the world all by myself?
Yeah, on this one you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's okay? If that's the way you see it for you.
You've never talked about this before, but I'm going to try it one more time. Just pull the cards out.
Now,
you can see them where I'm
you got a pistol on you?
No, sir. They wouldn't let me in here if I had a pistol.
Yeah.
You know that as well as I do. So why even ask the question? Okay.
Well, I just thought you might not like what I've done. You want to do something about it.
I don't much care for what you've done.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't. How do you feel about that? A lot of people think you're a monster, Charles. How do you feel?
They think you're a monster because you reflect this news media on me. Cult leader. I never had long hair before I got busted. I never had a beard before I got busted. I went to shave and the guy said, no, you can't shave. I said, I need a razor to shave. He said, no, you can't shave. I said, let me get a haircut. He said, no, we don't want you to change your appearance. They said I had a great family and I was the following and leaders and all that. There was no followers and leaders, a bunch of kids out the ranch playing. Me.
Playing at what?
Playing at living.
Ding, ding, ding,
Fuck
ding,
you,
ding.
feminists. Fuck you.
Wow.
Why do you say that?
I didn't know Charles Manson was based.
Because that's what a woman's supposed to do.
Keep her mouth shut and do what she's supposed to do?
Sure.
And besides the son that you had in your marriage, you've got, what, 4 other children somewhere?
I don't think I've been responsible for as much as you people want to lay on me.
All right, somewhere out there, there's at least one son that we know of that's your child, who's probably about 25 or 26 years old. You talk to that kid. What are you going to say to him?
You got to catch it on your own, boy. Train's hard. The road's rough.
See that right there?
That's
Go ahead and pause it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That's coming from a man that didn't have a family.
Yeah.
Right there. Like, sorry, but not sorry. You know what I mean? Like, if I was a reporter, I would be like, Charlie, all the shit, all the stuff that you're accused of, all this everything, why don't you think about your family?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you think about your kids and making sure that their lives aren't ruined? And I don't think they ever asked him that, did they? I mean, I asked him a little bit, but
that would have been a good question. Actually.
Yeah. And sorry, not sorry. Like, what?
Starts going in with Johnny Cash song. The road's hard. Gotta catch your own train, boy.
Wait a minute. You don't like country music? What do you know about Johnny Cash?
I like old country music, like Johnny
okay.
Cash.
That's all I knew. It's all anyone ever told me.
All right.
And you want to hear something?
Yeah.
He'll do it better than me.
Do what?
Whatever he does, he'll do it a little better. Kids do, don't they?
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's what makes them such a guest. They always seem to get through.
How were you in school? I hear that you weren't too good, but maybe I heard wrong.
Depends on which school. I did very well in reform school.
Yeah.
I did good in every place that I was ever told to do good in. I've been an outlaw ever since I was born. I went to reform school when I was about 10, and I learned to box and cry, and I learned to do all the things that you do in reform school. Then I went to, I escaped there a bunch of times, and I went to prison, and I learned everything that you do in prison. And I talked to all the guys and asked them everything they knew, and they told me all the things they knew. And then I went to the end of it, and then the old man would be ready to die, and he'd say, well, son, sincerity is the best gimmick, remember that. And I said, all right, be sincere, that'll win it. He said, that's it. Sincerity and honesty, he said, it'll do it. It'll trick them every time. I said, well, sincere and honesty, I never tried that. I tried everything else, but maybe I'll try sincere and honesty. So then I looked in the book, and it says, the wages of sin is death. Now I figured, well, I don't want to die, so maybe I have been sinful here. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'll take a look at my life and say, well, I'm going to change it and start all over. You know, and I know I go to God and I say, hey, man, you're going to forgive me? And he's going to say, what do? You forgive you? I mean, what'd you come to me for? Forgive yourself, man. Don't be bothering me.
How do you feel about spending the rest of your life in prison?
Well, we're all our own prisons. We each are our own wardens, and we do our own times. We get stuck in our own little trips, and we kind of judge ourselves the way we do. You know, I can't judge nobody else. The best thing I could do is try to judge myself and live with that.
Let's assume that one day you were paroled. Let's just let's just make believe. Do you ever think you will be?
Yeah. Do I ever think I will be? Well, I've never been paroled before. I went up to the board, and they never would. They said I was incorrigible.
Hold on.
And now I was angry.
This 5 hours we've been doing it, that's bullshit. He has been let go many times.
Well, that's good point.
So that's some hibbity-jibbity from Charles Manson.
Yep.
Incorrigible, but that I'd never grow up. And I kind of agreed with him.
If you got out tomorrow, do you have any scores to settle on the outside?
Scores? No, do not have any scores out there. And we're making believe, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you, buddy. Well, I don't rightly know. I'm stupid to the point where I'm not really sure.
Believe it or not, there are a lot of people on the outside that think about the possibility of you coming out of here, and they're genuinely scared of you.
Oh, boy, I might just make dust. Everything. Terrible. One little guy. Terrible. Ooh. Boy, how insecure are we as human beings? Put all our fear on one little guy. Afraid to let him out. He might break all the toys.
Why do you say little guy?
Because I'm not the guy you trying to make out of me. That's not me. I don't know what my way is. Everybody keeps telling me I got all these things. I read the other day where I had magical powers, and I told everybody in the chapel, I said, zap, 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 zap. I said, where's my magical powers? Well, you can't read, you can't believe what you read in the press. I can get no magical powers, mystical trips, and all that kind of crap. Yeah, it's kind of silly. Yeah, we got witches and devils, and one guy come up and said, I heard you said you were Jesus. I said, no, man, I ain't said that. He said, I'm glad. He said, I'm damn glad. I said, why? He said, I know you ain't him. I said, how do you know? He said, because I am. I said, okay. But I mean, I've been in the nut ward for 10 years, so you can't expect me to rationally take this thing serious.
Okay, I got some questions for you. You know how my brain works.
All right.
Okay. So Charles Manson tells his followers to go kill the Sharon Tate, her friends.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next day, the LaBiancas. If he wasn't there, supposedly he was at the LaBiancas outside. And he walked in, tied up the LaBiancas, and then he told the followers to do what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
The Sharon Tate, he was not there. If he was in jail and he told his followers to do the same thing, how could you hold him responsible if he's in jail, incarcerated, doing the same exact thing?
Well, they'd tack on another life sentence, I guess.
But how could you prove it? He's in jail already.
Well, I mean, if you did it through like a phone call or something, they tap those. So
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to think outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
Where he told his followers to do something, and a couple of them did it. But if he was in jail and he still gets Charles Manson told me to do it, would it be treated exactly the same? I don't think it would be. I think he was a scapegoat.
Oh, I see where you're going. So you're saying if some random dude went and killed somebody and they asked him why he did it, and he said, because Charles Manson told me to do it?
Correct.
Well, I mean,
they're just, and it's like, well, they're scared of Charles Manson, and I get it. He's a fucking weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying what's the difference between him saying it, an hour away versus inside jail saying the same exact words?
Well, because he actually,
one a crime and the other one's not a crime.
Are you assuming that he actually did from jail call somebody and tell this person to whack somebody?
Supposedly he said to go after Gerald Ford for Squeaky to go after Gerald Ford, and then there was some other stuff that they were saying that he had told his followers to do when he was in fucking prison, but it never came out. He never got charged for it. I'm just trying to say, I'm just playing devil's advocate with the whole thing of, well, Charles Manson told me to do it, and then Charles Manson gets charges of telling somebody to do it. But if he told the person when he was at Spawn Ranch versus he was in jail, he's still doing the said thing. I'm just saying it would not be treated the same. That's why I think Charles Manson is a scapegoat on a lot of shit.
Okay, maybe. I didn't know he was supposedly involved with the Ford assassination attempt.
Yeah,
I know it was his girl, but
Squeaky was trying to do it, so they're automatically going to associate Manson, regardless if he said anything or not. There's an association.
I'd be shocked if he would have told Squeaky Fromm to go shoot Ford. I mean, that doesn't seem like something he would do in 1970, whatever, 5.
I don't know. I'm just talking outside the box, conversational purposes.
If he from jail directly told somebody to commit a crime, then yes, he'd be guilty of conspiracy and they would tack it on. If somebody on the outside did something and said, well, Manson told me to do it, and there's no evidence that he did tell them to do
what
it.
happens if there's no evidence with the other one? What happens if Squeaky lied and said that, well, Manson told me, and there's no correspondence? People are automatically already vilified and devilized Manson. He's the fucking devil incarnate as far as people are concerned.
I get where you're going with it. You're saying he's
regardless if he's involved or not, if you said Charles Manson, whoa, shit's crazy. You know what I mean?
Well, he was convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and murder of the Tate murders and the other ones, correct?
Sharon Tate, yeah.
And the other where he supposedly tied him up and whatnot.
Yeah.
So in my eyes, he's guilty of that.
Conspiracy charge. He's guilty for the 4 murders or the 5 murders with the Sharon Tate. Because he told them to do it, even though he wasn't there.
Right.
The LaBiancas, supposedly, he drove up in a separate car, tied them up, and then left and said, go handle the business.
Mm-hmm.
So he did breaking and entering. He tied up the LaBiancas, but supposedly, he didn't actually kill them. He just tied them up. But they still tacked it on and say he murdered them.
Well, don't you think? Well, okay.
I just think that the all around Charlie Manson is not the only psychopath.
Oh no, I think we both agree on that.
I think the family, or not all the family, because there were some people that were just taken advantage of, but the willing to participants are psychopaths.
Right.
I think Frykowski or the prosecutor that prosecuted the whole family then wrote books and movies and made millions of dollars off of Charles Manson. I think he's a psychopath. So I think there's a lot of different egos, a lot of different freaking psychopaths trying to take advantage of a thing. So I don't think Charles Manson, even though he is considered the devil incarnate, I don't think that he's the only devil incarnate. I think there's other people that are just as shitty as he is.
Well, let's take that out further then. Let's say, okay, what's the guy's name? Frykowski?
Yeah.
Frykowski? Okay.
I think it's Vincent Frykowski. He was a prosecutor for the state.
So he took advantage of the situation seemingly and maybe steered it in a certain direction seemingly so he could get a good story out of it and write a book.
Multiple books and movies and documentaries.
Let's assume that.
He made a bunch of money.
Right. He made the books for who?
To make money.
Right, because people are fascinated by this. That's why all this stuff gets generated. Are they guilty too?
Yeah, but he's a prosecutor of the state. You should be making money off of being a state representative.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say here. I think
just saying is that Manson is a fucking weirdo, and the 5 hours that we've been talking, it's well documented. I don't think that the mind control shit had anything to do with this. I think that Charles Manson is a psychopath. He took advantage of people. There was other willing participants that wanted him to take advantage of them. And then when it came to the legal system, they made him the devil incarnate.
Yeah, they were looking for a story, and he was a perfect poster child for Satan, basically.
Yes.
Carved into his head.
Because if you go on YouTube and search and you say the victims of the Manson murders, there's a handful of fucking videos.
Well, that's an indictment on society.
Manson, there's 14 million freaking things.
That's an indictment on society in general. And I've always said I am not a fan of true crime stuff. I'm in the minority there. I think it's weird that people are into that stuff so much. It's sort of morbid.
I watch some. I'm not a fanatic, but there's things. There's something that catches my attention. It's like, oh, that's kind of weird.
Everybody likes what they like. I'm just saying this is how I personally feel. I think it's odd to me and how I am built and wired that one would want to spend so much time in a kind of a bad place, so to speak. Now, I've heard my ex used to watch Investigation Discovery nonstop. And I used to tell her, I'm like, well, you're watching another show about a 7-year-old girl getting kidnapped and raped. I'm like, well, what? Why? Why would you watch this? It's miserable. And she goes, she said she likes to learn about why somebody would do something like this. And then she views it as a mystery, like unsolved cases. She loved that. She likes to try to figure it out. It was like a puzzle to her.
Yeah. Which I think that's the case for a lot of people.
But I'm thinking when I watch shows like that, I don't like watching them because I'm thinking of the 7-year-old girl. I'm not playing detective. I can't get my head around. I can't get past this poor girl, this terrible family.
You're going to take the victim's side no matter what.
I sympathize more with them.
Even if it's true or they're lying, you're going to sympathize with the victim. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just asking,
yeah, I agree with I agree with what you're saying, that there should be more media surrounding the victim, because they're the ones that paid the ultimate price, and their families are suffering. They're missing a loved one and things like that.
Yeah.
But that's not the way the world works. The people aren't interested in that shit. They're interested in the crazy guy with the swastika tattoo. And that's sad, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
They don't, these unsolved mystery shows and true crime shows, rarely are they about the victims. They're almost always about the perpetrator of the crime.
That's true. I mean, it's sad, but yeah, it's true.
I mean, it's nothing that needs fixing. People like what they like. I'm down with that, but it's, in my opinion, it's sort of, I don't know. It's kind of just a weird place to want to spend free time. Watching shows about murderers and stuff.
All right, so you want to power up that last one, and then we'll call it a stream.
All right.
This one's a little different. This guy, like I said, he's deemed Charles Manson's pen pal, which is it's weird. And anytime somebody ever makes a comment on a Manson anything in social media, this guy always has something to say about it. Like, oh, that's not true. So I don't know if he's a Manson simp because he was a pen pal.
Sounds like it.
He sounds like it to me, but we'll end with this one. And so, I want to thank everybody for watching. Like, I knew this shit was going to be long. I knew it was.
I knew it was going to be long.
I'm like, prepare for this.
I was prepared, at least as best I could be.
But no, we always have great conversations, and I knew it was going to be awesome. So we'll end with this. Will be the last video, and then we'll play the outro and all that stuff. So,
just to point out my hypocrisy, I'm actually interested in learning more about this, even though I just said I don't know why people watched it like this. Now I'm like, this is actually kind of interesting. I don't know what happened.
It is interesting, dude. It's a rabbit hole topic. It is. There's so much.
Welcome back to the wrong side of town.
Whoa.
If you've stumbled into this Manson case, somewhere along the way, you might have ran into what they call the Book of Death. Or the Book of the Dead, I think it's.
I'm putting this guy in jail. What do you think of that?
This guy's a fucking weirdo.
Yep. I don't know what he's done, but he's done something. Get him behind bars.
It's called. Whatever it's called. How much do you know about this Book of the Dead? It's got all this rumor that goes to it, but how much do you know about it? Let's talk about the Book of the Dead today here on the back. The Manson Family's Book of the Dead. What do you actually know about the Book of the Dead?
Nothing.
We know that Leno was pushing an 8x10 book for anybody who wanted to look or anybody who wanted to print it, and somebody finally did. It was the principles and philosophies of the Manson family, and they got a couple people to look at this thing. And it was probably the worst thing they could have ever done, because all it did was just bring more attention to themselves. But I think that's all the Manson family was really ever looking for anyway. It's just more attention for themselves. And they sure got it. They got it from everybody, from the prison to the FBI, all from this Book of the Dead. And it was the downfall for a lot of them. A lot of them would end up spending a lot of time in jail for a book. Okay, let's not really get ahead of ourselves, because nobody actually went to jail for this book. Somebody ends up going to jail, and then somebody else gets ideas, and they end up going to jail. But it isn't this book. Because this book, it's just a fantasy in people's heads is what it is. It was an article by the National Enquirer. Does that tell you anything? Does that give more validity to this book? Everything was staged about it. You can tell the photographs were staged. Come on, who stacks rifles and tells somebody to come and do an interview? They don't. The people are looking like they're posing for these pictures, and they were for the National Enquirer. Was the Book of the, I wouldn't even doubt if that book wasn't a phony too. It wasn't just staged where they put the Book of the Dead on it, and then they have the Manson family people, and people would buy that in the supermarket. They're gullible. The media is terrible, and that's where people start getting in trouble here, because Manson, he also made some. Manson has to be the one to make the promises, because everybody wants to see Manson. They don't want to see these chicks. They don't care less about these chicks. This is an article they probably wrote after that, after they seen Manson, and then show Manson's pictures, because they had a lot of National Enquirer articles of him. Before this, he was pissed. He started sending threats to him. And mail threats, they talk about Sandy Good going to prison for mail threats. I don't know if they ever even dropped any of them in the mail, really. But Manson did. He mailed them all around the United States. And he even got the FBI involved, all because of this. It's funny how things change, because the National Enquirer reporter, the same person that was dealing with Manson for the interview, was now talking to the FBI on February the 3rd, 1977, to tell them that they had an original letter that contained a threat and how to deliver it to the FBI. And it was by Manson. But not only was Manson writing the National Enquirer, other people in the Manson family were sending obscene telephone calls or harassing phone calls, all to the Enquirer. all for that interview. I bet you the National Enquirer was saying, man, was that interview really worth it? Now, it was brought to the attention of Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Diego, San Francisco, that the Manson family,
pause real quick.
top executives,
Sure.
National Enquirer victims, possible.
There we go.
There was no cell phones. So the Manson family were just calling from payphones?
I guess
and
so.
hanging up?
Good point.
How would they be able to trace it? Because they didn't have tracing equipment back then. Unless they're like, hi, this is Susan Atkins. Fuck you. Hi, this is Squeaky Van Ba Ba Ba. Fuck you.
I talked to Amanda Hug and Kiss. Is your
You know what I
refrigerator
mean?
running?
Like, this seems kind of bullshittish.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Extortion, interstate harassing, and obscene telephone calls. They're making a list for these people, and they're going to check it twice and send some of them to prison for it. It wasn't just girls at this time. There was also guys that were part of the Manson family too. Dennis Rice. Actually, Dennis Rice even says in his paperwork that he is now in charge of the Manson family of keeping it together. And he says it right here in the paperwork for the FBI. And he is also sending letters that they're taking as threats and making telephone calls that they're taking as threats. And he's wanting back photographs and tapes that the National Enquirer promised to Charles Manson. Rice indicated he was keeping the Manson family together while Charlie was in prison. States Rice made no threats, did not indicate antagonism, other than indicate Manson was not happy with the article or the photos in the publication of November the 23rd, 1996, and insisted that Manson had previously been promised the taped interview. The more I look at this, the more that it looks like less of threats from Manson and more made up bullshit. Because here's how the story goes. They're pushing things, of course. Hey, let's do an interview. So somebody agrees to it. And Manson says along the way, hey, can you do one with my girls too? Because he tries to bring everybody along. You know how that goes. You try to help out your friends sort of thing. And then they agree to another interview. And he thinks that when they come in, they're coming in like everybody else does with cameras, and they're going to record him, and they're going to take pictures of him, and they're going to either videotape him or use a cassette recorder or whatever. And he thinks that he's going to get a copy. And he always asks, if even in some of these interviews, you can hear him at the end of it, hey, you're going to send me copies of it. He always wants copies of his stuff. And they always promise him, yeah, we can do that. Or they'll say at the end, oh, no, we can't do that. They promise up front, yeah. And then in the end, they might say, nah, we can't. Or they'll keep on promising, yeah, and they never come through. And he didn't take kindly to that. And in some of Manson's writings, they might look like threats. And we'll look at some of them because they do kind of look like threats. And he was pissed at these people at the National Enquirer for not sending him back his stuff. He wanted all the pictures that they took of him that they were now making articles of weekly, And they had a lot of pictures of him. He was just mad. He was madder than a hornet. That was another time he got taken advantage of for who he was. And that's Book of the Dead. They probably set him up on that. And poor girls, man. But they were looking for attention. They were attention hounds. Whores, actually, for attention. Everywhere they could get it, they were getting it. And sometimes that's not good news, especially when you get the attention from the FBI, like they did here. In November 1976, reporters, and they cut their names out, interviewed Charles Manson, and following publication of the story, both the reporters received a letter from Manson expressing displeasure concerning the article and demanding that a tape recording of the interview be furnished to him. He refused to provide Manson with the recording. I bet the reporters were scared because the Manson family was following them around They followed him to a hotel in San Francisco. A hotel in San Francisco received a call from a male indicating to be with the Manson family, indicating that if a tape recording of the interview is not given to Manson by the guy left out, he had better be a good swimmer. One of the first calls they got was basically at the National Enquirer in Florida on December the 17th, and that came from Dennis Rice. And he also requested he send a copy of the taped interview between the reporters and Charles Manson, November the 12th, 1976. Manson didn't like what they wrote. He wanted a recording of it because he knew that's not what he said. That's how these reporters work. And then when they got in trouble, what did? They reported him to the FBI for threatening them. On February the 3rd, the National Enquirer reported, reporter from Los Angeles contacted the alleged threat of Manson was broadcast on radio station KABC on December 24th, 1976. Christmas Eve, Manson puts a threat out. It was received by a reporter at KABC TV. According to the reporter, had the original letter, which contains the alleged threat concerning delivery to the FBI. So now they got two letters going to the FBI because one KABC and the National Enquirer both reported it back. So that's how the media is working with the FBI here. Every time that they seem to get something that's threatening, they tell the FBI about it. And let's not have this go unnoticed. On February 4th, 1977, the guy that's sending all the threat, well, they're not threats, but he's demanding this tape back. Now they're looking into Dennis Rice. California Department of Corrections, Sacramento advised Dennis Rice is currently on state parole. Yeah, because he tried to rob a gun store for the Manson family. And now when they start looking into that, conditions of his parole is that he not associate with the Manson family members. Dennis Rice is now on his way back to jail. Under the letter they sent to the KABC, KABC, but it just doesn't have the reporter's name there. It's Manson in Hollywood, California, KABC. Dear KABC, you are right, and you're not right. That is as from the way I look at it. I didn't see it, right? I'm negative about the press and such, right?
Yeah.
I will take the defense there and say, not without reason, with press over courtrooms and over judges, with no truth over press, what makes them tell the people the truth? Each press is only selling what they can get away with, making some money, etc. You could call me negative, but that is a reflection. I should kill some of the press, and maybe that would impress them to be truthful.
Might have gone too far there.
The judge asked a reporter to tell where he got
a little bit
his news, and he said, I couldn't tell. Yes, he can't tell because he made it up for 6 billion years. It's your press, and in lies, it's got to go. I didn't even know Paul. The press have had 7 years with the help of 250 DAs and every nut who had something to say. How could I clear up all that BS and pick back up all that fear in one interview? I tried with a paper because that's what was pushed on me. There are a lot of divided lines in people's brains under the confusion.
Where's Mike Partito?
You see my head type. I never had a type or a lifestyle. I lived in a garbage can, and I didn't tell no one what to do. As long as they left me alone. I didn't snub you. Man, you're on a head trip. I might burn it down and kill everyone in it, but I'm not a snub. And I never favored. I'm pushed and pulled by every self. I never favored. I'm pushed and pulled by every self and person that hopes that I'll kill them. First, because they don't like the hell that they made for themselves to live in, and they want me to send them to their Christ. I'm not going to put a guilt trip on you or off you, and judge you. If I reflected guilt on you, I would need to have that feeling. I don't. I was looking at the U.S. press and who owns it and who buys up everything. And I felt then to move my thoughts to world appeal. For I've got outlets to France, Germany, England, and such, with offers of some money if I want. The prison systems people run more game off interviews than you realize. And each one I do, handcuffed, I've got to go through so much bullshit you wouldn't believe it. Fuck public image. They made one, they can live in fear of it until it eats them. I know and got no bad. I know and got no bad coming. I broke no laws to be here, so your law can be the outlaws for all I care. I saved my own world for me and my children. They can go with the Nixon's public image. And I'm not uptight at you. I don't see you or have uptight or not uptight to go with the reporter. I don't like or dislike you. I write you as a U.S. president. I don't like or dislike you. I write you as a U.S.
It's got
press.
a translator.
The ceiling, block, mass brain waves to sheet, 5 who run like wheat, fields in the fear's wind. Fear's what they want, try to buy, and death is what they pray to. This is what they called the part of the letter that was the threat, and it's the next part of the letter. The pertinent portion reads, had I been a killer, no one would call me a creep. Now that I'm a legal killer, I'll clean that up as I go. Watch the 3 heads of the acquirer for lying to me. When press heads start popping off, watch who turns around. Yes, I'm down, and it takes me time to move the thoughts, but once set, they're gone, and nothing can stop them. A lot of press will soon see who holds the stick over their lying, blood-sucking ass. What the public thinks is fed and means little, because they don't do nothing but lie in the streets and whine and whimper and cry for another chance. Vince Bugliosi is a good boy, and like all good boys, do what they've been told. I tricked him, and he's done just what I thought. His book, I brain world project and feed it to the money mind. All you need to know about me is I'm a knife in the night of your mind's eye's brain, and I never need to pick it up. It moves in the one of me, and that's the world. Send me a copy of the program you put in the money mind and what the reporter said and his address if you got. I already got your address. Charles Manson. So I guess all you need to know about the Book of the Dead, it was the work of the National Enquirer. And that might even give you a little pause into even if it was real or not. Because Manson really wanted the tapes from the interviews he was in. And it wasn't really, he didn't care about that other one that they were in. He was just particularly one that he was in because they were taking a bunch of pictures of him. And when they're taking all these pictures, then they keep using them later in different articles. Manson did this, Manson did it, just a bunch of whatever they decided Manson did that day. Well, the prison, they investigated it. There's more letters. There was 2 more letters and 2 more threats. And maybe I'll read them later. Who knows? They're just the same old kind of stuff as that right there. Dennis Rice, he went back to prison. He went back to prison for like a couple more years just for violating his parole, just for pretending like he was in the Manson family. does any of these people really seem dangerous, or does this seem like some damn movie? I don't know. It seems like a movie to me. Until the next time we come back to look at more things of Charles Manson and his movie and his cast of characters. Peace.
Speaking of cast of characters, it almost seems like that Manson was speaking and somebody was writing it for him.
Well,
because it wasn't grammatical at all. It was almost just like Manson's hibby-jibbity and the guy's writing it down.
See, I assume he wrote it because the grammar was so, and spelling was so horrific. So I'd assumed it was him.
Because who thinks about like the mines, the money mine? Like, what the fuck is that?
I don't know. I did not have watching a video from a Manson simp on my bingo card today. So that was something.
He is definitely a simp. He is definitely a Manson simp. And like I said, he's been pen pals with, well, he was with, Manson's dead now, but he was pen pals with Manson for a long time. Like, that's probably a trip in itself. It's like, Manson, I don't understand what the fuck you're trying to tell me right now.
If you ask me, would I rather be in a cell block with an uncuffed Charles Manson interviewing him, or in that guy's room interviewing him? It'd be a tough one. I'm not sure. That's kind of creepy.
One's in prison. The other dude is in his basement, and this shit's still creepy no matter what.
Scariest guy I've seen over the past 5.5 hours. It will be him.
All right, we're done. 5 hours and 34 minutes. Woo! We got through it, and I thought we did a pretty good story of trying to break everything down. We didn't cover everything, but we covered Charles Manson from the beginning to him in prison talking shit, and then the guy at the end was sort of just a cherry on top because he's a weirdo.
Yep. I learned a lot. I thought it was told in the correct order. We did skip over the MK Ultra stuff, which I'm probably going to look into a little further, since there's a lot of people that believe that he was somewhat mind controlled by somebody.
No, I mean the first two videos were about him. Well, no, the one with Eric Hundley was all about MK Ultra.
That's true.
And that the connection was made that that Charles Manson would take the girls to the clinic for VD or whatever disease that they were getting because they were prostitutes.
Yep.
And that's how the connection was made. But that could be coincidence, or he tried to do some MK Ultra stuff at the beginning, and it sounds to me that Manson's going to march by his own drum no matter what.
Yeah.
Regardless if MK Ultra was a thing or not, he might have been like, man, okay, we'll use it if we have to. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they used the MK Ultra shit when they actually did the fucking murders, but they never used it before that. Maybe it was a special batch or something. Who knows?
Don't know.
I don't think anybody's ever going to know.
No, well, everybody. Well, it's like the Kennedy files. Everybody already has their minds made up in terms of what they think happened.
Yeah,
and no amount of facts is going to change what they think happened. So there's no point in releasing.
Kind of retarded. You have to at least have an open mind of
right
something that comes in, a different perspective, whatever it is. But
who's got time for that?
We got 5.5 hours of that time, baby. All right, we're done. It's time to get some food. I am hungry.
Me too. I take an hour nap, and then it's
thank you, Scorpio. Thank you. Am I dead yet? Thank you, Jim, who was only here for about a half hour at the beginning. I appreciate you, Jim. Elemental, thank you so much. Mr. K, he had to go to bed. It was 2:30 when he was watching us. Thank you, Mr. K. Appreciate it. And thank you, everybody that watches after the fact. I know the production value wasn't perfect because Streamlabs hates me. So please forgive me. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you next Sunday.
It's high noon. It's high noon.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always move.